Jerry Jones spent much of the offseason talking about, but not to, Micah Parsons. Jones said many times over the course of the offseason that he had no plans to trade him. But then yesterday came. The Cowboys made one of the most stunning trades in NFL history, sending Micah Parsons to the Packers in exchange for 2 draft picks and defensive tackle Kenny Clark. So what exactly did Jerry Jones say in his press conference last night? First off, he praised Kenny Clark, saying that stopping the run is a priority, and that's the thing this team's been missing. Number 2, even though he called him Michael on multiple occasions, Jerry Jones repeated several times that there are no hard feelings between himself and Micah Parsons. And a third key that Jerry Jones hit on was the fact that it takes more than just one player to have a good football team. Well, I guess he's going to put that to the test this season. Over in college football, did Boise State really get eliminated from the college football playoff contention before week 1 really even got started? The number 25 Broncos lost last night 34-7 at South Florida. It was a really ugly performance. Boise State turned the ball over 3 times and failed on 4 different fourth down attempts as South Florida dominated the first 3 quarters. So even if Boise State can run the table in the Mountain West, the Broncos travel to Notre Dame in October. And there was little to take from last night to make you think that they could pull off the upset in South Bend. So the question becomes, are they already eliminated from the college football playoffs? From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. I'm out east, Bethany Beach. Real pleasant 4-hour drive to get here last night. No traffic at all, B. B Mitch is an NFL legend.
4 hours,
He's holding it, dog. He's holding it down in the Navy Yard studios. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
Man, I'm good. What's happening with you?
I can tell you something
I'm better than
definitively.
people in Texas.
I can tell you something definitively, Brian.
What?
Yesterday was a good day for the Washington Commanders.
Yeah, it was. You don't have to see him twice a year.
Now, you're going to see him week 2.
You see him week 2, but you don't have to see him twice a year. But let me go ahead.
Shockwaves.
The question, though, everyone, they know, Micah Parsons traded to the Green Bay Packers. 2 first-round picks, one in 2026, one in 2027, and they get this guy, this dude, Clark. Kenny Clark. Jerry says, I did this move so we can win now, make us better now. There's no damn way a 2026 and 2027 draft pick make you better now. Getting rid of that, listen, he's a Dallas Cowboy. So you act like you don't like him, but that dude is an unbelievable player. To get rid of Micah Parsons thinking you're getting better now tells me that you need to be pulled off of the decision-making train. But stay there as long as you can.
Oh, I think Cowboys fans want him way off the decision-making train. I don't want to discount Kenny Clark because he's a good player. 6'3", 315, 3-time Pro Bowler. Dallas is bad against the run. Kenny Clark is a run stopper. So, I don't want to discount Kenny Clark, who turns 30 in October. I'm not trying to discount him.
But he don't disrupt a game like damn Micah Parsons.
There's no chance you got better today, period. No chance. And let's listen to old Jarrah explain this one.
Yeah. We did think it was in the best interest of our organization, not only the future, but right now, this season as well.
I think Jerry finally ran into a player that wasn't putting up with his ish and got the best of him, and he said, I'm getting rid of him because he's making me look bad. That's what I think the sole thing was.
I think this came down to, they started talking about this was a divorce, and it wasn't going to change. And I think, to me, what this really boils down to is just Jerry being petty and not letting a player get the upper hand on him. And he's like, hell with it, send him away. Yeah. Because, we're judging off reports, right? And who knows exactly how true everything is. But they offered him plenty of money. Maybe Green Bay offered him more, but Jerry said we offered to make him the highest paid non-quarterback
Jerry
ever.
said that. You never heard them numbers, though.
At the end, it doesn't matter because I think when this thing became about so David Mulligetta is the in-between here, right?
Yeah.
You got Jerry Jones owns the Cowboys. Micah Parsons was playing for the Cowboys. David Mulligetta is a very powerful agent with athletes first. And when Jerry refused to engage with Mulligetta and Parsons decided, that's my guy, I'm sticking with Mulligetta here, that's when it just became inoperable because
Jerry has been used to doing slide stuff, basically. Look, if you're trying to make a guy not have his representation be a part of a deal of this magnitude, that's stupid. And I would applaud Micah Parsons for sticking to his guns. And I would applaud any player. Don't let these damn owners tell you can't have your representation. They have theirs. Why the hell you can't have yours?
Right. Now, there's some conversation. Basically, this is a 4-year, $120 million deal. So it's a 4-year, 188. 3 years, 120 is guaranteed. 40 a year is incredible.
You know what, JP? At this point, I don't give a damn what the real numbers are. $120 million when he signed the contract, fully guaranteed, is enough. If anybody think that this is a screwed up deal, or whatever, they gotta go jump off a damn bridge, head first into some concrete. This is
right.
this is a win all the way for Micah Parsons.
Well, and here's what's crazy is, okay, so you got 2 first-rounders. Okay. The Packers last year drafted 23rd.
Mm-hmm.
2 years prior, 25th.
Okay.
In 23, they had made some moves, so they had an extra first. But generally, over the last 5 years, the Packers' draft position is around 25.
Yeah.
So not that first-rounders aren't all valuable. I mean, heck, Washington hopes they got a future Pro Bowl tackle almost at the bottom of the first round. But to get 2 first-rounders like that and then a player who's a good player but is about to turn 30, like, it's such a poor haul. Listen, if this got to a place where you have no choice but to trade Micah Parsons, I don't agree with that. I like to think you always have a choice. But at least call around the league. I feel like you could have gotten more than this.
Maybe
you know
you could have
saying?
gotten more, but maybe nobody else was going to offer you 2 first-rounders and a player. But
well,
the thing of it is, though, you can draft the guy at those positions, 23 or whatever, and he could end up being a hell of a player for you. You can also draft a guy at the first pick, and he could be garbage. So this is no guarantee that those first-rounders are going to pan out to be Micah Parsons.
Zero guarantee.
You know what I'm saying? So that's the ultimate thing for me. Is like, I got a sure in hand. And for all the people that like to throw age out there, this dude is in his prime, 26 years old, hadn't really reached his prime, but he's damn good. He's as good as anybody out there. And you say, I'm going to let you go. Come and go get somebody else. Why? Because you seem to have an upper hand on me. That's basically what it was about. And that's simple, man. That is simple. But, hey, for all you Cowboy fans, kudos. Keep Jerry in place.
We're going to open the phone lines up for the Cowboy fans because you call in all the time. Call in today. In the last, 6 months in Dallas, they traded away Micah Parsons and Luka Doncic. How's that going? Let's see if we can get one of our Dallas friends on, Bobby Belt. I'll text
you, man.
But
the text thread I always discuss my college text thread. My man, old Derek Johnson, DJ. DJ is a Green Bay Packers fan. So when he sent this little post this morning, Jay, I'm gonna try to find it for you. It's all he said right here. He said,
Yeah. Just Packers logo.
Just his hat leading down with his Green Bay Packers logo showing.
In 4 seasons in the NFL, 4 seasons, Micah Parsons is a 4-time Pro Bowler, a 2-time All-Pro player. He won Defensive Rookie of the Year. He's had 13 sacks, 13 and a half sacks, 14 sacks. Last year, he had 12 sacks in only 13 games.
Hey, man, I don't know how you can let him walk. I just listen, but hey, man, people do what they do. I don't think this was a smart move. Nobody can tell me that this deal made sense. No one can tell me that.
No. And I imagine, like, I mean, we all know. So in our so I want to start a little more simple. Where were you when you heard this? Because to me, this was like a what?
It popped up. I was on the golf course. This is the funny thing. Ben and I played golf yesterday, and I found my game back again, Joe J. I'm back off the tee.
Glad to hear it. Whenever you play with Ben, things seem to go well.
Hey, 38, and I was even par with 3 holes left, and then it got dark, and we was behind some slow pokes, so we could never finish.
Hate slow pokes.
So we so Ben was just telling me, say, man, watching this thing about Dallas tells you a lot about Jerry, and he say. Jerry is a strange cat. And I say, yep. And I say, dude, but you won't believe this. He said, what? I said, they just traded Micah Parsons. We were just talking about it, and boom, I got an alert on my phone.
Dude, so, we continue to hear that this was possible, right? Mm-hmm. And I was driving to the beach last night, and the Beltway was awful. Route 50 was awful. Everything was awful, right? Once I crossed the bridge, it was totally fine. What you expect
on that day? Everybody was thinking just like you. Let's beat it.
I thought the traffic. The Beltway's always going to Beltway, right? But I thought the traffic would be the Bay Bridge and past, like getting east. It was not. Everything was fine on this side. It was just everything prior to that. Mm-hmm. But regardless, so I'm in traffic, and my phone is a fairly. There's a lot of action on my phone. Mm-hmm. Far more action on my phone than there is on my body. And like I'm used to like seeing notifications, but I'm driving. Like I'm not trying to like look at my phone, right? Mm-hmm. I got the girls in the car. I got the bike rack on the back. Like I'm trying to chill out.
Connect it to the thing and let it pop up on the screen.
Yeah. Anyway, but then my phone goes nuclear. Like my phone like exploded, and I'm like, what the hell? And it was like 100, like, is this real text? And then I looked at our text thread, and sure enough, between Jeff and White Bryan and everybody, it was like, yo, this is real. Mm-hmm. And then all of a sudden, it's like, whoa. And this to me because I wasn't able to, like, take the time, look at the compensation, how did Dallas do in the trade. I'm driving in Beltway traffic, and I'm just like, holy moly, the Cowboys really traded Micah Parsons. Yeah. And you try to think of, like, a comp of trading away a young player in his prime like that. Mm-hmm. It's hard, dude. It's hard. Really – I think the Luka trade is like the one – especially to trade him for something that, to me, you did not get equal value.
The Luka trade is there, but like even hell, let's think about it. Didn't they trade away Herschel Walker at 27 and got a haul and went on a run? But I don't think this.
I think Herschel was older.
He was 27.
Remember, I thought he started in the USFL.
Yeah, but he was 27 years old when they traded him. The USFL, really? He was 2021. He's 27. And Wichita was 26, so 1 year off. But they built a hell of a team off of that. I don't think they're going to be a dynasty for this one.
For the Herschel Walker trade, they also got a lot more picks. Yeah. Now, it wasn't just first rounders, but they ended up with 5 draft picks because of that trade. And
they got most of those in 1 year. So it wasn't like an extended thing, but I just don't know if this history going to repeat itself for them on this one.
No. And, like, I know this was a big part of this documentary and obviously a big part of the Jerry-Jimmy beef. They had Jimmy there to pick the players. and Jerry could claim it was him and blah, blah, blah.
But a damn thing to do with Jerry.
I think history would suggest that Jimmy was a huge part of that.
Probably was the main part in that.
I know what the Cowboys' valuation is. I know how good Jerry Jones is at making money, undoubtedly. I think, honestly, Jerry Jones is in the NFL Hall of Fame, and I think Hall of Fame voters need to be very, very careful with putting owners in because I think owners will just kind of force their way in if you let them. I think we see Bob Kraft's trying to do that right now. That's why he made his own.
Jerry lined the pockets of a lot of owners and the NFL. That's probably why he's in.
I think, for me, I think Jerry Jones deserves to be in the Hall of Fame because he changed football. He revolutionized football. You cannot tell the story of the NFL without Jerry Jones. I think you could tell the story of these great Patriots teams, and it's incredibly complicated, but it's Brady and Belichick. I don't think it's, craft. Somebody just sent this to me, and this might be a good comp. The Khalil Mack trade. If you remember, when Khalil Mack went from the Raiders to the Bears, it was for 2 first-round picks, but more.
How old was Khalil at the time?
I'm guessing he was roughly – White Bryan, look that up for me. But it was 2018. Khalil Mack gets moved from the Raiders to the Bears for a first-rounder, for 2 first-rounders, a 6th, and a 3rd. But they did have to send back a 2nd and a conditional 5th. That, to me, the Raiders, the Bears rather paid a steeper price, but it's not that far off, honestly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I guess that's about the baseline, because the other part of this is now Green Bay had to pay Micah, right?
Yeah.
Khalil Mack was 26 also, B, so that's a pretty good comp. And Khalil Mack was an absolute dog. Like, they're comparable players, too. I don't know, man. It's the Cowboys are a mess. Brian Schottenheimer, good luck. You just traded away Micah Parsons. You play the Eagles in a week. 6 days now. I mean, to me, above all, though, Brian,
I want to know how that locker room is panning out right now,
dude.
There's no way those dudes are all happy with that move.
Well, and B, going one step further, like Jerry did this with Dak, right? He did
it with Dak.
He
did it with Michael.
I mean, you can go that far back,
Jerry
right?
don't give a damn.
It's going to be the Jerry show no matter what. Jerry going to Jerry. And I think he did it with Dak. He did it with CD. But they got to the finish line on those things. And I think the prevailing thought was, listen, man, this is going to be trouble and it's going to be ugly, but we'll get to the finish line. And so then to see this go the other way, to see this go fully, he's out of here, he's in Green Bay now, is just astounding.
And I think Nui even thought that the other day. Like, we both thought he was going to be back.
Right.
I would love to know what Nui is thinking right now. You need to text him and find out.
I'll text him, yeah. I'm trying to get – I don't want to bug Nui twice in a week. I'm trying to get Bobby Bell to join
just
us.
text him and say, Nui, what the hell?
All right.
He'll send you back a text.
Dude, what the hell? That's my exact text. For the folks in the stream, you can see it. I texted Nui Scruggs, dude, what the hell?
Don't let the number pop up.
It didn't.
Okay.
You can also see the pictures of the short ribs Nui sent me earlier this week he was making. Jerry's going to Jerry, and this is really an astounding turn of events. I tell you what, B, and I'd like to get into this. The Oddsmakers have already sent updated odds for the NFC, for the NFC North, and kind of how Micah going to the Packers changes things, because that Packers team, pretty darn good.
Yeah.
I also loved the audacity, and perhaps we should stop being even remotely surprised by Jerry Jones's audacity. But he talked about, we really like our depth on the edges, so this makes us better right away in the interior. You know, one of their
I almost threw something
depth on the
when I heard him doing that. I almost threw something at my damn at my phone. I almost threw my phone too.
Do you know one of their depth on the edges pieces, B?
Who?
Dante Fowler.
Well, we know one thing: not stopping the run.
They drafted that kid Ezeraku. I believe he was Boston College. I think there is some excitement about him. But you had, you know how we always talk about the quarterback tiers, and we expect Jaden to ascend into that top tier? The top tier of quarterbacks is Mahomes, Burrow, Lamar, Allen, period.
Yeah, totally.
I think Jaden's right below that and can get there, but you got to do it a couple years to be in that category. We could pick nits about the best pass rusher in the NFL. Certainly Myles Garrett and TJ Watt can lay claim to that, I would say. But those dudes are also significantly older. Micah Parsons is to me would be in that tier.
Mike
Do you agree with that?
I think hell yeah. I think he stepped into the league and instantly was in it. This dude was being compared to Lawrence Taylor his first season.
Right.
Enough said. When you bring out that dude to make some comparisons about another guy, that's telling you how good you think this guy really is. And I understand Myles Garrett is bigger and TJ Watt's bigger, and all they do is pass rush. This dude gets the same amount of sacks playing other positions. He plays middle linebacker, outside linebacker, pass rush. He covers people. They rush more than he does. He ends up getting damn near the same sack they got.
It's remarkable how this went down, and I just, this was a remember where you were moment. I think it was like a true kind of shockwave around the league. You did start to hear, I'd say, over the last 48 hours, like, hey, this thing might really go sideways. Like, this thing might really change. The tone from just people I follow on Twitter and stuff from Dallas were like, yeah, this seems different. And then I think it was Jane Slater from NFL Network had the report of, like, just a picture of Micah at the airport. So at the very least, he was leaving town. Now, that doesn't mean people can leave town. You're allowed to leave town. You get a break. That's why I'm at the beach.
Didn't they show Washington Dulles Airport yesterday when you looked at?
I have a feeling that was just.
I think that was a mess up. Somebody was trying to say stuff. But listen, man, this deal right here, it doesn't really make sense.
No. Let's do this. I got some odds. Some odds have really shifted with Micah Parsons going to the Packers. I want to run through the odds, but I want to open up the phones. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. This is pretty simple, folks. Cowboys fans love to call into our show, and B Mitch has a great Cowboy fan radar. He sniffs you out and calls you out. Where you at right now, Dallas fans? And my guess is, Bryan, and I don't know if you agree, they're going to be cowards and not call in. So, Washington fans, are you fired up that Micah Parsons is out of the NFC East?
But don't limit to that. Just say football fans, because football fans probably going, what the hell was they thinking?
You know what?
Chicago,
they, fans, whoever you are,
Chicago
phone lines are
fans,
open.
Minnesota Vikings fans, they pissed off right now. Why are you sending them to us?
Yo, if you're a Bears fan and you got Caleb Williams and you're all excited, and now Micah Parsons is going to be chasing him around when that dude can't stay on schedule, and you want to tell me how great Ben Johnson is, good luck. Phone lines are open. It's B. Mitch at Finley.
Jerry Jones once said that he would do anything known to man in order to win a Super Bowl. But yesterday, we found out that wasn't true. Jones traded one of the best players in the league in Micah Parsons to the Green Bay Packers. In return, he got 2 first-round picks that will likely be in the bottom half of the draft order and a starting defensive tackle in Kenny Clark. Now, this isn't a knock on Kenny Clark. He's been as solid as they come for the Green Bay defense. He's played in at least 13 games in every season of his 9-year career, and he hasn't missed a game since week 15 of the 2021 season. Over that time, he's earned 3 Pro Bowl nods and has 417 career total tackles. But for a guy that said money was no option to win a Super Bowl, it's an interesting trade-off. And over in the college world, Michael Vick's offensive explosiveness as a player hasn't carried over to coaching just yet. Last night, the former NFL superstar coached his first game as the head coach of Norfolk State. He lost at home to Towson 27-7. The Spartans didn't score until the fourth quarter and totaled just 39 yards rushing on 31 attempts. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B Mitch and Finley 1067 The Fan. It is a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday, and it's a 3-day weekend coming up. So if you're already celebrating, I am mad at you. We typically wait till 11 a.m., but considering Dallas traded away Micah Parsons, maybe we start early too, B. We put the call out. We know Cowboys fans listen. We know they call in when something happens to the burgundy and gold. So, Cowboys fans, your impetuous owner, probably relatively petty is a good word to describe him, just traded away your best player.
Yep.
What sure looks like a dude on a Hall of Fame track, like an elite player. You know how be some dudes we talk ourselves into, like the Brad Beals, we're like, oh man, he could be an all-star. But like we all kind of know the ceiling.
Yep.
Parsons relatively ceilingless, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now he's a Green Bay Packer.
Yep.
So I want to give credit. My man Big C is on the line. Big C, you are a Cowboys fan, self-identified. How you feeling today, buddy?
Sir. Yes, sir. I'm doing good. How y'all doing?
We good, man.
We're good, bro.
Hey, that's what's up, man. Hey, look, I'm not heartbroken that he's gone, man. I don't know. It sounds like you and B Mitch was a little more heartbroken than Cowboys fans were.
No, you don't hear no heartbreaking in me. So let me ask you the question.
Like,
now you go call it a day and try to act like he wasn't no good. You're not gonna try that BS, are you?
No. I'm not saying that. All I'm saying, B Mitch, was he was everything but what we needed, and that was a run stuffer.
So you don't need a pass rusher though.
No, man, B Mitch, go look at the film, man. It's so many things, so many plays last year where this dude was getting smashed down by these tackles.
Okay.
For the run. Look at when we played the Ravens, man. I mean, no, he can go to Green Bay, have fun, give me the run stuffer all day.
All right, I'm with you on that. I love this type of mindset. But you sound very much like a confused Cowboy fan. I like that.
B, that's like, I don't want to get with Beyonce. I don't like the way her feet look.
Yeah.
like sure, dude.
Put on some shoes, baby.
Yeah, I don't want to go on a date with Sydney Sweeney. I'm worried about her fingernails.
It's
like, shut up.
How once somebody's gone, people can find all these things that are wrong. Let's be real. A lot of people get smashed. Kenny Clark will get smashed. What is that, Kevin Clark? Kenny Clark.
Kenny
gonna get smashed every once in a while too. But it happens. You're playing against people that are talented against you. They're gonna get you every once in a while. He's not gonna stop every damn run.
Especially we play in a we live in this clip world where you can grab a screenshot of a certain play and that could be an indictment on a player in the screenshot world of football. Sure, I'm sure Micah was out of position on a couple runs.
I have to give
credit. The real world of football,
yeah,
he is one of the most disruptive players in the NFL.
I have to give credit to Greg. Greg said, "I'll bet you anything, these Cowboy fans are going to call in and act like and try to make this a good thing." And then he say, "Told you, first caller."
I will give credit. I think his name was Big C. I'll give credit to the Cowboys fans for calling in, just like my man Floyd in Clinton. Floyd, how you going to try to rationalize this Micah Parsons trade?
Floyd, you up, man?
Yeah, I'm not going to try to rationalize it. I mean, it was so. There's a couple of things here, right? You don't pay $180 or $190 million to someone that can't win you a Super Bowl. That's number one. Number two is, I mean, it was an idiotic move for letting him go. You don't let Micah Parsons walk. But at the same time, if you have three players that are getting paid this enormous amount of money, there is no more money to go around for any other players. So you have to think of team and future picks and whatever else that encompasses that. But you can't just give $190 million to a defensive end. I mean, I would love to have Micah Parsons still. See, I'm old school. I'm all the way back to Bill Bates days. So I've watched Bryan play everything. I get it. You know what I'm saying?
Let me ask you this question real quick.
Sure.
Who do you pay the $180 million to? I mean, you got.
Well, I mean,
he's not going to get the whole 180.
You give it to a Mahomes type. You give it to a Mahomes.
But you don't have a Mahomes type.
I understand that. So that's why you don't give it to the defensive tackle, the defensive end. So we don't have a Mahomes. We don't have that player to give it to. That's why you don't do that. If you do that, that hamstrings your franchise for we wouldn't be able to.
You know, Dak's the highest paid quarterback in the NFL.
I understand that, but Dak can possibly win you a Super Bowl.
Why you believe that?
Cannot.
Because
he's a quarterback.
I think the quarterback is the most dependent position in sports, and I believe the guy that can knock the hell out the other quarterback give you a chance to win just as much as yours.
I understand that, but okay. So let me ask you this then, Bryan.
Yeah.
How many games is Micah Parsons going to win for Green Bay this year?
Well, I would say he's going to win about 3. You know why? Because
Micah Parsons alone.
See, first of all, nobody alone wins any games. Not even the quarterback that you're trying to rationalize.
Well, I understand
but
that.
Michael Parsons is going to disrupt the hell out of some games where he's going to get credit for it.
He's not. You're not. See, you're missing what I'm saying.
Can I speak here, Floyd? Can I speak here, Floyd? B. Mitch is right that quarterback's the most dependent position on the field. I think it's also correct. No one's arguing that quarterback's the most important position on the field. Okay,
correct.
So I hear what you're saying there, but let me ask you this. What do you think the second most important position in football is?
Well, a number one receiver.
No.
Someone that's going to catch the ball.
The guy to disrupt the passing game.
I mean, I understand that. So you can have a collectively good defense as well. You don't necessarily have to have someone
if I may, to your point earlier about how many games is Micah Parsons going to win you, how many Super Bowls is Micah Parsons going to win you?
Correct. How many do you think he would win us in Dallas is the key question.
Here's what I can't win him because your quarterback never is there.
What I do know, we can dog Dak all day. You see what I'm saying? Like, I'm not a big fan of Dak myself. And like I said, in the 80s when y'all went on strike, my brother and them rented out Texas Stadium. Like I get it. I'm way back fan. You know what I'm saying? So I get it.
But Floyd, what I will say,
all day long.
Hold on, bud.
I'm not a big Dak supporter. But
I'm not there to put this dude on mute. Can someone mute him for me? Thank you. Floyd, I'm not. I want you to hear me. But like when you say a defensive end can't win a Super Bowl, and you go back and watch when the Broncos beat the Panthers, when Cam Newton was the best player in football that year, and then Von Miller completely dominated that game, and the Broncos won the Super Bowl when they had subpar quarterback play. Nobody likes to remember that about Peyton at that point. His body had let him down.
Yeah.
Von Miller dominated that game. So when you get a dude in the right situation, in the right space, hell yeah, a DN can win. I mean, Von Miller in that Super Bowl had 2.5 sacks, knocked down a pass, completely dominated that game. So, Floyd, I really appreciate the call. It was a good call.
I understand Floyd's call, but I'm going to just go right here. Probably one of the best quarterbacks in football, who's way better than his quarterback, is Joe Burrow. They can't much make the damn playoffs. Okay, they got a great quarterback, but they don't have no damn defense. If they had Micah Parsons on their defense, they would have a chance to go to a Super Bowl. I promise you that.
White Bryan just correctly pointed out when the Patriots were undefeated going into that Super Bowl, Why did the Giants win? I understand
Because
Eli made a hell of a play.
Defense.
Right.
And it was,
David Tyree caught a pass on his helmet, but the D-line dominated.
It was mostly, what was the one dude name? I can't remember.
Justin Tuck?
Justin Tuck.
Yeah.
They won. Justin Tuck won them a damn Super Bowl that year. See, let's go back to the old saying. Offense sells tickets. Who wins championships?
Defense.
It's amazing to me that listen, I know you say that the quarterback is it is the most important position. But there are teams that win Super Bowls without a damn great quarterback. And
my only counter to that, Brian, I think the rule changes have been so one-sided towards passing offense that it's gotten harder and harder for a defensive team to break through.
That's why,
and that's how the NFL is legislated.
That's why when you have a guy who can get to the quarterback as quickly and swiftly as a Micah Parsons, it disrupts the hell out of those pampered-ass quarterbacks. That's what I'm trying to say. And when you look at the fact that Trent Dilfer was garbage and the Ravens won the championship, defense does a hell of a lot. They just don't get the credit for it. As an offensive player for 14 years in the league, let me tell you, when you ran into people like a Reggie White and a Lawrence Taylor, you had the game plan for that. You couldn't run typical things because they would just destroy it. And when you can't do what you ordinarily want to do, what does that do to you? That makes you a little less than what you really are. So I told him, Micah Parsons will probably disrupt 2 or 3 games and it's going to be in his favor. Just like that quarterback will win you 2 or 3 by himself. But ultimately, in a team of football, game of football, nobody wins it by themselves like he was trying to throw it out there. Because Dak sure ain't going to win him a damn Super Bowl by himself.
Well, and if Floyd's point was you can't pay top of the market, like you pay top of the market for a quarterback that when he's right is good, but not top of the market. You pay top of the market for a receiver that when he's right, he's good, but he's not better than Jefferson or Chase. So, to argue you can't pay top of the market to a D-end, I disagree with. Here's what we're going to do. Phone lines open all day. This is too much damn fun. Credit to the Cowboys fans for calling in. Floyd, Big C, we appreciate you. Tony and Woodbridge, stay on hold. Everybody on hold, stay there. If you walk around shouting about the Star in D.C. and you've never been to Texas, the phone lines are open. I feel so close to you right now. Cowboys fans singing this to Kenny Clark right now. I'm going to keep these phones going. You Cowboys fans call in, we'll let you go.
Based off our last caller, who the hell do you pay then? You only pay the quarterback? I mean, I'm so sick and tired of hearing fans of all teams say who you can't pay a certain amount of money to. You have damn near $300 million salary cap. Who the hell you pay it to? You just got to pay the quarterback and the receiver, right? So who the hell going to block for him?
Well,
and if you're paying the quarterback and the receiver, then you can't pay the defensive end and the damn the cornerbacks? This is the dumbest analogies I hear in my life about you can't pay them that money if they're so only the quarterback deserves money. That's the dumbest analogy I've heard in my life. But Cowboy fan.
Who's the best team in the NFL, B?
Who's the best team in the NFL? The Eagles still until they beat.
Yeah. They pay everybody.
Yeah. So my question is, because your general manager is an idiot, you don't want to pay people. The Eagles seem to pay every damn body and still under the cap. Who else was doing it? Kansas City Chiefs used to pay everybody, but was always under the cap. So if whoever your team is, if your guy don't know how to pay people and still be able to put together a good team, blame him. Don't blame the player that's damn good.
Well, and the Chiefs certainly paid their quarterback, but they let the star receiver go. And they paid their defensive tackle.
They paid him at first, then he came back again and said, nah, you got too many problems. Let's give you that much money.
But they made sure they paid Chris Jones.
Hell yeah. Yeah. So you got to pay somebody. I mean, you can't. They can't put together a team and hold on to all the damn money.
Well, and that dude's mind's really going to be blown this time next year when Jalen Carter becomes the highest paid non-quarterback in the NFL. Because the Eagles are going to do that and figure it out. Mm-hmm. We got another Cowboy fan on the line. I asked for them. They're calling. I give them credit for that. Tony is in Woodbridge. What's up, Tony?
Oh, boy. What's up, guys?
What's up?
How you doing, buddy?
This is bad. Happy Friday. I agree with everything you guys said. You need to get to the quarterback. Look at the Super Bowl this past year with the Eagles. Look at the Super Bowl with Von Miller and Cam Newton. Look at, I don't know, it's a dark day. We got 4 first-round draft picks the next 2 years, and they might be spent on offensive linemen. I don't know. We gave the division away before the season even started. I think I'm not even going to be a Cowboys fan. I'm just going to root for my fantasy team this year.
Well, Tony, if it helps, you guys were never going to win the division. I don't know if that helps, but
I know, but
I thought I should point that out.
At least we'll get a top 3 pick.
I appreciate you calling, man.
Good call,
Thank you.
Tony.
At least Tony's an honest Cowboy fan.
Person. The other people are insane, dog.
How about this theory, though, B? Mark Henning sent me this on Twitter. What if the Cowboys are just trying to build up the draft capital to be able to get Arch Manning when he comes out, and they move on from Dak?
I could care less about what they're trying to do when Arch Manning comes out. First of all, like I heard a guy say last night, the man hasn't started his first real game yet. He hadn't thrown one pass this year. We'd already made him the best thing since sliced bread. We don't know what the hell he's going to end up being. We don't know how good Arch Manning really is. Let's be honest about that. So what if they doing that and he ends up being a bum? What good is it going to do for you? I need to know what the hell were they thinking when they made the decision yesterday. And let's hit you with a little something else. You see how quick that damn deal came together? You think they just talked about it once they made the trade yesterday? Or this was already in the works? When everybody want to tell me about tampering and all this, how the hell you come together with a 4-year, $188 million deal in about 5 minutes? Come on, dog. This league is so full of crap, it's ridiculous.
Nui has responded to my text.
What he said?
I will let you know off air what he said.
Or the words he said. You can't.
It's an off air. It's an off air response.
All right.
It is pretty remarkable that Dallas did this. Now, I talked earlier about the odds. What has changed since this went down? Shocker, Green Bay has gone up. Green Bay to win the Super Bowl went from 18-1 to 10-1.
Wow.
Dallas went from 50-1 to 66-1. So to me, it's kind of like the reality is Dallas didn't look to be very good. You know, they weren't really considered a Super Bowl contender. So maybe if you want to rationalize, like, what did Dallas's ceiling go from? Maybe 9 wins to maybe 7, 6.5. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Actually, here it is. So their win total for the Cowboys went from 7.5 to 7. For the Packers, it went to 9.5 to 10.
So a half a game.
Kind of like that over for Green Bay. I think this trade makes the Packers significantly better immediately. I think this trade doesn't make Dallas better immediately. It doesn't. And I like Kenny Clark as a player, but it doesn't. And it only possibly makes them better going forward. You still have to hit on the picks.
Yeah.
Like, one of the biggest flaws to me is that, like, this assumption. It's like the Soto trade, right?
Yeah.
You have to assume, like, that they're going to hit it, but you don't always hit it.
Nope. You don't.
And I don't know. Let's briefly look at the Cowboys' last few drafts. They drafted Tyler Booker this past season. Tyler Guyton. They really like Tylers down there. Tyler Guyton last year, tackle out of Oklahoma, who I don't even think is playing. Go back 3 years. You know one of the biggest reasons Dallas struggles against the run?
Why? Because the person they picked before doesn't work?
The D lineman out of Michigan they took in the first round in 2023 isn't good. So you got to hit on the picks. You know what? This is crazy. And I'm probably the only person on the planet that would care about this. In 3 of the last 4 drafts, with their first round pick, the Dallas Cowboys have selected a dude named Tyler.
And you know what? Either one of those callers that just called can't tell me why that happened. and guess what? Those Tylers have not amount to much.
No.
So Jerry might just like Tyler. They instead of trying to sit up here and act like everything is so good, you need to realize that your owner is screwing up your franchise. We dealt with it for years. Yours doing a great job of it now. Because ever since Jimmy left, they haven't been the team that they was when he was there. And don't tell me about Barry Switzer. That was just him riding Jimmy's team that he had put together. Once that ended, they haven't been very good.
Nope. Peter Rosenberg joins us next. I bet he's laughing his ass off.
This Sports Today is brought to you by Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K. And one of the most surprising transactions in NFL history, the Cowboys traded Micah Parsons to the Green Bay Packers for 2 first-round picks and nose tackle Kenny Clark. Parsons then reportedly agreed to a 4-year, $188 million deal, making him the highest-paid non-quarterback in NFL history, which is what he wanted all along. Obviously, this deal was an A+ for the Packers, but CBS Sports gave the Cowboys a D-, which in my opinion is generous. Sure, 2 first-round picks and Kenny Clark's a nice return, but it's not enough for a generational player like Micah Parsons. These aren't even going to be high first-round picks either. This is from CBS Sports, and I think they sum it up perfectly. What Jones did to the Cowboys franchise is malpractice, and the NFC East should be very glad that he still owns the Cowboys. And over in college football, number 25 ranked Boise State dropped its season opener 34-7 to South Florida last night. The last time the Broncos lost by such a margin to an unranked team was back in 2019 in the Las Vegas Bowl. It's difficult to say that a team's season's over in terms of postseason goals before most other teams have even played a game, but last night's defeat won't really reflect kindly on Boise State once the College Football Playoff Committee begins ranking teams in November. 106.7 The Fan congratulates Cars for Kids on 30 years of turning car donations into supporting children. Cars for Kids has helped more than 100,000 kids nationwide. Donate your unused car today at carsforkids.org and join over 1 million proud donors making a real difference. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. I mean, major news in the NFL with Dallas Cowboys sending Micah Parsons to the Green Bay Packers.
You didn't let me know what news you said, man.
I put it in the text thread.
Oh, I didn't see it.
Yeah, it's in the text thread. It wasn't like a. It's different.
It's different.
I mean, just pretty remarkable. All right, our buddy Peter Rosenberg joining us now from New York City. You can follow him at Rosenberg Radio. He's all over the place. ESPN, Hot 97, ESPN New York. Peter, we texted a little bit about this last night. What do you make of the Dallas Cowboys trading away Micah Parsons?
First of all, I'm not in New York City. I'm in Paris for WWE Clash in Paris. That's right.
Wow.
WWE Clash in Paris on Sunday. B Mitch. So Clash in Paris is on Sunday, so I'm here, and now like a complete lunatic, I am at Disneyland in Paris.
Wow.
Listen, I work for Disney, so I'm only going to say positive things, but this is a harrowing experience.
Do you have the kids with you? Is your daughter with you, or are you just chilling at Disneyland in Paris?
The daughter is here. Okay. I used the old comp tickets. My wife wanted to go. It's my wife's birthday tomorrow. She wanted to bring our daughter to Disney.
Smart move, dog.
All I have done so far, we've been here for like 2 hours. I've been back and forth between the food and the concessions and the gift shop. It's just money being spent back and forth. I haven't done a thing yet. My daughter's only 7 months old. So all I'm doing, the ride is my credit card. That is the only ride. It's insane. Anyways, the Micah thing is it's wild, man. Like the thing that I kind of left is, I think there's obviously 2 storylines from 2 very different organizations, right? Like, to me, it is you can ask the same question to both organizations in a completely different way. And that question is, how the hell did you do this? Mm-hmm. And if you're the Cowboys, how did you screw up a generational talent like this that could have been a foundational piece for a decade? And if you're the Packers, how have they yet again, gotten an absolute monster on defense through acquisition? Charles Woodson, Reggie White,
Yep.
Micah Parsons. This is crazy that the Packers have done this. Guys, I was like, when we do something like this, well, and obviously our old history is dead, but in the old days, it was God bless him, a 75-year-old Bruce Smith. It was Albert Hainsworth. It was Dion getting one last check. If you're, and listen, London Fletcher being the exception of the rule, right? I mean, he came in and was a great Redskin, but he wasn't at the point in his career that Micah Parsons is, and London Fletcher, God bless him, ain't Micah Parsons. This is a crazy acquisition. I will not miss seeing him twice a year, but I will dread seeing him in October and potentially again in January.
We got a lot of Cowboy fans calling us saying, "Oh man, it's a good deal. You can't pay him. Why does everybody think the only person you can pay is a quarterback?"
Isn't that what money is for? Is to pay the best players in the sport?
I would say.
Like, this guy is Micah Parsons to me. He was at WrestleMania when we were in Dallas a couple years ago. We had him on our pre-show that we do. Like, he was at the desk with us, and I was like, I was begging for him to join whatever the hell the name of our franchise was that year. I was begging him to be a part of it. He is that good, man. Not only, like, Micah's insane, man. Not only is he the best player on defense, his personality, like, this is a forever guy. Like, the name Micah Parsons is still new to some people who aren't, like, intense football fans. To me, this is a name that we'll have in our lives for honestly, for the three of us, for the rest of our lives. Because his personality is that great also. And so he'll be a Hall of Famer when he leaves Green Bay. He'll probably have a chip, and then he'll go be one of the biggest personalities in the sport. What an awesome moment for him and Green Bay.
We're talking with our friend Peter Rosenberg, who's calling from Euro Disneyland Paris. He's over there for WWE assignment. Thank you for making time, dude. I missed that you were in Paris. So if you need to go, I understand. But you're only going to get in line or spend more money on Mickey Mouse.
We're saving you money right now.
My wife just took my daughter to go get in line for Mickey the Magician. So I got a few minutes before I got to run out there.
So I got an interesting thought here because you kind of brought this up in my brain. When Reggie White went to Green Bay, altered the landscape of the NFL. A lot of people thought Reggie White might come to D.C. If you remember, Joe Gibbs tried to get him, and he ended up going to Green Bay. You mentioned Charles Woodson. That's another guy that won a Super Bowl in his time in Green Bay. Now Micah Parsons goes there. Do you think in any way the fact that the Packers don't have a traditional owner the way all these other teams do, that allows them to maybe wheel and deal in different spaces with less ego than certainly less than Dallas, but like I'm curious what, if any, impact the unique ownership structure of the Packers has in this ability to get stars generation after generation after generation.
I see, CB Mitch. That's why they pay him the big bucks. That's a very good thought. That is a very interesting thought. I don't, because what is the other reason? Like, you can't really look around the league and see, teams that are able to do this. I mean, the Packers do just have a certain bit of magic. Basically they've had Jordan Love is the third quarterback in 30 years. With respect to like Tyler Huntley or what's his face who went out to Seattle, for a game here or there.
Yeah. Matt Flynn.
Matt Flynn. But in general, there is a little magic touch with this team. But I think that is a really interesting point. Maybe that is the thing.
Maybe there's nothing to it.
But see, I think with them, they have a group of people that they basically what's the guy who used to be here in Washington? He played football here, who runs all their stuff. They have a group of people that they answer to.
Right.
The league have one person. I would think it's more difficult for Green Bay, but they're about winning. Some of these people in the league, some of these owners care about what they think. And I think that's the biggest problem right there, where one person that makes the final say, when you have multiple people making the say, then all of a sudden you don't want to look stupid.
Mark Murphy was the name.
Yeah, Mark Murphy. When he doesn't answer it by himself, he has a group that he answers to.
I think you hit on something, Brian, that is at the crux of everything, and to me is the most refreshing part of Dan Snyder's removal from the organization, going into this new world with Josh Harris and everything Washington has built. In Green Bay, the focus is on winning games.
Yeah.
And they're doing everything they can to win games. In Dallas, the focus is not on winning games.
It's on making
Washington
money.
used to be in that category. Now they're not. Dallas is in it, clearly.
Making money.
I don't think Jerry. I have a Cowboys friend who has a whole theory about Jerry literally is not in it for the Cowboys. Like, he only cares about the overall business of football. Yeah. He cares more about the NFL's big business and how that affects him than Dallas Cowboys football. And once you accept that Jerry is just a money man who's part of the NFL and doesn't give a damn about the Cowboys, you get a much better understanding of how he operates.
There you go.
I totally agree.
And all those pawns that he have just will go crazy everything he says. That's what he's doing. He tell you one thing, don't put a better product out there, but you steadily buying that crap.
Talking with our friend Peter Rosenberg here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most dependable HVAC products in the DMV. Rosenberg coming to us live from Paris, Disneyland Paris. You can watch him this weekend as WWE invades Europe. You know what's funny, Peter, is I expected us, earlier in the week, because usually you come on Thursday. We were able to do Friday. It worked out great for all parties, hopefully. And I thought we would just talk Terry. Terry finally signed. That was the biggest story in the NFL until Jerry traded away Micah. What does that tell you about the difference here that the Commanders organization, it got a little hairy there, but they got the deal done with their guy versus whatever happened in Dallas? You know what I mean? Like, just the difference in how these teams are operating.
I mean, we already knew these are teams headed in very, very different directions. So I didn't need this deal to tell me that. I can tell that's the vibe here, but I think I obviously haven't been there to hear what people are saying, but man, you have to score to just a huge win for Terry McLaurin. Terry bet on himself here that in the end he would land in a place where he was really happy, and I think he got that because, frankly, both parties were kind of in a tough spot, but the Commanders were in one where you absolutely could not lose him. There was no version. They could not have had a Micah Parsons situation happen with Terry McLaurin. Terry McLaurin is not Micah Parsons, but Jaden Daniels is. Mm-hmm. And to take away Terry from Jaden Daniels would have been such a disaster. So I'm happy for Terry, man. It was a W, and I'm also happy for the organization though for not doing the podunk move of everyone loves him, just hand over the money. That's not how it works. That's how fans want it to be. It's not how it works. They fought it the way they should fight it, but in the end they did the right thing. It was competent organizational work, a player who knew his worth, a player with a smart player with a smart agent. They knew what to do. They got it done. I think everyone comes off kind of smelling like roses in the end, honestly.
I think, Peter said this when he spoke, I don't even know what day it is anymore, Tuesday. And he explained that he applauded Terry McLaurin's professionalism. And he thanked him for his professionalism. And I think, this was a contract negotiation, and there are things that go into that get a little dicey, but Washington never negotiated through the media. Terry never did any of the Instagram nonsense or posting pictures with Joe Burrow or whatever. Like, both parties handled their business and moved forward, and I think it says a lot about what they're trying to build here.
Totally.
I know it stood out to you how well both sides kind of handled it.
I love that. I love the fact that both of the sides, they everybody kept speculating. That's what I was getting so upset about. They kept trying to say what somebody was saying, but it was like people speculating. It wasn't actual comments coming from Terry or Adam Peters.
All right, guys, I'm now being summoned to the line here. This is
Go for it, buddy.
time.
Thank you for making time, man.
Appreciate you, brother.
Get a crate.
Hey, it is our last WWE show on Peacock before we move to ESPN this Sunday, so check me out And I'll talk to y'all next week for week 1. Let's get it.
All right, bro.
All right.
Let's
Thank
get
you,
it.
Peter. Enjoy Paris, man.
Later, boys.
That's wild. He's calling us from the line at Mickey's Mansion in Euroland Disney. I wasn't expecting that.
Mickey gonna get another room after Peter leave.
Oh, man. Dude, if you are a father with young children, that first sticker shock of that first Disney trip, that'll get your ass, man.
Oh, yeah.
Like, Peter does quite well, right?
I don't care how you
it'll
do.
still get
Disney,
your ass.
Disney will get you. When you look at the product that they're selling, and then you look at the price, you go, what the hell? And
yeah, man.
Peter probably thinking, she's 7 months. She's not going to know what's going on.
Not going to remember a thing.
But she going to have a ton of stuff. She gonna remember this trip later on when Mama show her all those different things she got.
B, I don't think I've told you this, but we're going to go to Spain, for that Dolphins game. Uh-huh. And then the following week is the bye week, and my little one has complained to me that she doesn't get to go to Spain, but she wants a trip. And there are faint whispers of an Orlando trip in our house. Oh. And I think I might just eat ramen noodles from now till November to be able to afford this trip.
Hey, bro. I mean, you're going to do 800 shows in Spain, so you're going to make a lot of money.
Not as much as you. I know that.
I'll call Neil for you. Neil might be able to alleviate some of your pain.
I might have to call Neil, too. The phones are still lit up, and I want to let people get there. I have asked for Cowboys fans. It appears we have another one on the line. Rob in Haymarket. You there, buddy?
What up, Rob? Rob, what's happening?
Hey, guys. How are you? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
How are you, man?
Doing well. All right, huge Cowboys fan. Initially, I was furious with Jones back in June, July when some of the stuff started leaking out. And then I flipped. I'm in Jerry's corner now for several reasons.
Give me one.
40. Well, sounds like from the press conference yesterday, he offered Micah, $40.5 million back in April. And they negotiated. Parsons went back and forth with his agent over the course of several days. And then when the handshake went down, they said, okay, now you got to deal with, now you got to negotiate with me, which, that's basically double dipping.
And I'm not double dipping, dog. If you have a lawyer to go in and negotiate, if you have a lawyer that negotiates for you, and you get somebody to pull you in when you're supposed to be meeting for something else, start trying to throw numbers at you, you going to just sign that deal? Or you going to get your lawyer to go in there and negotiate for you?
Well, the lawyer, I guess he went back and forth with Micah, Micah as a kind of a go-between, and then and from Jerry's standpoint, I get that.
I get this. You believe everything Jerry says.
Well, do you believe everything Micah and the agent says?
I believe what Micah is saying more than I believe Jerry. Because first of all, in the NFL, what you do, you negotiate with agents. And you don't negotiate necessarily with players unless that player has been doing it the whole time.
There is a contractual.
You deal with him.
Like in the CBA, just so you know this, in the agreement between ownership and the NFL Players Association, if a player has an agent, you have to negotiate with the agent. Like that's
what Jerry's not telling you, though.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean
he said that as well. He said, okay, we got the framework done, handshake deal, send it over to Bagetta, have him go dot the I's, cross the T's, make sure everything's straight, and then he's like, no, we're gonna start all over again. That's here and there. All right, he's got that one issue. He can take either side there. Another one, he's lazy. He's not much of a good leader. He gets distracted. He gets disinterested. There's a couple people on the team that like him, like Diggs, and he has a couple of homies there, but he's not really liked. You take DeMarcus Lawrence. He got sick of his act too.
When did this pop up? I haven't heard nothing about this. When did this pop up?
The Tank Lawrence stuff, he used to complain about the podcast. That's a real thing. My counter to that, the lazy argument, Adam Schefter just tweeted this out. New Packers linebacker Micah Parsons is one of 2 NFL players to have at least 12 sacks in each of his first 4 seasons. The other was Reggie White. Whatever else there is, I'll take it.
All I'm going to say is all this stuff come out now, but on the football field, it didn't seem like he was lazy to me. Seemed like some of the people that's talking about him were lazy.
We got to run here. Thank you for the call. I applaud the Cowboys fans trying to stand up for their organization. Thank you, Rob. What the Cowboys fans should do, cruise over to Oarsman Automotive of Virginia, buy a car, drive to Dallas, because most of you have never been there. But the good folks at Oarsman Automotive of Virginia will sell you the car you need to drive to Dallas. Seriously, they've been serving area car buyers for over 100 years. With that kind of track record, you know they're doing something right. Convenient locations from Chantilly to Alexandria. They've got everything you're looking for. Toyota, Kia, Ford, Chevy, Buick, GMC, Dodge, Jeep, those big old Ram trucks Kirkland just bought. They got it all, man. They've got all the selection, great deals, and great financing. Rates are a wild ride right now. You need the best you can get, and they will find it for you. Plus, they got quality, certified, used vehicles, if that's what you're in the market for. Whatever it is, it's that Oarsman Lifetime Edge that stands out.
Yep, and that's what the Dallas fans should do. If you want to deal with something that you can deal with for a lifetime where they're going to do the things right, you need to go out to Oarsman because they will give you the Oarsman Lifetime Edge. They will guarantee you up to $1,500 in extras, including complimentary car washes with every scheduled maintenance, loaner cars with every major maintenance, and a lifetime engine guarantee. One thing you'll never get from Jerry, a guarantee. And there's more good news. If you have a car to sell, go to Oarsman. They'll pay you up to 125% of the Kelley Blue Book value, regardless of its make, model, or year. It's simple at Oarsman. They like to keep their customers happy, unlike Dallas Cowboy fans. So take it from us, be Mitch and Finley, to beyond satisfied Oarsman customers, and let's ride together.
This sports update is brought to you by Meadows Farms. Fresh plants are arriving daily. Plant a little happiness. Micah Parsons to the Packers has not only the entire NFL in a frenzy, but also Vegas. After the move, Green Bay moved from the 10th best odds to win the Super Bowl to now the 6th best. Dallas, on the other hand, they moved down from 50 to 1 odds to 60 to 1. They're down tied with the Seattle Seahawks. Those represent Dallas's worst preseason Super Bowl odds since 2014. But don't worry about it, Cowboy fans. You have 2 first-round draft picks now. And some non-Micah Parsons news. Philadelphia slugger Kyle Schwarber hit 4 home runs last night to become the 21st major leaguer and the 4th Phillies player to accomplish that feat. Schwarber is the first Philly to do this since Mike Schmidt did it back in 1976, but it is the 3rd 4-homer game this season across Major League Baseball. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Sedana McCann on the Fan.
When I walk on by. All right, folks. It is a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Enjoy it responsibly, but enjoy it, damn it. It's a 3-day weekend, man. Vodka Red Bull Friday is powered by Scotty's Handcrafted Vodka. Scotty's Vodka is DMV made, super smooth, loved throughout the DMV, and now available in select Virginia ABC stores, baby. Gotta like that. Phone lines are lit up. Briefly, B, I understand that Jerry traded away Micah Parsons yesterday. That's the biggest story in sports. The fact that Kyle Schwarber hit 4 home runs last night might be the most astounding thing that happened.
Well, person in the history of the Major Leagues to do that.
I mean, that is wild. All right. I had to at least. Oh, yeah. He was here when they were good and when they spent money. They don't do that anymore, and Nats fans want to yell at me. Our boy Toothpick, I believe, lives in Texas. I met Pick in Dallas, and he's on the line. Pick, how the folks coping down there?
Well, you know what? I'm actually in D.C. right now, JP. I'm in D.C. I'm down at the museum right now, but I haven't been able to talk to any of my Cowboy friends. They're not answering my phone calls, so I had to call and say that. So I'm just letting y'all know that I'm worried. I'm worried about them. I haven't talked to Drew. I haven't talked to Delano. Al, he told me not right now, give him 72 hours, but I'm trying to keep him away from any tall buildings, anything like that. So I'm worried about the Cowboy fans right now. At least we have some calling, but the ones that I know, the real Cowboy fans that I know, they're not answering phones right now. So
that tracks.
From a commander's perspective, though, we don't have to face this demon twice a year, but now the Green Bay Packers, same thing. And the Green Bay Packers have leapfrogged us as far as their odds in winning the division. So that part, we'll deal with that during the season. As long as we beat them in week 2, we handled our business.
Appreciate the call, Pick. Thanks for checking in, bud.
I appreciate you. Hey, JP, you wasn't there for the food I dropped off, so I hope someone got some of it.
What food?
I'm sure. What food? B Mitch sounds like he's eating something.
I didn't get no food neither.
All right, Pick is gone. Who is Doc's buddy? That's a big Cowboy fan. Clay?
Yeah.
We need Doc to let us know how Clay's doing today.
He'll act like it's no big deal. That's how he always does.
I will say this, B. Just looking at stats, Cowboys defensively last year were 31st in points allowed, 28th in yards allowed. Mm-hmm. They really struggled against the run. They were 29th in rush yards given up. I still think it's the dumb move to trade away a generational pass rusher. But they were already bad if you want to play that game.
Okay. They can get worse. They can get a guy that can stop the run, but now they can't get to the quarterback.
Let's let our friend Mama Stu chime in. Hello, Mama. How do you do?
I am great today. It's been a great week. We signed our guy. We got our boy back. He got his bag. And then I just have 3 words. Long live Jerry. Please live for a long time. Keep doing all that you're doing. I love it. Like I'm concerned for the Cowboy fans that I know that's here. I want to do a wellness check today. I don't think I'll get any return responses from them. But I mean, realistically, like, look at this thing. He not only traded this generational player, but you traded him in the conference. What? Like, I would have got him to Miami or anywhere else, but you sent him to Green Bay, who has owned you. I mean, I don't understand. I don't get it, but let me just say this. It's now the Dallas Cowboys got to deal with what we had to suffer through for 25 years. Thank God that Dan was young enough and that the other owners got together and said, we got to get him out of here, that our franchise is now a respectable organization, well run. We got a GM and a coach and all of that. We don't have an owner that's meddling and all of that. I just don't get it. I don't feel bad for them, but I can empathize with them because I know what they're going through. But good Lord, long live Jerry. So where's Jerry? I want Jerry to call it. Where is Jerry? Oh, man. Somebody check on him. Somebody check on him. I love you guys. Have a great weekend.
Hey, Mama, it's funny. Since you asked, how many shows are able to book an NFL owner the day after a massive trade? I know one, the B Mitch and Finley program.
Yeah.
Jera is on the line.
What up, Jera?
How you doing, fellas? First of all, Mama Stu, thank you for that compliment. I will try to live forever, darling. The rest of your BS, you can just stick it right up where the sun doesn't shine. Now, listen, my thing is this. Finley, you got the nerve to talk about draft picks. I will take Will McCray over any of your asses, any day, any time of the week, any month. And who was the one that picked? Who was the one that picked Micah Parsons? You dumbasses. We did. And don't think that we won't find another Micah Parsons.
You won't.
Where was the 12, 11 teams before us that bypassed it? Come on now. All I hear is crickets.
Well, I want to know why. So I'm going to ask you a question. You want to throw all out what you think you did. Why you want to get rid of somebody at the top of their game? What sense that makes?
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why, Brian. Yeah, and that's a great question. First of all, I wanted Micah Parsons more than anybody. And if you don't believe that, then you're crazy as hell. But then I started thinking, he doesn't really want to be here. I don't need the headache. And here's the big one. I got an offensive lineman that's an all-pro that needs to be re-signed. I've got a defensive back named Bland that's got to be re-signed. Somewhere down the line, you got to make concessions. And this one was the biggest concession that I could make, and it was the best condition at the time just to get this damn headache underneath of me. Now, if you don't understand how many superstars we have in Dallas, I can't help you.
I don't think you have many.
Well, Jera, if that's the case,
why did it need to be paid? Go ahead. I'm sorry, Finley.
If that's the case, then why did you and Micah have what you assumed to be a done deal when you shook hands at $40 million a season?
Because I love him that much, and I wanted to keep him as a Cowboy completely. And then when I got disrespected, to hell with that. I mean, I owned the team, Finley. I owned the team. And anybody wants to show off and lay down and make a mockery of America's team doing a preseason game, well, then that's the hell with it. If you don't want the money, then don't take the money.
He didn't do nothing against the Commanders. I don't know what you're talking about, America's team.
Say that again, Brian?
I say he didn't do nothing against the Commanders. I don't know what you're talking about.
But listen, good luck, Micah. I love you to death, but it's going to be awfully cold in December in Green Bay. Hey, y'all have a damn good day.
Micah says it's going to be warm because they're on their way to the playoffs. You aren't.
Well, that's fine, Brian. That's fine. That's fine. I love you. I still love you to death there, buddy. Take care.
Thanks for the call, dude. Jera, talking his way out of this one.
Yeah.
We got another Cowboy fan on the line. I will give them a chance. Reggie is in D.C. What's up, Reg?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's happening?
How are you?
First-time caller, long-time listener.
Appreciate it.
Hey, I just wanted to, I was telling Jeff, man, when I separate my emotions from this thing, I love Micah. Hell of a football player. However, he missed 8 games last year. In the games he played, it didn't help our run defense, which is the biggest problem. Man, I hate to see him go, but at the same time, I'll take those 2 first-round picks and that all-pro defensive tackle, interior player we got, and roll the dice. Man, I love football. So I'm able to separate my emotions from the reality of what's on the ground. And what's on the ground is we need interior run stoppers. Good luck, Micah. How about them Cowboys?
They stink. He missed how many games last year?
4.
He said 8.
He played 13. Maybe he missed 5. I believe he
didn't miss 8. I know that.
No.
Maybe, see,
he either played 12 or 13.
He got the wrong information already. The man that
you got the wrong guys.
Yeah, he got the wrong information.
I'm looking that up real quick. He played 13 games last year, so he missed 4.
So he missed 4 games.
Where
did he get this 8 from?
If you're on hold, stay there. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. Micah Parsons, a Green Bay Packer. Party Rock, baby. Party Rock on a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Shout out to White Bryan. He's back. We're going to hear the full saga of White Bryan versus the Ocean in about an hour. These phones are still lit up, though. I want to let folks weigh in on the seismic trade in the NFL. Micah Parsons leaves the Dallas Cowboys, goes to the Green Bay Packers. Let's go to Ed in Potomac. What's up, Eddie? How you feeling?
Hey, man. Look, I can't stop laughing. I've been laughing ever since this happened yesterday, and I laughed my way into work this morning. Those Dallas fans calling in telling you that they're not butthurt. Those Dallas fans calling in saying that this and that about Micah. See, I'm pretty sure you guys vividly remember when Micah was sacked, Taylor Heineke, when he was sacked, any quarterback that was sitting behind our line or any quarterback in the NFL. Now suddenly that he's gone, he sucks in this position, or he sucks because of this, or he's not good because of that. I tell you what, wait until he's sacking Dak. Wait until he's sacking Dak the way that he did every other quarterback he went up against. Yeah, he might have had the moments where he disappeared or wasn't as good in the playoffs, but guess what? They disappeared as a defense. They disappeared as a team. He didn't disappear by himself. Oh, and if fans think he disappeared as a single person, then you're not a fan of football. You're not a fan of Dallas, okay? And then number two, I don't wish negative stuff on people, but because we got picked on by so many fans, especially our own division rivals, I hope Jerry lives for another 80 years. For real. Thanks for taking my call. All right, man.
Thanks, buddy. Dude, I just looked up his splits against Washington, B.
Mm-hmm.
In 8 career games against Washington, and probably 3 different names he played against, 8 career games, he has 10.5 sacks and 9 TFLs. I'm sure he's bad.
I'm glad he's gone.
I'm sure he's not good.
But listen, bro, it is so clear that these people are trying to make themselves believe this, and they don't believe that crap. I'm being honest with you. You know, and you can say, they can say what they want. I don't believe them for one damn bit of a second.
No. Nope. I think Jerry thought he had a deal and got pissed off when he didn't, and this is the
No, Jerry
result.
tried to manipulate the situation, and the man did not allow it to happen.
Mark is in Landover Hills. What's up, Mark?
Been JP. What's happening, B Mitch?
What's up, Mark?
Happy days are here again, fellas.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, B Mitch, you're 100% right, Brian. You win with defense in all sports. That's how you win, and it's just the way these owners and these super rich people, man, they get cheap, and they think it's all the bells and whistles game. I mean, you know, like our man Jerry, I don't even really care how long he lives. I hope he lives and he's healthy, though, and because my Washington Redskins are just like on the team you played on, Brian, they're going to beat them all. They ain't going to have to worry about who's on what team and what's going to happen. Offensive line is going to be better, and our defensive line is going to be better. And that's the way I'm going to look at it, but it probably wasn't one of the sharpest moves anybody's ever made in the National Football League. That's for sure, guys.
All right, man.
Thank you, Mark.
Appreciate it, brother.
Let's check in with our
guys. Make sure you have a wonderful holiday, too. I mean that, B. Mitch. I mean that, too, JP.
All right,
you work for it, buddy.
You do the same,
Thanks,
bro.
buddy. Why don't we check in with our guy, Paulie, down in the 757.
Paulie, what's
the
up, brother?
Tidewater saying about the trade, Paulie?
L to the W, man. Big bro, how you doing, man?
Good, man.
JP, my cockazoid brother from another mother. Man, hey, listen, you know, it's plenty of Cowboy fans down here, and a couple of my homies, I've talked to them, man. Just like the Cowboy fans that's calling in, you know what it is? There's 7 stages of grief, and they're at the first stage of denial. That's basically what's going on, bro. They in denial, man. Really, you'd rather have a run stopper? Listen, man. Parsons is an impact player. He rushes the passer. He gets turnovers. He stops the runs. Man, listen, man. He's the straw that stirs the drinks for that defense. It's not a coincidence when he got hurt in them 4 games, they was getting mollywopped. You know what I mean? Because they didn't have their guy. I mean, it's almost like if we would have traded Sean Taylor back in the day. Like, what are you doing? This guy's arguably the best defensive player in the league. He's not just a pass rusher. So, you know, let them have their moment. All it is, they in denial. You know, like I said, it's 7 stages of grief, and they're just in their first stage of in denial. So, hey, but listen, man, on behalf of Commanders fans, Giants fans, and the Eagles fans, Jerry, we thank you. And I seen that Netflix series about them. Look, they need to have a bonus episode now. That thing ain't over.
I would like the bonus episode now. I'm with that.
That's probably what Jerry doing. He already got that in works, man. That dude is, hey, I think, look, I know he played football back in the day for Arkansas. They might have to check him for CTE when it's all said and done.
Thank you, Paulie.
Hey, man, I love you guys, man. Hell to the W.
All right, brother. All right. Take care, man.
Sneak one more in here. Jim is in Manassas. What's up, Jim?
What up, Jim?
B Mitch Finley, Aquarium Boys. How y'all doing?
Chilling, brother.
Oh, I'm feeling great, man. Commanders, Eagles, Giants fans, thank Mr. Jerry Jones for his contributions. I was watching the stream last night. A content creators, by the way, seeing all the Cowboys content creators crashing out was hilarious. Hashtag long live Jera. And JP, you mentioned earlier trying to think of a comp to this. Like, the best I could think of is maybe the Camp Bailey Portis trade, where you're trading like a, future Hall of Famer in their prime for like a player that's very good, Pro Bowler even, but not an earth taker. I mean, what do you think about that?
I see where you're going with it. I don't think it's a direct kind of apples to apples, but I see where you're going with it. I appreciate the call, man.
Yeah.
All right, here's the plan. We're gonna pivot a little bit. This is fantasy draft season. Oh. If you play fantasy football, right now is when you're really gearing up for it. The next 4 or 5 days, probably until next Wednesday, are the most fantasy drafts. Oh, yeah. You want to wait until you get close to the season so you know who's hurt, if there's trades, like this kind of crazy stuff. So, I like Labor Day weekend, next Tuesday and Wednesday is peak fantasy draft season. We're going to talk some fantasy football with Ian Hartitz next. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
This sports update is brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Some NFL roster moves. The Chiefs are bringing back tight end Robert Tonyan and running back Clyde Edwards-Helaire. Tonyan was released by the Chiefs on Tuesday, brought back on the practice squad Wednesday, and today he's getting the bump up to the 53-man roster. He played his first 5 NFL seasons with the Packers and last season 17 games with the Bears. Clyde Edwards-Helaire spent parts of his first 4 seasons of his NFL career with the Chiefs before he was released in December, moving on to the Saints. But now Kansas City's 2020 first-round pick is back with the Chiefs. And back in 1989, Cowboys' brand new owner, Jerry Jones, traded Herschel Walker for a package that included 4 players, 3 first-round picks, and 3 second-round picks. It was the spark for the team's dynamic run through the mid-90s. In 2025, all Jerry Jones managed to get in trading away Micah Parsons was 2 first-round picks and Kenny Clark. I guess trading away your best player doesn't get you what it used to. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. It is high noon in the District of Columbia and points up and down the eastern seaboard. Really excited right now to go to the Ruud Guest Hotline. Ruud makes the most reliable HVAC equipment in the DMV. And talk with Ian Harditz, MB Fantasy Life, the Fantasy Life website, a true fantasy football expert. Ian, thank you for making time for us, man. Really appreciate it.
Appreciate you guys having me on, man. I've actually started off my morning by trading for Bill Crosby-Mayer on one of my dynasties.
Let's go.
All right.
So you're buying Bill, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I had someone offer me just, I only had to send a late 3rd-round pick in a future draft. So at that price, man, I am down there for it. But, hey, end of the day, certainly seems like you guys and the entire beat have sent out plenty of smoke to the fire that he could be the next big thing. Sure seems like Brian Robinson would still be in town if the team wasn't thinking the same. So I'm not going to get too carried away. I've been in some drafts where I've seen him go round 5, maybe not quite the price for me. But once you do get into that RB3 range, the Tyron Tracy's of the world, some of these Steelers running backs, I think that's a nice spot for him.
Yeah, for sure. As far as from a fantasy perspective, I think Washington had some real questions during the Terry McLaurin holdout, but now that's settled. How do you feel about the Commanders' offense just from a fantasy perspective, not even wins and losses?
Yeah, I mean, you got to feel fantastic about it for all the concerns that we had about the Cliff Kingsbury system and the lack of, moving the receivers around and all the RPOs. Well, it turns out when you got Jaden Daniels running it, good things are going to happen. So real life fantasy, again, I don't think you need more than a few extra fingers on that second hand to count the number of units that you would rather be involved with. So really just don't have much of a history of high volume dual threat quarterbacks like Daniels busting in fantasy. So even a potential slight decrease in the passing production department, she should still be fine in fantasy land. But even then, guys, I mean, Zach Ertz had 16 targets in the NFC Championship game last year. All due respect to old man Ertz, he was the tight end 10 in his own right. But really adding Deebo Samuel there, if he can be even 90% of that guy we saw in San Fran, could help open up those underneath fields. So really, again, happy they got something done with Terry McLaurin. Obviously would have been a big hole on the outside without him. So as things stand, guys, again, maybe not quite the Bengals in terms of being the league's most fantasy-friendly offense, in my opinion, but they are certainly up there.
Are there any other players other than like a Terry McLaurin or Jaden Daniels that you're on the Commanders that you think you'll look at?
Yeah, again, I think Deebo Samuel right now is one of these guys being priced a little bit closer to his floor than his ceiling, particularly with the run out and the way things have happened. There are a lot of available targets in that offense, given the departures of guys like Diami Brown, Olamide Zaccheaus, and among others. So also, when you do remove Brian Robinson from the equation, it makes me a little bit more optimistic that we could see Deebo get back into more of that running back role that obviously he did such great things with in San Fran. So I know last year wasn't pretty, but this team was hospitalized for 2 2 games around week 6 with a really bad case of pneumonia. Also was playing through some other injuries. So when you do look at the before and after splits, Debo really was usually his old former baller self during the first month and a half or so of the season. So I'd say Debo, again, around that wide receiver 3, high end wide receiver 4 range is very much in play. And in addition to Bill Crosby-Merritt, man, I don't want to sleep on Austin Eckler. They were willing to lean on him for 70% plus snaps in multiple games when Brian Robinson was sidelined. And as much as Eckler, isn't going to be this 20 carry per game guy or anything, he never was in Los Angeles, even when he was breaking fantasy football, putting up legit RB1 overall season. So he's one of these guys priced really alongside the Tyler Algiers, the Trey Bensons, these true handcuffs of the world, where at the end of the day, we could be looking at a weekly workload consisting of something around 12 to 15 combined carries and targets. You can do a lot worse than, again, the double-digit rounds at his best, particularly if you spent the earlier rounds loading up a wide receiver.
Yeah, man. Eckler, they didn't play him at all in preseason, but when we've seen him at camp, he looks – that dude keeps himself in elite shape, and he looks, explosive. Like, his game looks to be all the way there. The head injuries are a concern, but, if you look at his game logs last year, like the first 6-8 weeks of the season, if you have, a deeper league with a flex position, he could help you. Talking with our friend Ian Hartitz from Fantasy Life. You can give Ian a follow at iHartitz, IHARTITZ. A ton of good information on this Twitter profile. I'm going to hit that button right now. Let's zoom out from the Commanders. I feel like, considering the year Saquon had last year, and I know there's questions about the usage, but is there a definitive number 1 pick if you're in a standard league? Maybe it's a half-point PPR, nothing crazy, not 4 receiver starts, just kind of a regular home league. Do you have a consensus number 1 pick, or is it more like a bunch of good guys at the top?
I do think Jamar Chase deserves the benefit of the doubt because really with any wide receiver, we're all kind of trying to evaluate them on some way, shape, or form the same 4 factors. How talented are they? What's their sort of volume ceiling? How good is their quarterback? And then do we have any age or injury concerns? And again, he just passes really each one of those tests with flying colors. So at running back, it's a situation where, Saquon, everything he did last year was amazing. That said, you're coming off a season where, including the playoffs, there were 480 touches. And as great as that year was, we did still see at least somewhat of a suppressed ceiling with, again, Jalen Hurts taking every single touchdown once they get down to the 1-yard line. Bijan Robinson is a guy where the Falcons' offensive line has already lost multiple key guys from last year. And, he's not up in the, age department the same way Saquon is. But that said, 365 touches in his own right. It's a situation where, again, these running backs, it is tough for them to piece together multiple big-time volume seasons like that. And then Jahmyr Gibbs very well may be the best running back in the NFL, but he does have, his friendly thunder, what are they calling them? Knuckles, I guess, is the Sonic Knuckles thing going on in Detroit. David Montgomery obviously going to be plenty involved as well. So, again, at top of the draft, we're talking about top 5 overall players. It's not like you can go too wrong. At the end of the day, fantasy football is supposed to be fun, but Jamar Chase, for me, just really has less questions than anyone.
So shy away from the running backs that basically have a sidekick that they like to put in once they get down inside the 5-yard line, or the quarterback that just always run a quarterback sneak.
Yeah, right. There's a situation where, dude, and it is crazy how much we see it in Philly and then in Buffalo, because I was looking at just fantasy points these quarterbacks get on carries inside the 5-yard line, which basically more times than not are these QB sneaks. These last 2 years, Hurts has over 140, Josh Allen has about 98, and no other quarterback is even within 50 points of that. So It really is a difference in these dual threat guys. And, Jaden was one of these dudes that was a little bit in between the Josh Allen, Jalen Hurtses versus the Lamar Jacksons of the world who really don't get any. But I would just stress that, again, those running backs in Philly and Buffalo going to have a little bit tougher time around the goal line than, say, your Derrick Henrys and perhaps, Bill Crosby-Merritt of the world.
A question for me is, obviously this Micah Parsons trade is the biggest thing in the NFL right now. What, if any, fantasy impact does that make? Maybe the Green Bay defense is a little better, but that's pretty far down the list. Does that impact CeeDee Lamb? Does that make any impact on Dak or George Pickens, folks that people are excited for from a fantasy perspective in Dallas?
Yeah, I think the latter guy you mentioned, George Pickens, is the big-time winner here. And he was someone we were already pretty high on over at Fantasy Life, which, by the way, check out for all your ranking and projection needs ahead of draft weekend. Good luck to everybody there. But, yeah, honestly, I mean, I was already starting to run with the comp that the Cowboys could be this NFC version of the Bengals, okay? We do have Dak Prescott, who, I don't think is as good as Joe Burrow, but the man was playing at a legit MVP level as recently as 2023. And you look at that running back room headlined by Javonte Williams somehow in the year 2025, and it would just make sense that they are going to keep their foot on the gas in the passing game with a group that, again, is now fairly condensed around CeeDee Lamb and then George Pickens. So that defense was already not exactly great. I mean, they finished 31st in scoring last year, even with Micah Parsons involved for most of the season. So at this point in time, if you want to call them the worst group in the league, particularly with Overshown still working his way back and Trayvon Diggs not exactly 100% either, I would not be against that. So, end of the day, I think this Cowboys group could kind of resemble what we saw in the early parts of 2020 before Dak had that horrific broken ankle where, again, every single game's 35-34, 38-35. Probably not going to be great viewing experiences for Cowboys fans, but for all of us red zone viewers and hopefully fantasy managers of the passing game, I think we could be seeing some weekly fireworks.
For sure. Are there any rookies in this class you really like? I thought it was pretty interesting that the Panthers aren't very good, but from a fantasy perspective, Thielen got hot last year and helped me win a title.
He's gone, man.
Yeah, they trade away Thielen. Like, are they that all in on Ted McMillan down there? Like, are rookies around the league that you think really could jump off the page this year?
Yeah, honestly, I'm happy you shouted out Tedero McMillan because based on what I've seen just with the ADPs going on with a lot of people's home sites, and I play on all these, too, ESPN, Yahoo, and Sleeper, there really isn't a bigger difference in where we're seeing someone go on the bigger money buy-in sites, that the higher stakes tournaments, than Tedero McMillan versus home leagues. I mean, this dude is available generally between round 6 through 8. He is an auto smash for me, again, if we can get him at that price point. Really, that is the sweet spot that I would advise everyone to be trying to get your wide receivers in. Rounds 5 through about 9, guys like George Pickens, Calvin Ridley, Travis Hunter, another rookie, T-Mac amongst others. I mean, Roma Dunze, Deebo Samuel even. Like, there ends up being a drop-off around round 10, which is fine. That's when we can go back to quarterback or start getting our handcuff running backs anyway. So I would say Tedero McMillan, Travis Hunter at the top of the wide receiver rankings, deservedly so for the rookies. And then at running back, obviously, Ashton Genty is going to be going round 1, maybe early round 2 in your drafts. O'Marion Hampton not too far behind him, but guys, I am also buying into the hype for Ohio State RB Travion Henderson. Yeah, Ramondre Stevenson is going to be involved. We've seen Josh McDaniels and those Patriots backfields be a little bit annoying over the years in Fantasyland, but just everything Henderson can do as a receiver on an offense that, let's face it, outside of old man Stephon Diggs, doesn't exactly have a clear-cut number 1 target. I just think there's a great chance for Henderson to have this Devon Achane, maybe even Alvin Kamara-esque rookie season where, no, he's not pushing for 250 carries, but, hey, if you're playing the league with full PPR, man, those receptions add up fast. And just over the past 10 years, man, 53% of running backs that catch at least 50 passes have ended up turning in top 12 seasons. So Travion Henderson, if he is there in round 4 for you, I think he's a great click because, man, more drafts that I can, again, exit those first 4 rounds with at least 2 running backs, the better, because then I can really sink my teeth in those wide receiver values.
Tight ends catch as many passes as some of the receivers these days. You go back to, you look at any of the tight ends that you want to pick high or not?
Yeah, so I think there's a clear-cut big 3, Brock Bowers, Trey McBride, and George Kittle. And, hey, if you want to just call them the 3 best tight ends in the league, I don't think you're going to have anyone arguing with you. The problem is everyone knows that, so accordingly you're going to have to use top 3 or a top 4 round pick to get those guys, which, hey, if you look at the wide receivers and the running backs in those tiers, I don't think it's an egregious move at all. But I would just advise people that if you miss out, again, on those big 3, Bowers, McBride, and Kittle, don't be afraid to really wait it out because almost similar to quarterback guys, once we get past that clear-cut top tier, it does start to flatten out a bit to the point where I don't really want to be spending a round 5 or 6 pick on Sam Laporta or T.J. Hawkinson when I can either get a baller rookie like Tyler Warren or Colston Loveland literally 3 or 4 rounds later, or even someone like Mark Andrews or David Njoku, who's just kind of the more boring veteran, if you will, that people might be forgetting about. So Andrews really is an interesting one, too, because we've obviously seen him do such big things in the past in Fantasyland. Right now, Isaiah likely is expecting to miss some time with that foot injury. And just to give Andrews a little bit of credit, as much as last year was a little bit of a step down, scored a career-high 11 touchdowns, and we should give him a little bit of benefit of the doubt after having that August car crash that kept him out of practice for a bit. So I do think, again, waiting on the tight end position and just being willing to take one of Andrews, Tyler Warren, maybe even Tucker Kraft late makes a bit more sense than trying to overpay for them in the middle rounds when there's still some really good wide receivers on the board.
It's funny, two of the rookies you've mentioned, Travion Henderson, we got to watch him in person in those joint practices in that preseason game. He looked really good. And then Tyler Warren is a kid I got to know during the combine process. I like both those rookies to be immediate impact, just kind of to your point, Ian. As I think, maybe I'm wrong on this, you probably have the actual data. I think the next 5 days now through Wednesday are peak home league draft season, and if you can, I'm reading on your Fantasy Life website kind of your position by position strategy. I play in Yahoo League, so I'm looking at that. It's really cool how you divide it up by the different websites. But your thoughts on the quarterback position, how people should attack it?
Yeah, honestly, it's pretty similar to what I was talking about with tight ends. It's kind of like taking a page out of Ricky Bobby's playbook. First or last, if you want to think about it more like a barbell, that's fine too. But if you are going to be using an early round pick on it, let's use it on a complete difference-making dual threat alien, okay? I'm talking about Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, your very own Jaden Daniels, and I also would include Jalen Hurts in that. So we're all in different leagues. Some of them, if you have 5 or 6 point passing touchdowns, I can wrap my mind around Joe Burrow or Patrick Mahomes early. Also, if you have multiple quarterbacks in your super flex league, yes, okay, you should be spending early. But guys, if I get into round 4, round 5, and those big 4, again, dual threat rushing volume leads are gone, I am more than fine waiting until round 10 plus to get a quarterback, because in a lot of these one quarterback leagues, your league mates aren't even going to take a second one in the first place. And you would just be amazed, guys, how many times I'm sitting there in round 13 or 14, and you still see the Caleb Williams, the Drake Mays, the Brock Purdy's of the world, where, yeah, I understand ranking them outside the top 12 relative to Bo Nix and Baker Mayfield and guys like that, but I just don't think the difference in overall rounds, again, going 3, 4, 5 rounds later sometimes, is quite worth the difference in projections there. So, again, if you want to pay early, that's fine, but when I've been trying to help my friends out throughout this draft season, I just know a lot of people get to round 7, you have your running backs and wide receivers already, and you think, okay, I might as well go ahead and fill out that starting lineup right now and draft a quarterback I like. I'm telling you, wait, because once you get in those double-digit rounds, you're not going to see running backs and wide receivers you like anymore. It's better to already have 5 or 6 on the squad by then, and that's when you can sink a teeth into some quarterbacks that, again, still have plenty of upside.
Talking with Ian Hartitz from FantasyLife.com. You can check him out at the website, FantasyLife.com. You can give him a follow at iHartitz on Twitter. So it's a home league, 12 teams. Snake draft, the usual. What do you have to have through the first 4 rounds? Do you just go all wide receiver, running back, or who are the guys you would change that for?
I would prefer, my favorite builds, I have 2, maybe even sometimes 3 running backs inside the first 4 rounds. So I am willing to, again, dip into those early quarterback or tight end waters if I get to a point in mid-late round 3 and I don't love the options available. But let's face it, on a lot of these home league sites, you are seeing the Josh Allens and Lamar Jacksons of the world going closer to round 2. So, again, the big reason for me wanting to have all those running backs, and again, not that you can't take a CeeDee Lamb or a Puka Nacua or Malik Neighbors in rounds 1 or 2, I'm fine with that. But once you do start to kind of get past, I would say, A.J. Brown, Lab McConkey, and T. Higgins, you have this mixture of older wide receivers and the Tyreek Hill, Mike Evans, kind of vein of things. And then also a bunch of Ohio State studs who unfortunately don't have the world's best quarterback situation, with the exception of Scary Terry, of course. So I don't mind waiting on wide receiver just for a little bit, cementing my running back position. And then, guys, once round 5 comes along, I am content taking sometimes 4 or even 5 wide receivers in a row. The George Pickens, Jameson Williams, Calvin Ridley, Tedrow McMillans of the world. Again, it does just become a flatter tier between those low-end wide receiver 2s all the way up into kind of that low-end wide receiver 3 point. So if I can really lead the first 9 rounds with ideally 5 wide receivers, 2 or 3 running backs, maybe an elite quarterback or tight end, I am really happy with those results more times than not.
I love that. B, I know you hate how the league, the owners, have devalued the running back position, but I imagine you're thrilled. Running backs in fantasy football, not devalued, Brian.
Yeah, which fantasy was paying them?
Yo, Ian, this has been great, man. Hopefully we can keep you coming back and giving us guidance as we got to go through the waiver wire and everything else throughout the season.
Hey, anytime, fellas, and good luck to all the listeners out there with the home drafts this weekend. Clear eyes, full hearts, can't lose.
All right,
I love it, man.
Take care, brother.
I love it. Stop telling people about Travion. I want that to be my secret. So if any of my boys are listening in my leagues,
they're too late.
Travion Henderson sucks.
No, they saw him already.
All right. We had to get some fantasy in because, if nothing else, I care about it. We also got to get some golf in because, if nothing else, me and Bryan dramatically care about it. The Ryder Cup is set. How do we make sense of it? Brendan Porath from the Shotgun Start will join us next. Before we go, though, I'm down at the beach. You know what I could use? A swim spa. It'd be awesome if I could be in the beach and then just chill out in the pool. Maybe my crazy kids would chill out in the pool. That's what these swim spas are, man. They're basically your own little pool. You can heat them up, cool them down, get the jet stream going, get a workout, and now is the time to buy. The Labor Day sale is here at Offenbacher's, and you don't want to miss it. You can save big with huge price reductions on outdoor furniture, fire pits, hot tubs, and swim spas. Plus, man, they're giving free financing options. How many places right now can you get free financing? Nowhere. Why stop swimming when the summer ends? Get a swim spa from Offenbacher's. And there's more exciting news. Offenbacher's is now offering saunas. That's right. You can choose an indoor sauna, maybe put in your basement or in a big old closet you don't use. They got outdoor saunas. So if you don't have indoor space, you can have it outside. They also have those infrared ones, which are super dope, get you super hot. You can go check them out in the Annapolis and Herndon showrooms. Make this Labor Day unforgettable. Visit Offenbacher's in Annapolis, Gainesville, Herndon, and Rockville and create the backyard retreat you've always dreamed of.
This sports update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. The point spread on Saturday's Texas-Ohio State showdown has been dropping all week, with one influential sportsbook actually moving the Longhorns from underdogs to favorites. The Buckeyes haven't been home underdogs since 2018 when they played Michigan. They've been favored by less than 3 points at Ohio Stadium only once since 2012. Now, for most sportsbooks, Ohio State is still the favorite for this game, so if that holds, Texas becomes the first team ranked number 1 in the preseason AP Top 25 to be an underdog in their first game of the season. The public and the money seems to be on Texas, but we'll see what happens when game day rolls around for this much-anticipated matchup. This August, only score $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Boop, 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 boop. B Mitch, this might surprise you, but Brendan Porath actually texted me last night to request "Turn Down for What" as his walk-up song.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's a big Little John guy. Brendan, what's up, dude?
That's absolutely not true. That's absolutely not true. Not a terrible tune, but it's fine. Wouldn't be my choice.
Our friend Brendan Porath, head of content for Fried Egg Golf and co-host of the Shotgun Start podcast. You see him all the time on TV. Shotgun Start now on CBS Sports Network. Dude, I know you've had a busy week. Thank you for making time for us. Ryder Cup picks come down. Keegan doesn't take himself. What do you make of all of it?
I mean, it was an agonizing choice. It was the right choice. I feel sort of terrible for him. He's been one of the 12 best American players this year and would be a pick in any other year in which his name was not also the captain. The irony is he was given that captaincy sort of as I don't want to say a make good, but a nice little treat for getting snubbed last time. He got legitimately snubbed in 2023 when they went to Italy. And it was documented on the Netflix show, and sort of like that pain and the snub became more high profile, and there were pictures with it all. And the PGA of America was like, all right, why don't we make you the captain? And it's sort of I think a make good really for that. And he was excluded. He's not a social guy with, and the guys were younger. He didn't fall into the age group of a Thomas and a Spieth and Ricky Fowler. He was just older, more of a loner, and he didn't have the sort of the political network to get on the team, and so they give him a captaincy, and that becomes the primary blocker to him getting it this year. So this treat or this make good ends up like what keeps him out of playing, and it's all he's really wanted to do since 2014 was the last time he was on the team. He just means so much to him. He's one of like the sort of a heartbeat and emotional leader, firecracker really in those 2012, 2014 teams, and then he couldn't pick himself. He gets to the situation where too many guys started playing well towards the end of the year, end of the summer, and there were too many better options. And this notion of playing captain just isn't a tenable one in 2025. Being a captain is this massive time suck, massive organizational pressure that it's really challenging. You need to be a lock, a qualifier lock, a top 5 American to do it. And even then, it's not advisable. The Euros would have been celebrating if he decided to play and captain. And so he made the right choice, no matter how painful it was.
But if he goes out there and they win and they have a great showing, they destroy the Europeans, then wouldn't that give him a little bit of some grace, like he'll feel good about it?
Yeah, I think so, but they can't let the result dictate the process right now. Like, and I think even worse or even riskier than that would be the insane pressure of him playing poorly, and then the captaincy going sideways. Like he's on the course. You got to be setting the afternoon lineups. Remember, they do the double session.
Yeah.
And that's going on. They're setting the lineups while those first 4 matches are being played. And he can't do that if he's playing. So you're automatically like putting a cap on the amount of matches he plays. He can't do two matches in a day, probably. He just can't. And, maybe the 12th, 11th guy on your team isn't going to be tabbed for that anyways, but why automatically put that cap on someone before they even get to the week? It's too much of a job. And I get it. If he plays and plays well, that would be an incredible story, but I don't think you can let that potential outcome dictate the right process now, a month before.
Talking with our friend Brendan Porath here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can listen to Brendan and Andy on the Shotgun Start podcast. So Keegan, I think, does the admirable thing, probably the right thing. I kind of wanted him to do it just because it would have been nuts.
Yeah.
But what do we think of the 12 that they've picked? 6 we knew, the auto qualifiers, and then the 6 captains picks.
Well, you make a good point. Like, PGA of America, for what I understand, was really pushing for him to pick himself. Because at the end of the day, this is like an exhibition. It doesn't mean a ton. You can't, I guess you could say the Olympic basketball is an exhibition, right? They're not playing for money. But of course, that doesn't mean it's not competitive. It is a 3-day exhibition. It is an entertainment product. It is a booming television business. And the better story, more interesting story is if he picks himself. And I think the PGA of America was secretly hoping, if not outwardly pushing him to do it.
Yeah, until things go wrong.
Right.
They wouldn't support him after it goes wrong. I promise you that. When he becomes the butt of every joke.
That's true. And think about, this isn't just any home game. It's New York. It's Long Island. They're pretty vicious, even when it's not an adversarial. It's just 150 guys playing a PGA championship.
Yeah.
Think about a bad Yankees manager or a Knicks coach or Giants coach, and it's going, or Jets, it's going bad. They get all over them. Oh, yeah. And so if he was a captain and started to go bad and he's playing, it's not just any home game that's in Wisconsin or Minnesota or something like that. It could have been ugly. And so I think it would have been more entertaining for him to be the captain, but what we ended up with was Justin Thomas, Colin Morikawa, Ben Griffin,
Bryson,
Patrick Cantlay. Yeah, Bryson made it on points. It was kind of amazing.
So
he made it on points with only because half his live events don't count, so he made it on 8 events only.
Damn,
kind of crazy.
So how does that work? Is there any strife with Bryson, or that's all out the way?
No, it's all good. They've done that really since Live was created. They figured, look, we need the 12 best guys. Figure out a way. Now it's not a PGA Tour event, so they're able to do it. President's Cup is owned and operated by the PGA Tour. Those guys can't play that one. PGA of America, I know it's probably confusing. They're different. It's different from the PGA Tour, so they're allowed to bring in Live guys. European Tours figured out how to get their Live guys. John Rahm is going to play for Europe. So there's no real strife or anything. Koepka played last time. Bryson's a unique guy. I don't know that he gets along with a lot of the Americans on his team, whether they're tour members or Live players. Doesn't really matter. He's just kind of a quirky dude.
Yeah,
but,
very much.
They'll figure out a partnership for him and let him play, and he should have been on the team. No questions asked. But we have, with these picks, Keegan would have been a compelling option because we kind of lost some of the characters on the American side. Spieth isn't in it. Brooks Koepka wasn't good enough. Ricky Fowler wasn't good enough. Phil Mickelson is off the stage. Tiger is off the stage. And that was always going to happen. But this had always been, Bethpage is, the biggest Ryder Cup ever because it's New York. The Ryder Cup is big business now. They had targeted this one for years. It was going to be 24 before the pandemic hit. Now it's 25. But they had been targeting this one. It's going to be the biggest and best ever. It was always supposed to be Phil's captaincy. Now, think about that, the Long Island crowds and Phil just whipping him up. He lit that on fire, not a chance to do it. And so we've lost a little bit of the American characters involved with this team. That said, it's still a 12 best. It's the best outcome given form and the seasons they've had.
Go ahead, B.
Who do you think is favorite? What side?
The Americans are, for sure. They're absolutely
I think
favored.
The Euros are good, dude.
They're great. They're totally locked in. But the Ryder Cup, the dirty little secret of the Ryder Cup, it hasn't really been competitive since 2012, since Medina in Chicago when they knocked us off at home. And the home advantage is substantial. It's setting up the course. It's the crowd. For whatever reason, they haven't really been close Ryder Cups in over a decade now. And so being at home, they're absolutely favored. That said, Rory McIlroy said the hardest thing to do in golf, one of the great achievements he has left or he wants to do in his career is win another away Ryder Cup. And they're set up as well as you possibly could. It's a continuity thing. They have the same captain as last time, same captaincy, assistant captaincy group. They are going to come with probably the exact same roster as 2023, substituting one Højgaard twin for another Højgaard twin. So it's essentially the same 12 guys. And yeah, they're as set up as they could be. They're playing well, more or less. Most of them are playing well. And yeah, they're set up to knock them off for sure.
I remember I don't know how long ago this was, but didn't Boo Weekley have this epic Ryder Cup run when he was I mean, I don't remember how long ago that was, maybe 10 years ago or something, but Boo Weekley was hardly a household name and then had this epic Ryder Cup run that really vaulted him into a different category. Is there somebody you think that could do that this year? I kind of think Ben Griffin might be the crazy ballsy guy that could emerge.
He would probably be the one if there is a candidate. Boo Weekley, I think that was 2008 Valhalla Ryder Cup. They brought those good old Kentucky boys, him and JB Holmes. He was riding his driver like a horse off the tee box of Valhalla, doing all this goofy stuff. And then you had these proper British guys looking at him offended that he was acting out.
He did the Happy Gilmore.
Yes, riding the bull. And, it's like Ian Poulter was all pissed off. But I think Griffin would be the one candidate. It's kind of an incredible story. He had quit golf and was going into being a mortgage officer 4 years ago.
Wow.
Last time a Ryder Cup was at home in the U.S. He had given up on golf, was writing mortgages, and now he's one of the 12 best Americans on the team. I'm not familiar with this, but apparently he's big on TikTok with all the youth. So maybe he is a guy that pops off the page. He creatine overdosed, he said.
B, have you heard that story?
He what?
Yeah, tell B Mitch that story, dude.
So at Baltimore, Caves Valley, 2 weeks ago, he started with a triple or quadruple bogey, 4-putted from 4 feet, then a double, and then a bogey. He was 6 over through his first 3 holes. And he claims he overdosed on creatine, on the first hole. He got a snowball of creatine in his shake. He's been big on creatine. He credits it with him getting much better at golf again this year. And he said he overdosed. No, we've had a bunch of gym guys and trainers that's not possible. You can't do that.
Overdose on it.
No, I think he was just dehydrated and shaky. He definitely was messed up because he shot he made 10 birdies after going 8 over through his first 3. But yes, that made him pretty popular amongst the gym guys and added a little bit to his profile. So he could be the guy that pops for the American.
He keep talking about all that creative. He might get popped. They may think he's doing something else.
I don't know why this is personal. I've never met the guy or anything. I'm really glad Cam Young got in. I know he's a New York guy. Will that the way he hits the ball a mile? I imagine he's just a good setup for Bethpage, right?
He better be straight.
Yeah, he is. He's pretty straight.
Okay.
He's a great course fit. He hammers the ball. He's from New York. He's from Metro. They tried to say some English media guy got confused, thought he was from the Bronx because he went to Fordham Prep. He's he grew up in the nicest country club in America. Definitely not from the Bronx. Yes, not from the Bronx. But he is a New Yorker, has played Bethpage a ton, won a junior, set records there when he was a junior, and is super good course fit. He crushes the ball, which is what you want. Big boppers for Bethpage. The greens aren't that interesting. Putting sort of equalized there. The other thing is the Europe players. There used to be a real distinction between the games, right? The Euros were kind of straight and shorter and played links golf and were more creative and would shape shots, and Americans were just power and they would just hammer the ball. Well, that's it's all sort of consolidated. Everybody's the same. That's how you succeed in golf, is you hammer the ball. Yep. And the Euros are just as long and powerful as the Americans. You talk about Rory McIlroy, Ludwig, Hovland, people like that. It's all a power game. And so that sort of distinction between preferred style of play doesn't really exist anymore. And so they're just as well suited. Most of their players are just as well suited to Bethpage as ours are, but few are better suited than Cameron Young. He should be. The guy's a dial tone. I mean, he's not going to wow you with any of his commentary, and he's probably not going to incite any drama. Yeah, he's not going to incite. Yeah, that's right. He's just deadpan guy all the time, but his game is exciting. So he's not going to be in there mixing it up or anything, but he does hit it a long way, and he should perform. He's been playing really well.
All right. BP, thanks for the time, man. I know you're going to be busy. We'll be listening to Shotgun Start.
All right, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, man.
That's our friend Brendan Porath. Give him a follow at Brendan Porath, Porath. Really, really good golf content from the Fried Egg Shotgun Start crew. Phone lines open at 1 o'clock. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. FanDuel is giving you a reason to lock into college football season early. I watched a lot of it last night. Right now, new customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if your bet wins. That's right, bet $5 on any bet, and if you win, you'll walk away with $300 in bonus bets to use all over the app. You can use those bonus bets on week 1 lines, Heisman futures, over and unders, player props, whatever you've got circled on the college football calendar. FanDuel is easy to use, safe, and when you win, you get paid instantly. No waiting around, no hassle, just the money straight in your account. So if you got a team, a take, or a gut feeling before kickoff, now's the time to back it. Just head to FanDuel.com/Bryan and sign up to get started. That's FanDuel.com/Bryan. FanDuel Sportsbook is official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
B Mitch and Finley. And you know the rules. You can't make fun of our family, but we can make fun of our family.
Yes.
And we don't really know how he landed here. Maybe it was a stork. But somehow White Bryan joined our family at some point. I don't know. 4 months ago? 2 years ago? Yeah. White Bryan, how long you been with us, bud?
Since November, I think. December.
Okay.
Hell, he don't know, so we don't have to know.
Yeah, he's been around. So White Bryan is our guy. He's in charge of the video, except when he isn't, which is frequently. And unfortunately, White Bryan was concussed. White Bryan's been in the
DL,
the blue medical tent for a week. White Bryan, what the hell happened?
Yeah, I went down to Bethany Beach for my home league fantasy draft, like we do every year.
Oh, you were with the boys. Okay, I see now.
And I got down.
Rose doesn't tolerate this stuff, B.
Got down to the beach on Thursday. Apparently, there's a hurricane there on Wednesday. So had some drinks. Decided to go swimming. Bad idea.
Sounds like another guy on this show.
That's a legit bad. I at least know. Shout out to my friend Scott Crass. My boy Yuri got married many years ago. I want to say it was Hurricane Sandy hit the Connecticut coast. Mm-hmm. And we were in Connecticut at the wedding, and I got drunk and wanted to go swimming in the ocean. And my boy Scotty Too Hotty was like, absolutely not. Respect the ocean. Hurricanes are incredibly strong. So I did not go, Brian.
You did swim in the water and almost didn't make it.
Yeah, that was a different drunk incident. But yes, that did occur. All right, so White Bryan, you get drunk. You decide you want to go swimming in a hurricane?
Yeah, I did not respect the ocean. Got stuck in a rip current. Somehow got out of it. The issue was I got close enough to shore that when a wave crashed on me, my head crashed on the ocean floor a couple times. Thought it was fine.
On like the hard sand or the soft sand up at the where it meets the shore?
The hard sand. It was painful. Thought it was fine though. Went back to the house, had a couple of drinks, and then I landed on my nose.
So let me ask you a question.
What
are you allowed to go on these trips anymore?
Yeah, I'm allowed.
I don't know. Did you lie? Did you tell her what really happened?
Yeah.
Okay, you're not going on them trips anymore.
What do you mean you landed on your nose? So you were drunk, swimming, got wrecked on the bottom of the ocean, came back to the house, kept drinking. When and how did you land on your nose?
My legs stopped working at some point, and I ate the floor with my nose.
He fell. He fell face first.
I fell face first onto my nose, and it was good. My nose caught the brunt of it because it may have been a worse concussion had I not broken my nose.
So your nose is broken. How's he look, B? I'm not there to see it.
You can see he had like some little. He looked like he could have been a raccoon a few days ago.
The swelling has gone down. It was really bad.
Did you have the little? Looked like it was like bruised right under here.
Yeah, the top of the nose was completely black, and I had a pretty bad black eye.
Yeah. How are you feeling now?
90%.
Now, are you sensitive to like light and sound in the post-concussion world?
I wore sunglasses every day until today.
Okay.
When I saw him walk in, I thought I saw a ghost. Seriously. I didn't think he was coming back this week.
White Bryan, how is someone supposed to recuperate from a concussion? Just quiet and take it easy?
Yeah.
How helpful is it then that Jeff is probably constantly shoving TikToks and Instagram reels in your face of ladies twerking and conspiracy theories?
Well, I thought about coming in yesterday, and then I thought about that, and I decided to take another day.
All right. There it is. White Bryan's back. You feeling okay?
Yeah, I'll be good.
All right, bud.
Hey, Bryan, just remember I said something about not going on them trips again. When next one that comes up, just let me know that if you get any little backlash.
Yeah, backlash is coming.
Oh, it's coming. I don't think you should go on that trip. Last time you went, you almost died.
White Bryan, I've been married longer than you. I successfully swam across the channel. If anybody's ever been to Harpoon Hannah's in Fenwick Island, I made it across, but I had to cling to a bridge for dear life for about 5 minutes to catch my breath, and I skipped that boys' trip the next year. So I'm just saying, decide what you want to do, man.
Hey, he didn't skip it. He was told he couldn't skip it. He couldn't go.
B, do you remember how cut up all my arms were because I had to cling to the bridge and all the barnacles and stuff?
You're a fool, dog. Is what you are.
I am a fool, but made it through. Never look back. The mystery of White Bryan's injury has been solved. Phone lines are open. We also, Bobby Belt from Dallas is going to join us at 1:30 to give us the perspective, boots on the ground. But up next, he's an NFL legend. You get to ask him anything you want. It's Ask B Mitch Anything, 800-636-1067.
The Cowboys traded Micah Parsons to the Packers for 2 first-round picks and defensive tackle Kenny Clark in one of the most seismic trades in recent NFL history. The Packers, in turn, have already signed Parsons to a 4-year, $188 million deal with $136 million fully guaranteed. That makes him the richest non-quarterback in NFL history and officially no longer a Cowboy. This brings an end to the months-long negotiation between Micah Parsons, Cowboys team owner and general manager Jerry Jones, and not so much Micah Parsons' agent, which was the problem the whole time. If you ask Jerry Jones, this move actually makes the Cowboys better. Now with Kenny Clark, they can officially stop the run, which has been the only issue for Dallas. This isn't a diss to Kenny Clark. He's a great player, but I just don't see how trading away once-in-a-generation guy actually makes you better. But Jerry knows best. And the Patriots are releasing veteran safety Jabril Peppers. Peppers still has $4.32 million guaranteed remaining on his contract for the season. Peppers started 85 games, including 26 with New England, and has totaled over 500 tackles, 7 interceptions, 6 forced fumbles, and 7 fumble recoveries in his NFL career. Now, in January, Peppers was acquitted by a jury in his assault and battery trial. From the Grubb Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B Mitch and Finley 1067 The Fan on a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. We got 1 hour till a 3-day weekend, Brian.
Yeah.
But you got to answer a bunch of questions first. That's right. It's time for Ask B Mitch Anything. MGM National Harbor listener lines are open. 800-636-1067. My man Zeke has been on hold. Zeke, fire away. Ask B something.
Yeah, okay, B, here's my question, man. As being a lifelong Skins fan, why the hell you let JP put all them damn Cowboy fans on the phone?
We wanted to hear them lie. We wanted to hear them lie today.
You know they're going to lie. They don't have IQ. They don't know what they talk about. They talk about, oh, it's a great idea. Oh, we're a better team. Come on, man. They are in self-denial. But we hate everything Cowboy.
That's
so
why we wanted them on there. I wanted to laugh today and hear them with all them dumbass excuses they were trying to make.
Oh, man.
There's no way that
they have
is
a bunch
good.
of them?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. We're a better team. We need a run block. Come on, man. But I hate that you did it, but I loved it because I was laughing. And I'm just trying to find a Cowboy fan that I can kick while they're down, but they're all in hiding. That's it.
Like cockroaches.
Appreciate you, Zeke. I loved when these guys would come up with these, oh, he's lazy. And B would just shout them down.
Man, please. Lazy. Yeah, lazy win. Yeah. On the football field, to be able to do what he does, that's not a lazy dude.
For sure. Let's go to Alex in Leesburg. Alex, what's up? Ask B something.
Hey, B Mitch. Before this is going to be a crazy question, but I got to preface it that Draft T-shirt brought it up first. All right, do you think this mysterious object hiding behind Mars is a comet, asteroid, or UFO? It's 20 miles wide, produces its own light, and it's only one millimeter thick. And every time we try to photograph it, it hides behind the sun, so we can't see it.
You asked me, was it a what? A what or a what?
You think do you think it's a comet, asteroid, or an actual UFO, like these scientists are sort of thinking the more they observe the thing?
I don't know, bro. I have no damn clue. I don't think it's a UFO.
It's called 3-Eye Atlas, and it goes 130,000 miles an hour.
That's fast.
I don't think it's no UFO.
B, did your Bentley go that fast?
Nah, just 202.
You've got me interested now. What are your thoughts on, like, aliens?
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
Let them stay where they're at, and I'll stay where I'm at.
You think they're out there?
Man, I don't think so. No. If they were out there, guess what? I don't think we would not have seen them already. And only you know who sees them? People that are high are crazy. Why is it no sane person has really seen them? There's always somebody that was high or seriously crazy.
Can I interject?
Yes.
As I just stated.
Technically, it is a UFO because nobody knows what it is. It's an unidentified flying object. Technically, it is. And
they haven't not even seen it. They don't know what it is.
Yeah, but it's
just
flying.
Something. It's something hiding. So
it's
if
unidentified.
Flying, why it keeps hiding behind the same little person part of sun? Then, if you're sitting up here telling me it's a flying object, you might want to see it in a different spot.
Hey, I'm just saying that's a little scary. The fact that they keep trying to take a picture and it moves behind a planet.
Yeah,
that's a little crazy.
Yeah, you got Jeff going with it. Jeff, go ahead. I'm gonna let Jeff go on and be worrying about it.
I mean,
I'm not gonna worry about it.
It's scientists saying it. Like we can't.
Bunch of weirdos
just act like it's not there.
Well, a bunch of weirdos.
So the people that this their job to study what's going on in space are weirdos.
Hey, a lot of them are weird. Let's be real. You can't tell. Have you ever met a very, like I told him, Tressway is the only calm part, the only cool part I ever met. Tell me the scientist you met that's real cool. He's a little strange.
Oh no, I got friends that scientists
and they're a little strange. They're a little strange.
They normal.
No, they're not. Yeah, you're not normal.
I know that.
Your friends, they're not normal.
I know, but that's just scary. We can't sit here and fake.
Well, I'm gonna sit here and say I'm not concerned about it because I'm not gonna worry. I'm not gonna lose one bit of sleep over it.
B, what do you think? There have been, like, legitimately, like, the Pentagon admitted that there have been, like, UFOs over the United States. They're not necessarily saying it's aliens, but there have been these, like, crazy videos Navy pilots have taken up in, like, F-16s.
Yeah, you know what it is?
Of these, like, crazy other things.
It's all other. We got spy planes. Other countries got spy planes, and we say it's a UFO. Because you know what? It was UFO flying. That little balloon that was flying over stuff, that was strange at first, till you found out it was coming from a certain country. That's what I believe it is, because let's be real. If we had all this stuff, you think they waiting this long to come and do something to you?
Listen, man, you know what I like is Ask B Mitch Anything, because people can ask you anything they want. I did not expect to talk about aliens today, but here we are.
We're talking about aliens. Let's go with it.
800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Jupe is on the line. Jupe, I hope your voice is back.
That was an alien. There wasn't no way that Slam White Bryan was an alien.
It might have been. White Bryan might be an alien.
Fellas, how y'all feeling?
What's up, man?
Fine Friday.
How you doing?
Hey, I'm good. Listen, before I get to my question, shout out Jeff. Finally caught up with him on Madden and gave him that tie-yow back.
Oh, Jeff didn't come back and say nothing.
Oh, Jeff got one.
I mean, who comes back and celebrate a loss?
Well, but you was like talking about you about to start.
Hey,
you came back when you won that
if
one
I was
game.
If I was scared of the loss, I would have not have put Jupe on the phone because I knew it was coming.
Well,
but I'm good.
Tell us about it, Jeff. I mean, Jupe.
Oh yeah, back to back. I
what
put
was the score? I want to know all that.
Man, I forgot the score. I didn't write it down. First one, it was a couple touchdowns. The second one was a lot closer. Yeah, I beat him by a touchdown, but for sure, he still got that tie-yow though.
Yeah, it's a new game. Juke bought a different game plan. I just at that game I couldn't figure it out. He got me.
Oh, so every time Jeff loses, he has an excuse for when he win. He just won.
I mean. Who brings up a loss out of
like
the blue?
a damn Cowboy fan.
Don't you ever disrespect me.
Before Jupe gets to his question for B, I have a question. How long does a game of Madden take? Like not the minutes, but like you sit down, play a full game of Madden. Is it 30, 40 minutes? How long does it take?
It depends. If it's moving pretty quickly, it could be about 30, 40 minutes. But I timed it once. It could take about an hour for a full game.
So when you played Jeff, what was it, 22 minutes?
Yeah, he had to give up on that first one because it got away from him. It got away from him.
Yeah, it did. It got away. But then that
Jupe,
second game, when I caught on to him, it was different.
All right, there we go.
All right, but yeah. So my question is, I was just curious on the Micah Parsons trade. From our standpoint, if we would have made that trade and the salary he got, could we have handled that while trying to maintain the rest of the players that's coming up on contracts next year?
The trade with Dallas, you talking about?
Yeah.
I don't think
Like I don't think
giving up 2 first-round picks and a player fits into their plans and have to sign that deal with Jaden coming up soon.
From a straight cap space, they probably would have had to make some moves to figure it out because Micah's on the 5th-year option, so all that stuff's guaranteed this year. Like, Micah's got a $24 million cap number this year. Technically, Washington, after the B-Rob, and honestly, the Terry deal gave them some more space. I think Washington, as they currently sit, are about $20 million under the cap, and Parsons this year would have carried $24 million. If that was ever a realistic thing, for starters, Jerry never would have traded him here. I think we got to all just kind of understand that. Right. They would have probably had to make some moves to make that number work, but it's not that hard. Like, I'm looking just at, like, you probably could have converted some of Frankie's money to bonus and then knocked his cap number down. Like, you could have identified a player that you want around and just kind of like move the piles around to make it work. But to Brian's point, I don't think giving up the picks and acquiring him, it just would have, I don't know. I don't think Jerry would have done it, so I doubt they invested too much time or effort into it.
No, I got it. I figured that. I was just curious how if it did happen, could we have made it work with the contract situation and our salary cap?
All right. Well, thanks for the call, Jupe. Good to hear from you. Glad you kicked
problem.
Jeff's ass. Let's go to Terry in Germantown. What's up, Terry?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good, man.
Good. I got a question about NFL terminology. And Brian, you could, with your having played years ago in a different era, but all of a sudden it just seems like any show I listen to or any broadcast, I hear quarterback room, running back room, linebacker room, wide receiver room. When did the rooms come into vogue as far as terminology? It's
been around for a while. It's just like depicting what they all go into a separate room for their meetings, their individual meetings for the most part.
Right.
And they just discuss it like that. That's all.
Yeah, but it just seems like the broadcasters have picked it up lately and have used that.
What the players and coaches have always done it, and you're probably right that it's become more vogue because a lot of people like to use the terminologies to speak on like I'm in. I know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I agree with that.
Well,
there's a cottage industry of people making money trying to sound like they know more about football than you do.
That's why if you hear people talking about all the different, when people start talking about the plays and the defense and what this and that, I always ask one question: what does that mean? And most times I can't get an answer. So,
yeah.
One thing
I remember, I grew up in an era where there used to be a halfback, a fullback, a flanker, and you don't hear those positions anymore. I know that offenses have changed and things like that, but that one, struck out to me just like spin rate and launch angle became a big thing in baseball.
Yeah. Well, I think right now it's just you got a running back, and the guys in the slot could be a running back, but you know what? It's a receiver, a slot receiver.
Landfill, did you want to answer that question?
No, I just thought it was a really good question.
There you go. You know what I do think gave rise to people talking about the individual position group rooms and the position group meetings? I think as Netflix has, Netflix, pardon me, as Hard Knocks has become so ingrained in kind of the NFL fan culture, and over the years you got to see more and more of kind of the week meetings, and then you'd see like the linebackers coach with the linebackers meeting. I think that kind of gained traction.
But just think about it. You got the locker room, the equipment room, the training room, the weight room. So if you got different positions, the running back room, the wide receiver room, quarterback room, it just fits.
Cafeteria?
Yeah, it just fits. The lunch room. You know what I mean? It all fits. But he's right. Like, you used to not hear the media people saying it, but all of a sudden it became, I guess, vogue, like he stated.
B, if we were a football team, the five of us, me, you, Jeff, White, Bryan, Landfill, I assume you're going to be the quarterback. What positions are the rest of us playing?
Oh Lord, Jeff. Oh Lord, I don't. Jeff is going to be. He's going to be.
Special teams.
Yeah, special teams because
he's special
because he does everything and he's special. White Bryan. Oh Lord, he got to be.
I would easily be the running back.
No, you won't.
Who gonna protect B? Who gonna protect you on pass?
Landfill gonna protect me. My offensive lineman. JP, I don't know what the hell you gonna be, Jay. I'm trying to think about it.
Playing some fullback.
Who's the dude that fill up all the water bottles?
He's not gonna be no water boy. No, but I think JP got a little side to him where he could be like the linebacker. He a little.
JP would be the PR guy.
He a little straight.
Yeah, he wouldn't stop talking in the huddle.
No, we a team. We're not dealing with the media right now. We're a team.
Jeff, so, you're one of the few people
I'm gonna put JP at linebacker. Jeff, you out talk everybody in this damn building.
I was born to do radio, baby.
Nah, it's not radio you be doing though. You just be talking sometimes. I don't know what you're talking about.
I hate quietness, awkward silence. I hate it.
You're there to fill it.
That's why I don't invite you to most places because I know you're not gonna stop talking.
If you need something that needs filling, Jeff is your guy. Let's go to Warren. Warren on line 3. What's up, Warren? Ask B Mitch Anything.
Okay.
What's that, Warren?
Hello. Oh man, I almost did a repeat. Hey, hey, B Mitch and JP. My question is about I apologize. My question is about the Micah new deal with the Green Bay Packers. As far as his agent, did this agent is he to be credited with that big contract? Did he work that out with Green Bay? In lieu of not being included in Micah's first contract, did he work that second contract out?
Well, he and the agent and Green Bay had to talk because as soon as they said he was traded, a damn deal was out there. Well, the deal was out there before the trade.
Yeah, man. David Mulligetta is a big deal.
He's a bad
agent.
man now.
And he's an agent that, I mean, he represents probably 40, 50 players across the league, but some of the most high-profile trades, he's been
involved.
Kind of the architect. The Deshaun Watson trade from Houston to Cleveland, Mulligetta was the agent involved. Jalen Ramsey's been traded a number of times. I know David reps Ramsey. So this is a dude. He's a heavy hitter, man. Him and Todd France and Drew Rosenhaus, the guy everybody knows. Like Mulligetta is in the conversation with the absolute biggest agents in the NFL.
I think yes. What the ultimate thing is this. I know Jerry has said what he and Micah agreed upon. Micah also understands that it's a lot of the intricate details of those contracts that you can be screwed if somebody doesn't. And David Mulligetta, he comes along and he makes sure that none of that stuff is going to bite his dude. You know what I'm saying? Because we hear the 120 million, 188 million. But he got some stuff in there that probably the average person wouldn't just understand, like the average player wouldn't understand.
It's a good segue to our AAA poll of the day, the B. Mitch and Finley AAA poll of the day. How bad was the Cowboys' Micah Parsons trade? You have 3 choices: terrible, not that bad, or Micah had to go. Overwhelmingly, the votes are saying terrible. 78% saying terrible. 14% saying not that bad, and about 8%, that must be the Cowboys fans that live in D.C., are saying Micah had to go. The AAA poll of the day is brought to you by AAA. Level up with the new AAA Commanders MVP membership. Get all the benefits of AAA, plus exclusive experiences, discounts, and tickets. If you're already a AAA member, upgrade for free or join today at AAA.com/Commanders. All right, folks, that was Ask B Mitch Anything. Never thought today would be Alien Day, but you never know what's going to happen when you wake up in the morning. When we come back, we got boots on the ground in Dallas. Our guy Bobby Belt covers the Cowboys, going to tell us exactly what the vibe is around the organization after the bombshell Micah Parsons trade. Nobody go anywhere.
The Cowboys traded Micah Parsons to the Packers for 2 first-round picks and defensive tackle Kenny Clark in one of the most seismic trades in recent NFL history. The Packers, in turn, have already signed Parsons to a 4-year, $188 million deal with $136 million fully guaranteed. That makes him the richest non-quarterback in NFL history and officially no longer a Cowboy. This brings an end to the months-long negotiation between Micah Parsons, Cowboys team owner and general manager Jerry Jones, and not so much Micah Parsons' agent, which was the problem the whole time. If you ask Jerry Jones, this move actually makes the Cowboys better. Now with Kenny Clark, they can officially stop the run, which has been the only issue for Dallas. This isn't a diss to Kenny Clark. He's a great player, but I just don't see how trading away once-in-a-generation guy actually makes you better. But you know, Jerry knows best. And the Patriots are releasing veteran safety Jabril Peppers. Peppers still has $4.32 million guaranteed remaining on his contract for the season. Peppers started 85 games, including 26 with New England, and has totaled over 500 tackles, 7 interceptions, 6 forced fumbles, and 7 fumble recoveries in his NFL career. Now, in January, Peppers was acquitted by a jury in his assault and battery trial. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. On a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. B?
Yep. Football Talk on 1067 The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Shout out to our guy, Rusty, reporting the truth. Rusty in Delaware says, Jeff only reports back Madden wins when he's beating up on elementary-aged opponents. All right. Right now, time for us to get on the Rude guest hotline. Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. We're leaving the DMV. We're going deep in the heart of Texas. Our friend Bobby Belt covers the Cowboys for 105.3 The Fan in Dallas. You can hear him in the mornings in Dallas on Shannon RJ. Bobby, thank you for making time. I know you are busy. That football team keeps you very busy, sir.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you're just getting ready to kind of wind down and like have a quiet evening at home, and then a trade happens, and then a press release comes through that's like, hey, drive to 30 minutes to Frisco by 6:30 tonight for a press conference that you definitely don't want to miss. And so it's always fun to keep up with them.
Yeah, man. I know that life well, but maybe not Jerry well. I'm curious what the pulse of Cowboys fans is, but let's start with, I mean, you know that team inside and out. What do you make of the trade?
So, let's take it from two. The actual fallout and culture impact of the trade, or do you mean the return they got?
Let's talk straight football to start. The actual trade.
Okay, I think that if you want to look at this, ultimately didn't get done because of, I think, hurt feelings and trust issues and different things like that stem from this confusion over, was it a negotiation that Jerry and Micah had back in the spring, or was it a meeting about leadership that was misinterpreted or whatever? So that everything that happened here and then ultimately led to Micah Parsons being traded comes from that meeting. And so I think over the last couple of weeks, everybody started to get a sense this was heading for a divorce. The question was just, was it going to be in the spring after the season ended, or was it going to occur right before the season? Were they going to be willing to do that? And I think Dallas kind of looked at their options and said, look, we're probably, our depth is probably strongest at edge rusher to begin with. They've invested higher draft picks in recent years in Sam Williams, Marshawn Nealand, Donovan Ezeraku this year. They signed Dante Fowler back from Washington this past offseason. And they've got some guys who can rush the passer there. So obviously Micah is the best of them, but I think they felt like their depth there is strong. They could weather that right now, and if they were going to do that, they needed to get somebody who was an interior player. So I know some people have said, why didn't you get Edgerrin Cooper from Green Bay, or why didn't you do this or that? I think they wanted to make sure that they were getting an interior defensive lineman along with the draft capital that they got. But this is something where I think it had just reached a boiling point, and everybody felt like a reset was best for all parties involved.
But it just seems strange, though. I understand the reset and it like you reach a boiling point, but you don't let this type of player leave at that age, this early in their career. And it seemed to me, like you said, it all happened from that meeting. Jerry thought he had manipulated Micah. Micah bucked back, and he didn't like that. That's just weird to me.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think you're right, B. Mitch. Like, if it's under those terms, it doesn't make sense. And that's why I think everybody has looked at it and gone, like, what are we missing? There's some aspect of this that we're not missing, that somebody must know, that somebody's got this piece of information in their possession, or it's got to be this or that. Jerry last night, when talking about the negotiation, he had something that's not really been played up very much, but he sort of referenced it in his Stephen A. Smith interview last week. And when he was giving the timeline yesterday, he made mention of that they met, he extended an offer, and then he said that Micah left and called back and talked to Steven and gave a counter offer, and that they then worked through that and came to an agreement. So if Jerry's correct about that, which obviously it's a he said, she said thing, but if Jerry is correct about that, then that means Micah did know that was a negotiation, and it wasn't playing something over. Because if Micah came back with numbers and then countermeasures, then that would be a significant aspect of this. The thing is just Micah's side will dispute that that's what happened. And so there's a whole disagreement there. But if it's from that perspective, you then, I think, can make a little more sense of if Jerry believes that's how it went down, then I think you can sort of start to understand a little bit more Jerry's level of distrust and just not being able to say, I'm not going to go that far with you then. I can't trust you after that, and sort of the public, disputes that they had. But again, Micah would dispute that, I think. I think Micah's agents, David Mulugeta and Andre Odom, I think they both would dispute it. But that sort of miscommunication, it's not unlike what's been covered in this new Netflix series of the miscommunication that Jimmy and Jerry have, where it's like, how can you guys have such massive disagreements on how something went down? It's where it's like, oh yeah, I told Jerry we're not going to play this up in front of the war room cameras. And then Jerry's like, no, I never said that I would ever want to play something up in front of the war room cameras. That's not how it went, or it went this way. There's all these disagreements that it's like, how can you guys be this far split? And that's why this one reminded me more of Jimmy and Jerry in their split than any of the previous contract negotiations.
See, I'm just a simple man. I'm like this. If Jerry had offered the deal he said he offered, and when he told you, if I come back and I say, I need you to talk to my agent and do this thing, I don't see what's the problem at that point.
So the way Jerry positioned it again yesterday was Jerry said that they agreed to the terms. Micah then said, I need to take this back to my agent. And he actually laughed, and he was like, I give him credit for it. It was smooth. But he said that they then recognized that was Dallas's number, and that then they were going to negotiate them up from there. So they were going to come back with a number higher than what Dallas had for him. So that was Jerry's interpretation of how it went down, that it wasn't confusion, that there was an understanding of what it was. They were trying to get Dallas to say what their number was, what they would agree to, and then they were going to ask for more. Huh? And so that was kind of the setup for I honestly don't believe that's how it went down. I don't think Micah went in there. I think Micah, what was more likely is Micah sat there, realized, like a little bit up to my neck in water here. Didn't mean to be. I gotta bow out of this, and I gotta get David involved. Uh-huh. And I think that's where things have gotten murky.
Yeah. Talking with our friend Bobby Belt here from 105.3 The Fan down in Dallas. Give him a follow at Bobby Belt TX. Bobby joining us via the Rude Guest Hotline. Let's get to the other side of this thing then, because not that they're at all similar. I mean, they're different sports, different owners, everything, but I feel like Dallas fans, like folks in Dallas, are probably on edge a little after the Luka trade, and then Micah Parsons gets traded away. What is the fan reaction down there?
It's oddly enough, it's actually probably a good example of why the Mavericks erred so much in blindsiding the fan base with it. Because this whole public spat that's occurred, even though most people, I think, believe Jerry's at fault in the public eye, I think most people, the fans, look at it and say that Jerry's at fault. It did effectively wear some fans down with Micah to where they were saying he's just, he's being petty and he doesn't even show up in playoff games. Well, like, he shouldn't be making a big fuss out of this anyway, to the point where when we took calls this morning on the show, I would say 4 out of every 5 calls said good riddance to Micah. And so it was something that, it's something that there was fatigue had set in, exhaustion had set in with this fan base over it, to where I think they were just like, I want to be done with it. And then they start thinking more and more and going, yeah, you know what, does Micah do this? Do I like that Micah does this? You know what? And so there's still plenty of people who are blaming Jerry. They don't love Jerry in this. It's not like Jerry comes out a hero, but it more comes out they're not happy with anyone. And so I would say the majority of the fan base had reached a point where they were fine trading Micah Parsons.
That's crazy.
I'm on a text thread where I would say 8 of the people live in Dallas. Those 8 people don't agree with Jerry. Believe me that.
Oh no, yeah, no, nobody agrees with Jerry. They just, I think they've worn tired of Micah and Jerry both.
But what they need to realize is this type of thing with Micah has happened with Emmett, but they ended up signing a deal. It happened with Michael. They signed a deal later. It happened with Dak. It happened with CD. Jerry does this to his players all the time. Micah was the first one to stand up to him and try to switch it up, and he didn't like that.
100%. That's what it is. And look, ultimately, I think Jory Epstein from Yahoo Sports had given this description a couple months ago, and I thought it was a really good way of putting it, was that typically the same song and dance is Jerry gets to win the media battle, and in exchange, you win everything in the negotiation, basically. It's not like that's how I think Jerry walks in there thinking of it, but Jerry gets to, ultimately have his tussle in the media and get his attention and everything else. But then in the end, he gives them everything they asked for. Like, it doesn't ever look like there was a single concession from the Cowboys when these deals get done. So when you see that and you see that the player ends up getting everything that they want, then that's kind of how the whole thing went back. You're right, though. Micah did not play it that way. Micah wasn't going to just sit back and then let Jerry have that time. And I don't think it was an ego thing or anything else. I think it just is how Micah approached it and how Micah felt about it. And so because of that, you're right. I think all the other negotiations they've had that ultimately ended with, it's the same old thing. The Cowboys are going to get it done in the end. The reason why this one felt like it's not the same old thing the whole time leading up to the trade happening was because it was the first time in one of these negotiations where we've always speculated, would Dak be offended by that thing Jerry said? Is CD offended by that thing Jerry said? This is the first time where we're asking the question, is Jerry offended by the player right now? And that introduced a new dynamic that nobody was familiar with and nobody knew how Jerry would react to it. And ultimately, you see, it leads to something similar to the Jimmy and Jerry thing. The toast that Jimmy didn't toast Jerry in Florida in 1994 at those owners meetings, and ultimately that kind of being the final straw. You could make the case that Micah lounging on the athletic table on the sideline last Friday was a version of that toast, and how it was just, all right, that's it, we're done.
Bobby, last thing from me, dude. Now, Washington had its drama this training camp, right, with the McLaurin hold out, hold in. That ended Monday. It's all smiles. I kind of believe that it's all smiles. Everybody turns the page. In Dallas, how does this sit in that locker room? When CD had to battle and then finally broke through, and Dak had to battle and finally broke through for his deal. I don't know if Parsons was loved or not or what, but, just where are the players in all this?
I think I wouldn't say there were a ton of people who were just like, get him out. Yeah. Like it's not like torch and pitchforks or anything like that. I also don't think that this is any sort of a culture killer for most players. I think that a lot of people recognize Mike is a hell of a player, and they also recognize Mike is still learning how to be a pro sometimes in the day-to-day stuff with them. And Mike is still learning how to. There's a very viral clip back when Mike was a rookie on Hard Knocks where he's talking to Leighton Vander Esch on the sideline. He's saying, I want to make the play. And Leighton Vander Esch says, yeah, but you got to know which is your play to make. And a lot of people fans looked at that and were like, oh, Leighton Vander Esch doesn't have the spirit to go make every play. But Leighton was right. It's like there's assignments. You guys have assignments. You have jobs. And if you don't do your job or you try to do somebody else's, you hang everybody else out to dry. And I think that was sometimes the case with Micah, that hero ball would take place. And there were some teammates sometimes who I don't think loved it. I don't think teammates always loved the podcast. But I think that for the Cowboys players, nobody's just like demanding he go. Nobody was demanding he stay either. I think a lot of the feedback the team would have gotten from the players and did get from some players, some veterans, I think a lot of the feedback they got was, you guys do whatever you think you need to do.
Right. How do you expect the Cowboys to finish strong this year? I mean,
hell no. No. They're picking 12th probably. I don't know. They're not going to be good this year. I really believe in Brian Schottenheimer and what he's doing here. I would take Brian Schottenheimer 10 times out of 10 over Mike McCarthy. So I'm fine with him. I like what he's trying to build here, but no, they were decimated, their depth last year, and they didn't have enough resources to replenish it this year. So it's a process. It's a building block. That's one of the reasons you go out and get these picks and you free up cap space too, is because it does allow you some flexibility. But it's not a rebuild year, but they're like renovating a wing of a house, and it's not totally livable. And so, I think they're probably a 7-win team, and I don't know that defense is going to be very good this year. Even before Micah was traded, I don't know that it was going to be good.
I mean, it was bad last year with Micah. So,
yeah, exactly.
Bobby, thank you for the time, bro. I know you're very busy today. We appreciate it.
All right, Bobby.
Absolutely. Appreciate you,
brother.
That's our friend Bobby Belt from 105.3 The Fan in Dallas. Appreciate him making time for us. Give Bobby a follow. He's a very good follow at Bobby Belt TX. I follow him. You should too. When we come back, we're going to make some college football bets. It's B Mitch Finley. B Mitch and Finley about to slide into a 3-day weekend, baby. With the weekend. All right, we made college football picks last night. Like a true degenerate gambler, I stayed up late watching Cincinnati, Nebraska, because I had the over, and I had the miracle cover in sight, Brian. I think it was 20-17, Cincinnati driving late. They're in field goal territory. All I needed was them to kick the field goal, go to overtime. Undoubtedly, with the stupidness of college football overtime, that would have hit my over. It would have been a true miracle, and the damn kid threw an interception.
Mm-hmm.
So I went 1-1 on our picks last night. I know Jeff said he went 0-2.
I went over 0-2. No, actually, yeah. I went 1-1. I said 0-2 because of the I thought the parlay, but I went 1-1. B went 1-1. You went 1-1, and Landini went 2-0. So he wins the
Bang! Week. All right, Landfill's off to a hot start. All right, now we're all going to make 3 picks for the college football weekend. We got 3 days of college football, kind of 4 really. Whoever's ready, fire away.
All right, I have picks. I am well known for my college football acumen. These are all winners. Tennessee, minus 13.5. Charlotte, plus 2.5. Ohio State, minus 1.5.
You're taking the points with Charlotte against App?
Yeah, absolutely.
Don't like that. Got to tell you that much, Landfill. I'm guessing White Bryan is prepared.
Man, he can't even think.
All right, well, then whoever's ready, go.
All right, we're going this week. I don't know how to choose no games today, but I'm going to take the App State against Landfill.
I like that, B.
I'm going to take Ohio State. And then I am going to take – nope, don't want to pick them. Yeah, give me Mississippi State. Them Bulldogs. Minus 13.5 against Southern Miss.
All right. I am almost ready. I have 2 of my 3 picks prepared. Jeff, you got any?
Jeff ain't got nothing ready. He ain't ready yet.
I have Ohio State. I'm taking Ohio State money line. I'm taking. He took my Tennessee bet. Oh, I'm taking Baylor. I'm taking Baylor money line just to go against White Bryan and Georgia Tech.
Damn, just some straight up hating on White Bryan as
Yep.
the kid tries to work his way back from a concussion.
Yep.
You bet against Auburn?
Yeah.
Everybody should bet against Auburn.
It's Baylor-Auburn tonight, right?
Bro, you can't talk. We want you to give us some damn picks.
Auburn minus 2, Marshall plus 39.5, and Clemson minus 4.5.
The taking Marshall plus the points against UGA seems awfully personal, White Bryan. I got to say that.
They always come out slow.
Penn State's laying 43.5 to Nevada. All right, I'm ready. Who's ready? I'm ready.
We already picked.
I haven't picked yet.
Then.
All right, tonight, Georgia Tech, the Rambling Wreck, to beat up on Colorado. I got Georgia Tech minus 4. Then on Sunday in the Beamer Bowl, I'm taking the Gamecocks minus 7.5. And then tomorrow afternoon, I'm taking Bama, Roll Tide, 2 touchdowns to beat Florida State.
Don't JP look like Forrest Gump with that little flannel shirt on like that? He looks just like Forrest Gump, don't he?
Me and Jenny were like peas and carrots. Here,
Life is like a box of chocolates.
For the folks on the stream, I'll unbutton my shirt a little bit as we say goodbye.
Boy, please, get on the damn phone.
Let the ladies see the taco meat.
I'm cutting you off. Bye.
Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to Peter Rosenberg for calling in from Paris. Thank you to Ian Hartitz. Really enjoyed speaking with him. Thank you to Brendan Porath. Thank you to Bobby Belt. Thank you to all the callers. Really fun day. Thank you to Jerry Jones for trading away Micah Parsons. Grant and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far. I owe you one more button, baby.
The Nationals open up a series against the Rays after losing their last 5 games. Mitchell Parker's on the mound for Washington, who look to stop their losing streak there. This is the first time these teams are going to match up this season. As always, make sure you tune in right here to 106.7 The Fan to listen to that live. 6:45 p.m. is first pitch. And over in the NFL, the Patriots are releasing veteran safety Jabril Peppers in a surprising shakeup on the back end of their defense. Peppers, who's in his 9th NFL season and 4th in New England, has $4.32 million guaranteed remaining on his contract for this year. Peppers was a favorite of former head coaches Bill Belichick and Gerard Mayo for his hard-hitting physical style of play, especially against the run. But his fit in the new scheme employed by Mike Vrabel, well, that was evolving over the course of training camp. And Ryan Crow, the outside linebackers coach for the Miami Dolphins, was arrested this morning on a domestic battery charge. The Dolphins have placed him on administrative leave, and he remains jailed without bond. Crow was hired by the Dolphins in 2024 after serving as the outside linebackers coach for the Tennessee Titans from 2018 to 2023. And it's not a sports update today if I don't mention that Micah Parsons is now a Green Bay Packer and remind you that Jerry Jones thinks the Cowboys are better off because of that. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Good Friday afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny. It's August 29th, 2025. Thank you for making the show part of your day. We've got a great one planned for you, including Sean Sharif from 105.3 The Fan in Dallas, our sister station, where Cowboys fans are melting down over Jerry Jones's decision to trade Micah Parsons. Mike Clay, Fantasy at 5. We will spin around the NFL with him, and Gary Meyers wrote a book, Brady versus Belichick, but he was also the guy that was supposed to write the Robert Griffin Surviving Washington book. We'll ask him about that when he joins us in 4 hours at 6 o'clock right here on The Fan, taking you up to 6:15 and Nats home baseball at Nats Park. Ladies and gentlemen, Danny Rouillet.
Oh, hey, buddy. Another nice little fall preview. Again, it's a false fall. We got the second summer, or the summer of lies. I'm sure it'll be 1,000,000 degrees in the middle of September, but I don't care. It's gorgeous out. We had a nice little early set of appetizers, some college foosball last night. Boise State did not look ready for primetime. South Florida put a whooping on them dudes. I feel bad, kind of, because Boise State basically gets one shot. You got to be perfect, run the table, and you're still probably going to get screwed by the committee that only wants teams from the big conferences. But man, that was ugly. And we head in tomorrow with an unbelievable set of college foosball games to set the stage for the NFL next week.
Around town, high school football started last night. Week 1, Thursday night football because of a holiday today. So I was at Annandale High School to see Marshall and Annandale, but I know there was a heavyweight match. My guy, Logan Paulson, who's my co-host on Take Command, is now the play caller in the OC for the Stonebridge Bulldogs, who escaped with a victory over Madison, a perennial power. But there was a lot of good high school football last night. Hey, Fall. Looking good.
Hey, girl. How you doing?
Like that dress on you.
You look great.
Let's have a season, ladies and gentlemen. Let's just sit back on our couches, put our shoes up on the table if we're allowed to. The coffee table in front of us. Eat some chips and dip and bring on the Coke Zero.
My feet is up. Let's watch some foosball.
I normally hate any of the social media trends that aren't that funny that try to be cute.
Uh-huh.
But I do like the bit. It's now overplayed, but I like the one where when it originally came out that like a guy gave his wife a 2-week notice letter before football season that he was about to become a terrible husband.
Because that one hit pretty close to home.
A terrible dad. It's actually a really good idea. Like, hey, you might not have thought I was the best dad in the world these last several months, but that was as good as it's going to get. Because Saturdays, I'm unavailable. Sundays, I'm also unavailable, but at least Monday night and Thursday night, I'll also not be able to do anything to help anybody. Tuesdays, I'm yours. You need me on Wednesdays? I got you. The occasional Friday, unless the Maction thing is intriguing. But yeah, we're here. We did it. High school, Friday nights, college, Saturday, pro ball on Sunday. That time of year.
Sorry about it. Sorry about it.
I thought we could start in lieu of Micah Parsons being traded out of the NFC East. Or I guess I'm supposed to call him Michael. That's his name, right?
That's what Jerry Jones said. Again, when you have incompetent ownership or people in charge, you get this. See Kirk Cousins. See Michael Parsons.
I think that's the most disrespectful thing that you can do, is routinely say somebody's name wrong. And I don't mean like misspeaking it if there's a pronunciation thing. That happens, I guess.
Like a McLean accent.
Right.
Yeah.
But if somebody routinely called you Dave, meaningfully, all the time, if somebody thought my name was Graham and just that I worked with for years, that signed my paychecks, if every time I saw CK in his office or Ivy in the kitchen or something, she's like, hey, Greg, at some point I would start taking offense to that. Now, to be clear, they both call me Grant. It's very nice that they do.
Sure, yeah.
I appreciate that. But can you do anything more disrespectful than just not say someone's name properly or not know their name?
There are a couple things, but I see your point. Like it's pretty horrendous at this point. I mean, this is someone you were going to sign to a contract until recently that you were going to give him $40-some million a year to be a linchpin of your organization, to be the third pillar, right? With Dak Prescott, $50 million cap hit this year, $74 next year, by the way. Again, $74 million cap hit next year. CeeDee Lamb is the other leg of the tripod. You're going to give Micah Parsons an outrageous amount of money and years, rightfully so, because he's a superstar. I spoke to Michael.
The best part of the press conference, there were a bunch of highlights. I actually thought about maybe just playing the presser today and stopping and starting and laughing and just kind of trolling.
I mean, it's great.
Having a good old time, and that might have been good radio content. But I thought the most entertaining of a lot of laughable moments was the 9th or whatever time when Jerry Jones called Micah Michael. And his son, Steven, sitting next to him, right into the microphone, not trying to hide it. Or he goes, Micah. He just, telling his dad, like, hey, it's Micah. And then Jerry goes, Micah. He just corrects himself. Do we have that?
Micah tried to figure this out. Did I talk to Michael? Micah. About, I'm sorry.
He finally was just like, come on, man.
Mike, just say Michael. Michael. Oh, man. Michael. Look at I know you can't hear me. Look at my mouth. Michael.
Did I talk to Michael? Micah.
They're an embarrassment, and I'm here for it. But I thought, in honor of Micah Parsons, we would rank our top 5 pain-in-the-butt players in the NFC East now that he's gone.
Micah.
He would have unequivocally made this list. Would he have been 1? Would he have been 2? Up for debate, but he would have been very high on these lists. Now, if you're a real one, and you've been around this show for a long time, you're familiar with this exercise.
Mm-hmm.
This is an exercise that we've done annually, right before the football season, just about every single year.
Yep.
And this was the segment that brought us the Jeremy Maclin charade.
Sure did.
Because, in fairness, I don't know why Jeremy Maclin ever should have made the top 5 unless the NFC East was on some lean years.
Well, here's how it came up. I was trying to go outside the box a little bit, and I went back to the year before and looked at a couple of the game logs, and I go, oh, this is going to be spicy. Completely forgot, of course, he didn't play for Philadelphia anymore. I was on Pro Football Reference looking at last year's roster. It was a major move in the offseason, and I was scrambling, trying to go somebody that, to spark some conversation. That was different. And I made a glaring mistake and was made to look foolish because
Did he bounce?
Shut up, Danny. Not now, buddy. I'm trying to explain what happened.
This was 2015. This has been 10 years.
Yeah, and it will live on forever.
There are people that still name their fantasy football teams in our league. Did he bounce? There are people that still bring this up routinely at events. I mean, it is quite literally one of the most memorable, recognizable, epic, celebrated? Can I call it that?
I don't it's not a celebration.
I think a lot of us are celebrating.
Yeah.
You're certainly not celebrating.
No, it is a joke at my expense, certainly. So in that sense, it's a celebration. It's an oft referenced.
It's a beloved
foible
moment in show history.
Yeah, because it's what you'll listen for here is the certainty. Listen to how confident I was. That's, I think, what does it.
87 catches in his first year in Kansas City, 85 catches his final year in Philly. So at that time, he was a good player. But we were talking about players in the division that were a pain to deal with, which is the subject at hand. So we figured we would go through our top 5s, and then we would open up the phones for you guys next. so that you could tell us who is the number one player in the NFC East that you hate having to play. The guy that if you could just do the Men in Black thing, where you take that little light, that little, what do we call
the
that?
mind eraser
contraption.
Yeah.
You hold it right in front of one of the owners' faces, and you freeze them, and you go, you're going to pull a Jerry Jones and trade, name that player. Who would you tell them to get rid of? So let's go through our top 5 players that we hate dealing with in the NFC East. Danny, you get us started. We'll go 5-1.
Kayvon Thibodeau, not good against anyone else. Is that hyperbolic, Danny? No, it's not. As a football player for the New York Giants, he is 3-1-1 against Washington. He has well over 5 sacks against Washington in 6 games, and he doesn't have more than 2 or 3 against anybody else. He has dominated Washington. He has been effective against Washington. They're waiting for the breakout. All they have to do is play Washington. Like his long brother, former teammate and brother, Daniel Jones, who only played well against Washington and one other team that won like 2 games. He makes his whole career against my local 53.
Number 5 on my list is going to be one of the best receivers in the National Football League, CeeDee Lamb. I think dealing with him might be less a fearful exercise this year because the corner room is improved and the secondary should be better. But in his career against Washington, I've seen him catch 54 balls for 515 yards and 5 touchdowns in 9 games. Doesn't sound like he chews them up necessarily, but some quick math tells you that he averages 60 yards per game, despite having had a couple of donuts in there. He's had some monster games against Washington, and I just think it's an overall talent nomination here. This is someone who, based on the fact that they're going to target him a dozen times, is probably going to go out there when you play the Cowboys and catch 7 or 8 balls for close to 100 yards, and he might score a touchdown. And there have been years where Washington just didn't have anybody who can run with him, didn't have anybody that can play with him. I hope Marshawn Lattimore is up to the challenge. They're paying him as a number 1 corner after acquiring him for draft picks to shut guys like CeeDee Lamb down. Number 5 on my list, players in the division that I don't like dealing with, CeeDee Lamb.
Number 4 for old Randy Douye is Quinyon Mitchell. They got something there pretty special in Philadelphia. So as all the turnover is happening for the Eagles, and that's understandable, you win a Super Bowl, people need to get paid, you got kind of the next crop developing, they got a badass in that guy. You saw how effective he was in that first Philadelphia game last year. It was just him and Terry McLaurin, and McLaurin wasn't open a whole heck of a lot. And, I think it was 1 target until deep into the game, and even then, it just not much effectiveness from 17 against Mitchell. They can do that. He's really, really, really good, and he's going to be a pain in the butt for years.
A.J. Brown, number 4 on my list. He probably should be higher, by the way. In 6 career games against Washington, he has 560 yards and 6 touchdowns. Notably, a 13-catch, 175-yard, 2-touchdown game where he made it very clear Emmanuel Forbes was not it. There's another game in the same season, oh, by the way, when he single-handedly took Washington's lunch in 2023, where he went 8 for 130 and 2 scores. How about that season? 2 games, 17 catches, 300 yards, and 4 touchdowns. Decent days at the office. His worst game as a member of the Philadelphia Eagles against the Commanders has been a 1-catch, 7-yard performance where he didn't finish the ball game. Otherwise, 8 for 97, 5 for 65, 8 for 130, 9 for 175, 5 for 85. He's got touchdowns in 4 of his 6 career games against the Commanders. This is a Washington killer. Probably should be higher on my list, but I'm going back-to-back receivers to start. A.J. Brown, number 4.
Number 3 for old Randy Douye, you've already mentioned him. That's CeeDee Lamb. I think we're underselling it, if anything. His second most yards, second most touchdowns against anybody. This is a first-round top 5 fantasy pick. Play him against Washington. He has done very, very well. Giants, by the way, have it worse off than we do, certainly. But he has been wildly effective. 54 catches, 515 yards, 5 touchdowns. His most touchdowns against Washington, more so than anybody else in his career. He is a problem, and anything that happens with their offense for them goes through him. So if anybody else has an inch of forward progress, it's because Washington had to do something special just to slow CeeDee Lamb down that play. That'll be a theme in my rankings here.
I think number 3 is going to be a little bit of a hipster answer for me as we rank the players in the division that we worry about the most. This guy has statistically not really done anything against Washington in 4 career games now. But Jalen Carter of the Eagles is a gigantic pain in the tuchus. Do you remember the play on 4th down in Philly last year? We were there with Kondori and Murad, club level, enjoying ourselves at the Link. Washington had marched down the field late third quarter. They were giving the Eagles all they could handle on national TV. And they elected, instead of kicking to take a lead, might have even been early fourth quarter, to go for a 4th down. It was right after John Bates somehow didn't pick up a first down when he was like past the stick, and then he ran backwards to make sure that he didn't get the first down. And then it was like 4th and inches. Jalen Carter blew up that play so easily and obviously. It was like he had driven 85 miles an hour in a passenger van through Washington's offensive front to ruin this unbelievable best 4th down team in league history's chances at advancing the football. He has 3 or 4 plays like that in every game. So when you look at the numbers through 4 contests, you're going to see 6 tackles, 8 assists, no sacks, and you're going to go, you can't put him that high. Every time you play the Eagles, I think for 3 hours before that matchup, every Sunday morning, about how do I make sure Jalen Carter doesn't kill me? How do I make sure that he's constantly chipped and doubled and getting ear-holed by somebody next to him? He's number 3 on my list.
Number 2 for me. I will let you know when Washington has covered this person. I've never seen it. In 2 games, most yards against anybody else. 19 catches, 186 yards. Should have been 20 catches for what would have beaten Washington in week number 2 last year. That's Malik Neighbors. I'll let you know when there's an answer for him. I don't think they have it. I don't think, with all due respect to Marshawn Lattimore, hopefully looking healthier, I like Trey Amos an awful lot. That dude is unbelievable, and that dude is a problem.
So I didn't have him on my list, which is shocking probably.
You're a Neighbors guy.
You know how much of a mark I am? But I did not have him crack my top 5 because I went heavy with D linemen high on this list. I think that's somewhat reflective of some of the interior offensive line issues we've had round these parts with the Commanders over the years. I think they're getting there to a point where that's not going to be a problem anymore. Coleman may end up making a Pro Bowl at guard, hopefully. Biotish, very stellar at center. And then Cosme, when he's back healthy, is terrific at right guard. But Danny, number 2 on my list of players I hate dealing with, I think he's the most underrated player in the NFL defensively. Dexter Lawrence of the New York Giants. Dexter Lawrence is a game wrecker. If you go back to their playoff win over the Vikes a couple years ago when Daniel Jones went ham sandwich against Minnesota, Lawrence quite literally blew that game into smithereens for the Vikings. I think they had like 5 incompletions all game from Kirk O'Chains, but they're off the field on 3rd downs with him coming downhill. The 4th down where they threw short of the sticks and everyone killed Cousins, Lawrence blows up the play. He is unblockable in isolation one-on-one. If you go into a game and you go, hey, Pro Bowl guard, take care of Dexter Lawrence, you will lose that game. He's that good. The only guy I think better than him in the entire league at his position might be Chris Jones. Maybe. I'm not even convinced of that. But Dexter Lawrence petrifies me. I stay up in the middle of the night worrying about what he's going to do. He's number 2 on my list of players in the East that I don't like dealing with.
Number 1, you mentioned it, as you said, probably should be higher on your list. Well, he's number 1 on mine. That's A.J. Brown. A.J. Brown has destroyed Washington. Most catches and most yards and most touchdowns against anybody else, with the exception of Houston, who he played a whole lot more when he was with Tennessee still. Again, more time in Tennessee than he was in Washington, only 6 games. But his second most touchdowns against anybody else, second most yards, second most catches, and that includes a game that you already mentioned where he only had 1 catch for 7 yards and then didn't finish it or whatever. Everything that happens to me is because they can't deal with that dude. I think he's incredible. Devontae Smith is very good. Dallas Goedert's good. The guy that I'm sure is number 1 on your list is very good too. But this is the person that they have no answer for. Last year it was, let's try Emmanuel Forbes, let's try Noah I, let's try St. Juice, let's try 7 different people. They couldn't stop him when Kenny Pickett was throwing to him. So you have to cover that so the other guys underneath are open. That includes some of the running games. To me, A.J. Brown, they have not had an answer yet.
So we have the same number 1 then?
No, that was my number 1.
Mine too. Of course I'm kidding. Saquon Barkley is the answer. I was thinking about going Darius Slayton here. I thought about Jahan Dotson, but I think I'm going to lean into Saquon Barkley.
Good bit by you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. He single-handedly destroyed the Commanders 3 times. 4th quarter of game 1, 1st quarter of game 2. Over those 2 quarters of football, he ran for 200 yards. And then the playoff game. First play from scrimmage. Do you remember the entire week All we're talking about leading up to that game.
How do they slow him down? How do they stop him?
Hey, this time they got a plan. They played him twice. Commit everything you have to stopping Saquon Barkley. If you do that and make Jalen Hurts beat you, maybe, just maybe, you've got a chance. His first play of the game was a 60-yard major tutty. His first play of the game was that awesome mascot that I love who's grown on me so much that Danny doesn't get steamed up for.
Correct.
Saquon Barkley. I don't need to say any more than this. He was the best player in the league last year. Now, I'm going to be loud wrong on this if it doesn't happen. I think he's going to play about half the season this year. I don't think that workload is sustainable. This is like Patrick Corbin in 2019. You're going to pay for it for a little while stuff. But if he plays against Washington, I got no answers for him.
Yeah, they rode him to the Super Bowl. To me, the reason he didn't make my list at all was I've seen Washington do well against him. In other words, when they decided in that second game, okay, not you, you're not beating us. I think he had like 30 yards on 15 or 16 carries after the dedicated resources. But Kenny Pickett carved their butts up, and A.J. Brown lit him up, and Devontae Smith lit him up. They only won that game because Devontae Smith dropped the pass, one of the most sure-handed receivers in the league. Barkley's killed them. I mean, you look at his career totals against Washington, it's comical, laughable, even at times.
I'm glad you brought that up, actually, because I'm talking specifically about him last year as an Eagle and basically playing behind the best offensive line in the league. But if you look at his numbers, to Danny's point, with the New York Giants, it's the exact same.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see how many games this is.
11 games.
11 games, 1,000 yards, 12 touchdowns. That's just the rushing, by the way. He's also had monster performances as a receiver as well. He's had receiving games of 73 and 90 on the ledger. But as a rusher, he has run for 1,000 yards and 12 touchdowns, and he's still got 6 games to spare. He might run for 2,000 in 17 games.
Easily his most games, attempts, yards, touchdowns, both in terms of rushing and receiving against anybody else. Washington, number one.
All right, so quick recap. This is the top 5 players I don't like dealing with in the division. 5, CeeDee Lamb. 4, A.J. Brown. 3, Jalen Carter. 2, Dexter Lawrence. 1, Saquon Barkley.
5, Kayvon Thibodeau. 4, Quinyon Mitchell. 3, CeeDee Lamb. 2, Malik Neighbors. And 1, A.J. Brown.
1 Cowboy, 1 Giant, 3 Eagles for me is the breakdown.
I got 2 Giants, 2 Eagles, and 1 Cowboy.
Let's go to the phones next. Who is the number 1 player in the division that you fear and hate playing? This is the Micah Parsons conversation. Now that Micah is no longer on these lists. 800-636-1067. 245 will tell you what wide receiver sounds like he could be coming to the Commanders' offensive huddle. This is Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan, and this update is driven by Oarsman Chantilly Toyota, as they like to South Carolina. That's going to kick off at 3. You can hear it here on The Fan following Nationals and Rays. Speaking of the Nats and the Rays, game 1 of the 3-game set tonight, 6:45 right here on The Fan. Mitchell Parker takes on Adrian Hauser. Oarsman Chantilly Toyota keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new Toyotas, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Chantilly Toyota, let's ride together. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Here's Barkley, a little shovel, looking for an edge, gets it, Saquon Barkley, first down, Barkley, oh! Saquon, touchdown!
With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. Sorry for playing that. We should have said earmuffs before we did. That was the first play of the NFC Championship game with the Eagles offense on the field. And that was Saquon Barkley doing Saquon things against the Washington Commanders. Who is your most feared player in the division? There was a time where Micah Parsons would have been in that conversation. Thanks to Jerry Jones. He no longer is. But I went with a top 5 that included just one Cowboy at number 5, CeeDee Lamb, and then 3 Eagles in my top 4 with A.J. Brown, Jalen Carter, Saquon Barkley. I've got Dexter Lawrence of the New York Giants at number 2. Danny, you had a very different-looking top 5.
Kayvon Thibodeau, who has tormented Washington, only team he's played well against.
He is literally the one guy on either list that is a extremely average player otherwise. But my God, does he light it up against this team.
He's a Dylan G. All-Star. If you know your baseball, if you're an old Randy Dude guy, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Pedestrian dude that plays so well against Washington. Quinyon Mitchell, star cornerback from Philadelphia. I think they got one right there. That guy's a star, in my humble opinion. CeeDee Lamb at number 3, Malik Neighbors at number 2, and A.J. Brown, number 1.
So Toby brought a guy up that I had not even considered putting on my list, and then when he showed me the numbers, they were a hell of a lot better than I thought. Toby, who was our biggest omission in your opinion?
Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts is, I would say, a average passer generally when he faces the rest of the National Football League. But if you look at some of the game logs for him over the last couple of years, 18-28 for 221, 29-38, 319 and 4 touchdowns, 25-37, 319 and 2 touchdowns. In his career, 12 touchdowns to 3 picks, and that's not including any of the rushing numbers for Jalen Hurts.
By far and away his best numbers against any team. You'll never guess who. Washington.
that I would have assumed, but I would not. I now remember the 4 touchdown coming out party. That was in D.C., wasn't it? Because I remember being at that game, I think. There were a lot that looked like that one, probably. But the 2 games where A.J. Brown went absolutely ham sandwich against Emmanuel Forbes, obviously he was the guy throwing the passes there. He has definitely put up gaudy numbers. They're better than I even would have thought. So he makes some sense in a top 5. Garris, do we have any omissions that bothered you before we get to the phones?
No, not really. I mean, A.J. Brown and Saquon are at the top of my list. A.J. Brown's been one of my favorite receivers in the league, and to see him be in our division is an absolute nightmare. And then Saquon is obvious. But yeah, Jalen Hurts was definitely the big omission, I would say.
The A.J. Brown trade to the Eagles is kind of the opposite of Micah, where in his prime, we're like, thank God we don't have to deal with that guy twice a year. A.J. Brown coming from Tennessee.
Oh, no.
You might see him every 4 years or whatever, every 7 years. You might have to deal with him. Maybe he's injured or something. You get a reprieve. Now, twice a season. At a time, by the way, where the corner play had been really, really bad, and hopefully they're fixing that. 800-636-1067 is the number. It's the Jeremy Maclin conversation. Did he bounce? Let's go to Chris in Hyattsville. What's up, buddy?
What's up, guys? And I want to say that free agency has ruined this because it used to be a deep passion of mine, like absolutely hating Lawrence Taylor. and wishing that Herschel Walker would get injured. But with free agency, it's hard to develop that long-term hatred towards these guys.
That's actually a really good point.
It's totally true, Chris.
Also, Chris, I think that the idea that some of these guys inevitably play on your team or whatever, like I've told this story a million times, but the idea that Stephen Bowen, a former Dallas Cowboy, was on Washington's team as their 5 tech end in a 34, and the night before a game, he was like going out to dinner with DeMarcus Ware and Tank Lawrence and some of those dudes. I just remember thinking, what a different era. Like the idea of hating a player on another team kind of is dead.
Also, fantasy football has kind of ruined it too, because you're definitely going to have A.J. Brown on your fantasy squad. But I got to go with A.J. Brown. I mean, he's averaging a touchdown and 93 yards in 6 games against Washington. He's just basically unstoppable. He's a freak. He's a matchup nightmare. And, I know there's going to be a moment where he's going to explode for a touchdown, and there's really nothing that we can do to stop it. We just have to outscore him.
It's inevitable.
Appreciate you.
He is, when they play Washington, he is inevitable. The Eagles scored 55 points in that NFC title game, and obviously Barkley was the bell cow. But in that game, A.J. Brown had 6 catches for 96 yards and a touchdown, and had his way with Lattimore. And that was one of the more deflating elements of the performance, was whatever that meltdown penalty in the end zone was.
Whatever that was.
He chews them up, man, and he has. So hopefully, whether it's Lattimore or Amos or Sanders still in the slot or whatever, they can put forth a much better effort against him this year.
Yeah, he is, again, he does this against everybody to a degree, right? So I never have as much of a problem with it. I mean, it's frustrating when it's happening to you. But I always talk about this. When Randy Johnson shoves it on you, yeah, that's what he does to everybody. When someone's not very good and does it, it's infuriating. This guy does this to all folks. You cannot single cover him because he just, pushes off or knocks down a smaller DB and runs past big ones.
Val's in the district. What's up? How are you? Val, you there?
Yes. Sorry, I was in a tunnel. So my answer is Saquon Barkley, but just to piggyback on the Thibodeau thing, it's Saquon only because Daniel Jones isn't in the division anymore. I haven't looked at the game logs, but it seems like he always played up and out against us, and it was really, really embarrassing.
So
watching this,
we did this last year,
that's where I'll
Val.
leave it.
It's so true. I remember he was on both of our top 5s, and we both thought we were doing like a funny, joking thing last year. But his career numbers against Washington are staggering. It's 14 touchdowns and 3 interceptions in his 9 games against Washington, and he had a 5-touchdown game. His career numbers against every other team are a D. His career numbers against the Commanders are an A. He's on a different level. Career passer rating of over 100. In 9 games, it's 1,800 passing yards. It's a 3,600 yard season, basically, with mid-20s touchdowns. None of those things he's ever done before. But that's what he was on pace to do. Luckily, the Commander Killer is now in Indianapolis with the Colts.
Thank goodness gracious. Let's not see that guy.
Who's going to be the team that he beats up on in the South, like the Titans or something?
The Jaguars would be like, we can't stand Daniel Jones.
Let's go to Dean in Fairfax on the Fan. How are you, Dean?
Hey, Grant, Danny, how you guys doing?
Good, buddy.
Good. Danny, first off, I really like the Quinion Mitchell. I mean, it wasn't very flashy last year, but I mean, he was like quietly great. But I got to say, I'm a big Spirit guy. I think the best player in the NFC East is Jeremy Maclin.
You son of a bitch.
There he is.
You son of a bitch. You heard me.
There he is.
How dare you?
Did he bounce?
Shut up, Danny. Shut up, man.
He went Spirit guy.
I didn't get that.
What does that mean?
I don't know, but he's making fun of me, so I've lost my ability.
No. Don't get me wrong. I'm bearing the lead. I really like the bit. But when he said I'm a big Spirit guy, I thought, are we about to talk about women's soccer?
Like he suckered me in with something. Like, what does that mean?
Is he about to go like all Trent Rodman on me?
He had me listening closely, and then he swerved like that.
By the way, the Spirit atmospheres over at Audi Field are a little bit silly. I saw a video of one of their recent games over there. The joint was rocking. Like there were, I don't know, maybe 14, 15,000, maybe a little less than that. I'm not sure. Wasn't like a packed early Defenders game from year one, but it was certainly, I would say, rivaled or maybe even exceeded anything the Defenders got out there this year. Probably more, but it was definitely families and stuff. But I just saw like videos and people in the crowd. It was pretty lit, as the kids say.
They do say that.
It's
Audi
lit.
Field, man. It's lit. Audi Field. That's my selling point. Like, it is hard to go there, especially on like a nice evening, and not have a pretty awesome time.
But I think the quality of the soccer in that league is very good, and they're a really good team from what I gather. And they've got stars. There's like U.S. women's national team players that play for them. Trent Rodman's a superstar. But if you're into that and you go there, I think you have a blast.
I think you have a good time.
It's kind of how I feel about the Defenders, right? Like, I'm one of the few of the proud. I'll go over there and I have a good old time. But this is that, and it's just a bigger crowd. But yeah, he said, I'm
a spirit guy.
Is he talking about spirits like because they're gone, someone that's left?
I don't know.
But his spirit is still here?
I didn't get it. I was like, because he had what that does is it makes you go, oh, okay. And then now I'm listening closely to figure out the next thing, and then he suckered me in to jab my biscuits. That's what he did.
If it was that next level, then it's really, really brilliant.
Very intuitive, yeah.
Let's go to Sean in Winchester. Get the last word on this. We're ranking the players we hate dealing with in the division with Micah gone.
What's going on, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, buddy.
I still have nightmares about Brian Dawkins, but the Eagles' starting offensive line, past 2 seasons, I would say, they always seem to get their way. They never get penalties. they constantly, maybe it's skill or not, but if you watch them play anybody else, they look messy. But against us, they look like a juggernaut, and you can't get around them. I don't understand it.
Well, they look like a juggernaut because it's the best offensive line in the league.
A, they're great, and B, they've had some fun times against Washington.
You ever seen Jordan Mailata? He's just the Statue of Liberty, but with feet. With mobility and athleticism. He's giant. Former 7th-round pick. Figure that out. Howie Roseman's the man. Landon Dickerson at left guard. Former 2nd-round pick, who's become a very good player. While Jason Kelsey was playing his final days as a Hall of Fame center, they go get Cam Jurgens, who's taken over. The one question this year is that Tyler Steen, who was a backup, is now becoming their right guard with an injury. And Lane Johnson's one of the best right tackles of his era, probably going to make the Hall of Fame eventually. He could make this list as the representative of the Eagles line.
Yeah.
Because he false starts on every single play. He's a mauler. As the guy just said, it's infuriating that he's such a good player. He'd be worthy.
Absolutely. Do you realize Lane Johnson's been in the league for 12 or 13 years?
Isn't he the same draft class as Trent Williams?
A 2013 first-round pick. Isn't that insane to you?
I think that is the same draft class.
I would have said like 2018 for him, just if you asked me on top of my head. 2013?
Okay, so Trent was 2010, so he's older. But you know what I'm thinking? He went to Oklahoma and was the left tackle right after Trent.
There you go.
That's where they're linked in my head. Yeah, he's been around forever. His play hasn't fallen off,
Just
though.
mushing us.
Next on Grant and Danny, I got 2 things for you. One, a wide receiver that's going to work out for Washington. I'm excited about possibly signing here. It could be the missing veteran. We'll get to that. Plus, I'm going to have Danny look at something on air he hasn't seen to get his live reaction, and he's going to be really upset about it. This is The Fan. In 12 minutes at 3 o'clock, Sean Sharif, who many years ago worked here at The Fan. He's a local guy, but he's been doing radio in Dallas on 105.3 The Fan for over a decade. And he's actually on the show in the morning that talks with Jerry Jones every single week throughout the football season. He'll be with us. We'll discuss the Micah Parsons trade to the Green Bay Packers. But as we welcome you back on Grant and Danny, wanted to mention that Kendrick Bourne, who was in San Francisco with the 49ers, and then in New England with the Patriots before falling off last year, catching just 28 balls in 12 games, is working out with the Commanders. The 30-year-old has had some good NFL seasons. We've seen him go for yardage totals of 800, 667, and then another 400-yard seasons among his 8 years in the league. Adam Peters has familiarity with him from their time together in San Fran. I actually interviewed him in the locker room after a Niners-Commanders game one time for something I was working on. And he could not have been a cooler dude and a bigger, better, personable, more fun personality. So selfishly, from that standpoint, I also kind of like the idea of bringing him in. But 30 years old, this would be the veteran that we've been talking about.
Yeah.
KJ Osborne couldn't separate. Michael Gallup couldn't pull away from the pack. Chris Moore wasn't able to prove himself better than everybody else. And a couple of those guys ended up on the P squad. Gallup's no longer in the building. But Kendrick Bourne might be exactly what we've been seeking for Washington as an extra wide receiver for them to have some veteran depth and someone that, if you needed someone to be active on game day and run a few routes for you, might be more willing and ready to help in the moment than like a Luke McCaffrey.
Precisely. And that's the security blanket. Now, if it all goes according to plan, he has not that big of a role here. But this is pro sports. This is pro football. Your best laid plans are adorable. They're precious. Thanks so much for those. We'll see what happens after the first snap of week one, where, okay, that was what we were supposed to have happen, and now it's time for plan B or C or D or whatever. So I like the veteran dependability. He's been kind of mired in New England with some pretty bad offenses over the last several seasons and sort of been marginalized. You could sort of picture a mid-30s reception, 400-yard, couple of touchdown type season. That's sort of what he's averaged over the last 3 years since an 800-yard season is kind of a bona fide number 2 in New England all the way back in 2021. But again, you're not asking him to come in and be your number 2. You're not asking him to come in and catch 50, 60, 70 balls. If you do, it's a disaster, and the plane is crashing into the mountain, the team is kaput. But to me, this is the right kind of signing. If they didn't want to go bigger game hunting, and that really wasn't available or on the plate for them this offseason in terms of the wide receiver free agent group with some of the contracts that got signed. They weren't interested in the Brandon Cookses of the world, or then you go down to guys like Marquez Valdez-Scantling or Tyler Lockett, whose best days are behind him. They didn't want to do that. This is kind of the readily available, not too expensive, some production, good guy, like a lot of bubbles are checked there on the Scantron.
Right.
This sort of fits the bill for what it seems like they were looking for.
Very different than Jalen Lane, and we'll see if the lights are too bright when the season starts for Lane. I don't think they will be. He had a great training camp. He had a really good preseason, and he just seems comfortable. He seems capable and competent in the environment. But it is possible that if it's not working right away, that if you had a guy like Kendrick Bourne, he might actually move 2 spots up in the depth chart ahead of your rookie mid-rounder and McCaffrey, the 3rd rounder last year. By the way, Jalen Lane, I know, did an interview with Toby that he's going to air on Monday when he's filling in for the Junkies in the morning. Jalen Lane's awesome, and you'll want to hear that because just a good dude, good kid everybody's rooting for, and he is a Hokie. He a Hokie. They play South Carolina this weekend. I believe that's a Sunday game.
Little Beamer reunion action, right?
That's not going to go well for Virginia Tech, I don't think.
It's not as big a line as I thought.
Do they wiggle the keys when they play a top 15 team? Is that how it works? What's the line? I think it's like 16, 17?
It's like 7.5 or 8.5, depends on where you look.
Oh, so they might hang in this game.
I think it could be a closer game than people are expecting. I think it could be something where the Hokies stick around, but they have really struggled in one-score games under Brent Pry, so if they're going to stick around, it's not been exactly their bread and butter. So they've got to find a way to be able to overcome some of those late game struggles and sometimes clock mismanagement.
I'm not even trying to be a jerk. Haven't they struggled in all games?
I was going to say, damn it,
under Brent
sitting
Pry?
there waiting to do the bit.
Is it just 1-score games where it's been an issue?
They've struggled in football games.
I mean, they've been in a lot of games. They got hosed last year in a 1-score game where they should have beat Miami. The referees...
They did get screwed in that game.
That was a catch. That was pretty clearly a catch, but regardless... Yeah, I think they could stick around in this one. I think it could go one of 2 ways. The Hokies stick around, and South Carolina probably still wins, or South Carolina blows them out.
You will hear from Hokie Altizer on the broadcast with Bill Roth and company. He'll be in the scoreboard booth for them tomorrow. Before we get to Sean Streif really quickly, I'm going to spin something around, Danny. We can talk more about this later in the show, but I want your live reaction. These are the uniforms that Central Michigan, the Chippewas, which is a Native American mascot for the Central Michigan football team. These are their new uniforms that they've decided to go with.
Okay.
I'm going to show these to you. I want your natural live reaction on air. I've tweeted these images at Grant H. Paulson. You can go look at these if you'd
I've
like.
purposely not seen it yet.
So, Danny Rouillet, I want your reaction. This is the Central Michigan Chippewas.
Those are the Redskins jerseys. That's Redskins jerseys. Those are Redskins jerseys. That's a Redskins jersey. With the stripe on the damn helmet. Everything from the trim to the... No!
The C, which could be Commander C, the cool C with the burgundy and gold helmet. And then I've got one more. This is the one that ricked me the most. Not that one. This one.
No. That's Ron Middleton in the early 90s.
All it is this team with a Native American mascot.
They could do this?
Just got now there's no Native American headdress, right? There's no emblem, logo, whatever. They have a different kind of C, which is cooler than the block W. But I digress. They literally just went into closets in Ashburn and found old jerseys and said, here's our new rebrand. And they did the Jason Wright thing where they have this backstory on what the burgundy means and what the gold means and why they went this route and what the history is and all these different things. What they should have just done is put out a press release saying, dude, the Redskins jerseys were awesome. We really liked them. And now, since they don't use them, we figured somebody should.
I'm not even talking about the Native American element of it, where it's like, they get to do that? I don't even mean that. I mean, I was told that burgundy wasn't available.
Well, you see the when you do the web coloring with your RGB and then the what goes up?
No, that was the color all along. If the stupid college that's going to win 4 games can do it, and you told me for years it's the lying. It was the lying
These
that
are
I can't
Adidas,
handle.
Though. These are Adidas.
I don't give a buttered what they are.
Right, but my point is maybe with the whatever they're using now, Fanatics or something, maybe the color gradient is not the same. I don't know. I don't know what I don't know.
I'm not yelling at you. I promise I'm not yelling at you. But I'm looking at you and yelling, so it feels like I'm yelling at you. I'm yelling at the lying. The fact that was there and existed, and this little podunk school can do it, the 6th best school in Michigan can do it, rot in a terrible place.
I think you're sleeping on the Chippewas part.
Fine. But I'm not trying to kick a hornet's nest with the argument. I care about the burgundy of lies. That's what I care about. That wasn't available to me. It's all I want. You told me that's what was going to happen, and that didn't happen. And now I got to.
It's a special occasion. They'll wear it twice this year
with the all-black uniforms because they're Arizona State alternates. Poop. Fart noise. Crap.
Go look at this. Central Michigan, New Jersey's at Grant H. Paulson if you want to see. I threw them all together, but they're out there online wherever you want to find them. Or you could just close your eyes and picture the Redskins that you grew up with.
Remember when they were good? They looked like that.
And I'll just tell you, I'll save you some time. Those are the jerseys. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Sean Streif from Dallas. Are the Cowboys worse off this season without Micah Parsons? And why are they trying to sell this as if this is actually the best thing for the organization in 2025? That's next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is driven by Oarsman Fairfax Toyota. As they like to say, let's ride together. In the NFL, the big news yesterday, Micah Parsons traded away from the Dallas Cowboys to the Green Bay Packers. He's going to be introduced as a Green Bay Packer a little bit later today in Green Bay. The Patriots released safety Jabril Peppers. Kendrick Bourne is going to be visiting with the 49ers on Monday, and then the Commanders on Tuesday. He was released from the Patriots just a little bit earlier this offseason. College football tomorrow, some top 10 matchups. Number 1, Texas taking on number 3, Ohio State at the Shoe. That'll kick off at noon. And then the pair of Death Valleys, number 9, LSU going to Clemson at their Death Valley. Number 4, Clemson hosting them. That'll kick off tomorrow at 7:30. Locally, Maryland going to take on FAU at noon tomorrow. You can hear that game over on the Team 980 coverage beginning at 11 a.m. Virginia Tech going on the road to Atlanta for a neutral site game against number 13, South Carolina. That's going to come up on Sunday. You can hear that game here on the Fan following Game 3 of the Nationals and the Rays. Game 1 of that series tonight, 6:45 first pitch over at Nationals Park. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Mitchell Parker takes the hill for the Nationals. Adrian Hauser gets the ball for the Rays. Oarsman Fairfax Toyota keeps their customers happy by offering great deals in the area's best selection of new Toyotas, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Fairfax Toyota, let's ride together. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Grant and Danny with you on the Fan, brought to you by the law firm Kondori and Murad, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. They do it all. Their attorneys are there to protect you and your family. Go schedule a free consultation with our guys today. KMLawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That's KMLawyers.com. They're sending us on the road. We're hanging with them in 2 road cities for games this season. We're going to make the announcement to what games we're traveling to, as well as our full Football Friday and our field trip series announcement coming up early next week, ahead of week 1. So make sure you're listening to the show on Tuesday for that. But right now, let's get to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And let's welcome onto the program our guy, Sean Sharif, who, as I mentioned, is local ties and many, many years ago was one of our colleagues here at the Fan. He's been on in Dallas on 105.3 in the mornings for years. Sean, it's good to talk to you again, brother. How are you?
What's up, guys? Thanks for having me.
What a wild day yesterday was. So this broke while we were live on the air in the afternoons here on the Fan, but you had to sit around and wait until this morning to chop some wood. What was the show like today?
You know, it was less angry than I thought it was going to be. Everyone, of course, is doing the easy topic of comparing this to Luka. And even though it's the Cowboys and they're, 20 times bigger than the Mavericks, they had time to prepare for this, right, because of all this drama. And then whenever someone leaves town or asks out, as soon as they end up leaving, then everyone turns and they're like, screw you anyway, we're going to boo you when you come back. So it wasn't as much vitriol and anger. When he made his trade request, I did a poll that day, 85% supported Micah Parsons. And then as this drug on and more drama, people started turning on him a little bit, saying, I'm just sick and tired of this. We're not winning with him anyway, so why not see what you can get by dealing him? So still a lot of split, mixed reaction, but not as much anger and yelling and screaming from our listeners.
Sean, we had our own ordeal here with Terry McLaurin, and at the end of it, kind of no matter what, it was always like, yeah, they're not trading him. Right? Like, it's going to end with him playing here. Did you feel that way about Michael or Micah? I have to get my pronunciation right. Did you feel that way about Micah, and when did it turn from that to, oh my God, they might trade him?
Good question. Yes, I think we all felt it was going to get done. Jerry Jones doesn't. There's a saying around here: if Jerry Jones, wants to keep that player, he's going to keep him. Amari Cooper, we thought was going to go to you guys when he hit free agency, right? You don't let someone hit free agency. He still ended up back here. Dak Prescott, you're running out of franchise tags. You're going to play around with your franchise quarterback. They end up keeping Dak Prescott. So we just thought that it was going to be exactly the same thing. It really, honestly, guys, feels like the turning point was back in March or April, when Jerry made this offer, And Jerry talked about this last night. It wasn't widely reported, but a couple of us knew behind the scenes that not only did Micah, this is according to Jerry, Micah engaged Jerry, and then through Jerry's eyes, Micah lied about that in the trade request, right? Like Micah put that out there and basically acted like he was lured into Jerry's lair, and then it got locked behind him under the premise of talking about leadership and taking over for Tank Lawrence. And then Jerry Jones tricked him into negotiations. Micah wrote that down. He put that out there for the world to see. Well, during that negotiation, according to Jerry, not only did Micah go in there, one of three people who have a cell phone number, Jerry gave it to him, you know, they're boys, father-son relationship supposedly. After the negotiation, Micah left, came back with a counter and was like, I need this, I need this, I need this. Stephen Jones then dealt with it. So Jerry not only talked with Micah once, Micah left, we think conferred with his agent, came back, asked for more. Jerry gave in, moved off his marks, as he said, and then it still wasn't good enough. And I think that's when it was broken. What one lesson that we're learning all over again in The Gambler, if you guys have watched this on Netflix, Jerry's real big on loyalty and this whole handshake stuff and eye to eye and man to man. And, you know, he had to meditate over Jimmy Johnson because of loyalty. And he still is probably not going to totally be over that going into the grave. And I think he viewed Micah Parsons as an unloyal person who reneged on a negotiation after they sat down twice, had an agreement, and Jerry said, I'm not moving off of it. I think that was really the beginning of the end.
The reaction to this trade, Sean, has been just in a vacuum, right? Did Micah want too much? What does Kenny Clark have left? What's the value of the two first? For me, though, the lead needs to be, or from afar, outside of Dallas, the lead is it's a disqualifying batch of business again from Jerry Jones. I watched the Brian Schottenheimer intro presser, every minute of it, and my takeaway was this is an unserious person who can't run this thing anymore. And it just feels to me like this is like the 80-year-old head coach in college who gets to be there as long as he wants while the program falls apart all around him.
Right.
Is this not indicative of you can't screw this up this bad 50 different ways, and this is just how he handles things?
Well, you know, I think, you know, Danny, I think, is the one who said it earlier. The Micah thing, yeah, it's funny, but it's also not funny when you're thinking about an 82-year-old running your football team and the decisions that are being made when he can't consistently get the best player's name correct. Now, before I destroy Jerry, let me give you the side of those. Now, let me ask you guys as Commander fans and your audience. Everyone laughing at the Cowboys yesterday and today and, like, definitely thinking they got fleeced and Dallas is worse off in the East, right? Is that the reaction?
Yeah, pretty much. Okay.
Here's the Cowboys' point of view. Behind the scenes, and we had heard this in Oxnard, they have major questions about, we all know he's an all-world athlete. He's going to track down the quarterback double-digit sacks. He doesn't play the run. Everyone knows you can run at him. Dallas will probably do that when Green Bay comes here week 4. And behind the scenes, what they wouldn't say publicly is that they are worried about Micah Parsons coming up short in big moments in playoff games. I think he's got 1 sack in 4 playoff games. I'm not justifying it. I'm just giving you their side of things.
Mm-hmm.
And then he also wears down at the end of the season because he's not the biggest guy. You see Micah Parsons, you're like, how is he throwing around 300-pounders? It doesn't make any sense. Jerry will tell you, now, I would also say this. I would not have wanted to pay Micah Parsons $47 million. That's me. The Cowboys can't afford to do that because they screwed up the Dak deal. They gave him $60, which we all say, oh, the next quarterback's going to leapfrog it. Well, guess what? Dak is still, years later, the number 1 paid quarterback by $5 million. That's how terrible that deal looks. Then they gave Lamb $30. They've basically publicly admitted they regretted the Diggs deal by giving him $20. I'm not paying Micah Parsons $47 million when they have leadership questions. This whole thing laying on the table, a lot of us were like, okay, whatever. It's not that was not good for them. They did not find that humorous. They looked at that as an indictment of his leadership. So if we were talking 41, maybe 42 to get ahead of TJ, okay, fine. We all know David Mulugeta, right? He doesn't beat the market by 1. He beats the damn thing by 4, 5, 6. Look at the Stingley offer. So I can defend Jerry Jones not giving Micah Parsons $47 million. I can't defend Jerry Jones not getting this done last year when every other team in the National Football League would have done that.
Sean Sharif, 105.3 The Fan in Dallas. That's where I was going to go. Now, I can defend some of this. Like $47 million is crazy. You can make the case that you're better off not paying one player that, and team building another way works. Yeah. But it's terrible value.
They don't have depth here.
No.
You know, their cornerback situation is scary. Their D-tackle situation, I mean, they listed that as the prerequisite, guys, last night. The teams that we were going to deal with had to have 2 first-round picks and a defensive tackle who could play today. That's how Mozzie Smith has been obviously a total bum. He's a bust. Overshown is hurt. Like, this team, they have no running back. So this team has depth issues, so you could easily make that case, Grant, I think like you were saying, of you can take that and transform it into 3 or 4 players.
But to that point, like the value you get back and the timing of it right before, like trading him now is malpractice, because if you do it in the offseason, there's 6 teams with cap space. I mean, it's just, even if there are ways to defend it, the way they did it was ridiculous. And what you just said, I'm not shooting the messenger. I know this is kind of one of the things they're selling. But when you say, they're worried about the pass rusher coming up short in big games, but yet they've made Dak the highest paid quarterback in the league twice, that's like saying I'm not going to eat an apple because there's sugar in it and then pummeling a box of donuts. Like, give me a break on that.
What's really maddening about this, I agree with you on the timing. He was asked yesterday, they were asked, why didn't you do this in April? They go, well, we were trying to give him the extension in April, so we weren't sitting there and talking. About trading him. But the thing that's really freaking maddening is the inconsistency of the plan. You cannot give Dak Prescott $60 million, CeeDee Lamb $30, Trayvon Diggs $20. You cannot, and then trade for George Pickens, and then trade your best player. What the hell? What are you doing? Like, the consistency of it. What are you thinking of your Dak Prescott today? What are you thinking of your CeeDee Lamb? This team's not going to the playoffs. This team is not making the postseason. So you have this win-now window. We all think Dak's going to be here for 2 more years. You bring in Pickens. We're all excited about the offense. And then you trade the guy who makes your defense per EPA number 1 in the league when he's on the field, and then dead last when he's off the field. So the inconsistency of the plan, now you're going into the reset? Like, now you're going to sit. Why did you even get the D tackle who's 30 years old? Like, a lot of us would have just preferred a 3rd rounder instead, or a 2nd rounder. But that's Jerry's way of putting that little apple out there to make fans feel like he's not totally punting on the season because, now we'll be able to play run defense because we got this tackle from the Packers.
And that's where I wanted to jump to, Sean, is prognosis for this year. I was kind of sneaky high on the Cowboys. I actually thought the offseason was pretty good. I mean, let alone this Micah Parsons saga. But I could see them catching up to Philly, to Washington, maybe even, being one of those teams you don't want to play in, and being a 9 or 10 win potential playoff team. Now what?
Well, everyone yesterday is like, oh my God, you're going to have an electric show and your ratings for Friday. And I don't care because I am defeated for the season. I think Micah Parsons, now Vegas isn't going to do this and show this, but I think Parsons is worth 2 wins over the course of a season. So if I had them at 9-8 fringe, maybe getting in as a wild card, we all know what happens in the East, right? Like the numbers say Philly won't win it. Is Jaden going to have a CJ type year? Is it going to be a step back, Washington a lot of pressure to repeat and take the next step? History says for 20 straight years, someone else is going to win the division, but I still had them around 9-8, maybe 10-7, and now I flipped that back 2 games the other way because, man, this defense, they're going to get shredded. Dak Prescott is going to have to keep them in shootouts, and Dak Prescott, before he got hurt last year, did not play well whatsoever when they got their ass whipped multiple times. I'm worried about this thing getting ugly. If they lose to the Giants, they got Giants week 2. Because they have to get off to a fast start. They got scrubs early on. They have to be 4-2 to have any shot, any hope. But if they lose to Philly Thursday and somehow lose to the Giants, this place is going to start to burn.
Yeah, that kind of start would be ugly. I want to know about week 4, though. That's going to be, the dramatics. Can you imagine that matchup? Because Washington played him 2 weeks to the day of the trade. Week 2, short week at Lambeau. But week 4, a month from yesterday, is when the Cowboys tangle with the Packers.
I think Micah's going to get booed. I'm just predicting that right now. People are furious that he lied about taking less. Micah Parsons is a wannabe leader. He loves to preach about, and I know people right now are going to be texting, oh, you're just saying that because he left. No, I had a Micah Parsons report 2 years ago that I got destroyed for by these Cowboy homers here who got so ticked off that I said anything about their beloved number 11, that he's a pain in the ass to deal with behind the scenes. Him and Trayvon Diggs, they want Trayvon Diggs out of here yesterday. And then him and Micah go palling around together. They're people... Jerry and Steven last night said it was unanimous amongst the decision makers. Now, I don't know if I totally believe that, but even if I 3/4 of the way believe it, that still says a lot that they said, what about the locker room? Going to be missing, going to be a problem? And Jerry was like emphatic, like basically telling everyone, no, addition by subtraction. So you got those things. And then Micah said, I don't need to be the highest paid. I want help around me. I want talent around me. And we saw $47 million a year later how that ended up.
Sean, you're the best, buddy. Appreciate the time today, dude. I know you're swamped.
Thanks, guys. Have a good weekend.
You got
See
it.
you,
There's
buddy.
our guy, Sean Sharif. They had a heck of a show and a heck of a day in Dallas. I have been amazed by the Cowboy fan reaction to this. It has been way more pro Jerry Jones and way more positive than I anticipated. I wonder if some of that is just trying to convince yourself so that you're not angry and sad, because what else do you have? You're just moving on to the season. There's a game in 6 days. But I thought there would be a lot more, oh my God, our owner gives us no chance. We are run like an embarrassment. And I haven't heard nearly as much of that as I anticipated.
So I think it's two parts. One, what you just said, it's kind of a coping mechanism, right? But I think two, the visible stuff of Parsons' behavior, right? The laying down on the training table in the preseason game, disinterested. He was. I think I read somewhere that he and his agent were going to go seek out a doctor so that he could say that he was hurt.
That was supposedly one of the threats they brought to Dallas, was he was willing to basically find a way to medically be unavailable.
Yeah, the thing that you and I talked about is kind of like the doomsday worst case scenario with our own set of negotiations that were going on here, where it's like, could a guy just say that his ankle hurts and then you can't find him game checks or whatever, however it works, and just sort of sit out the year? I don't know. But they were talking about doing that, and I guess that was in progress. So I think there was enough of that. Hey, the holdout, I understand you want a new contract, but please come on. A little of the McLaurin sentiment that we saw, but that was magnified times 1,000 down there. And then the public antics on the training table, I think enough people are kind of going, whatever, we weren't winning with him. Anyway, which is the coping part.
So I'm willing to hear some of it, by the way. $47 million a year is too much for an edge rusher, even though the cap explodes every single year. I'm willing to hear if they're saying, they didn't really say this before, but now, sometimes you unload the clip, so to speak, into the air and you go, all of the bad stuff that you have on a player, right? So now you start telling us that this is a guy who is either not great in the locker room or isn't a good leader or is lazy in the gym or, whatever those things are that you start saying. I'm willing to hear some of that. This isn't the type of guy you can make the face of your franchise if that's what comes out. It does not change that the value you got back for this asset is unacceptably low.
And you diminished it, in my view.
Based solely on how you handled it.
Yeah.
Even if you did everything terribly, but you traded him in March or April, you would have done massively better than this. At least one more first rounder and probably a better player, if not two players. Like the amount of return you would have gotten by a bunch of teams trying to get him, rather than a time where nobody has the cap space, everyone's on to the next, everyone's getting ready for the season, not trying to redo their entire roster and figure out where all the money is under the cushions. It was just handled horribly. And the last part would be that you cost yourself the $47 million, all that money, by not doing this sooner. This is their MO. They did it with Dak multiple times. They've done it with CeeDee Lamb. They refuse to act early.
Well, beyond that, the what I can't be just in general is lied to. You can't BS me, right? And if I sniff it, if I sense that it's out there, I won't let it go. So again, I'm not a Cowboys fan, thank God, because I've never been to Dallas. Well, I actually have. I've probably been to Dallas more than a lot of you idiots that claim to be Cowboys fans. But the idea that, well, we're actually better off because we couldn't stop the run, and now we have Kenny Clark. You offered that dude $44 million. You know what I mean? Or whatever it is, $43 million. Like, you offered that guy astounding amounts of money.
We never wanted him.
And now we have no interest in that. No. Why would we want this player? It was a small margin of difference in the grand scheme of things. It was a percentage of future salary cap stuff. You were trying to sign him throughout, and now all of a sudden you're playing pretend and dress up and cosplaying as someone that we're actually more concerned about run stopping. Bring me Kenny Clark or bust.
I mentioned that the Cowboys play the Packers in week 4 in September. I want to look at Washington's September schedule. It's going to be pertinent for them to start fast.
They need to.
With the quarter that they have to begin their season and the games early on that are very winnable. We'll get into that next. Live on Grant and Danny, you are listening to The Fan.
Niners on Monday, set to visit the Commanders on Tuesday. College football tomorrow, local teams in action. Maryland taking on FAU at home. That'll kick off at noon. Coverage beginning at 11 o'clock over on the Team 980. Virginia Tech in action on Sunday in Atlanta for a neutral site game against number 13 South Carolina. You can hear the game right here on the Fan following Nationals and Rays. Nats and Rays first of 3 tonight at Nationals Park, 6:45 right here on the Fan. Mitchell Parker takes on Adrian Hauser. Make Meadows Farms your vegetation destination this fall. Now through Monday, our VIP customers get 20% off mums, pansies, perennials, trees, and shrubs. For more information, visit meadowsfarms.com. Meadows Farms Nurseries, planting a little happiness for over 60 years. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Garrett's getting me fired up for football. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. So we're lucky. We have our Pupatella Pizza gift cards that they gave us. They made us VIPs. We're able to get immense amounts of food and pizza for free every day if we wanted to. We just walk in, we drop a card right there on the hostess stand that sounds like it's a baseball. And then they say, how much pizza would you like, Mr. Rouillet?
Much pizza is what I would like.
I love it. It's the best. But Chipotle apparently is getting in on the VIP game as well. Now, I have not heard from Chipotle. I don't know about you, Danny.
No, they haven't reached out.
How about this gesture for college athletes, though? They'd apparently already done this with the Ohio State football team for the 2025 campaign. I'm going to read from the Daily Mail. The Mexican Grill restaurant chain is handing every athlete at 3 colleges in question customized cards which entitles them to 1 free entry per player for 15 weeks over the course of the season. So the idea is it's believed the initiative will help nearly 2,000 college athletes benefit from NIL, name, image, and likeness. After hearing the announcement, fans took to social media to express both envy and disbelief in the measure. So it's Georgia, Ohio State, and the third school might be Texas, I think. Let me see here.
So those student athletes get free Chipotle, basically?
They get a card, and once a week, they can go to Chipotle and get themselves dinner. Now, I don't know how they're saying it's NIL. It doesn't seem like there's like money changing hands or anything.
Right, because that's what it was meant to be.
Right. I guess they're just sponsoring them for a meal. And the hope is that these athletes will, what's your favorite food? In some interview or whatever, maybe they'll mention Chipotle, or my pregame meal is this, or my post-practice thing is this. According to data, Chipotle, based on a survey of over 1,000 athletes at 3 schools in question, 98% of Ohio State athletes said they eat from the restaurant chain at least once a month.
Yeah. So
Florida's the other one, by the way. 94% of Florida athletes consider it one of their top 3 restaurants. So it's going to come up more often when you're eating it. That's kind of the strategy.
And it's smart because so back in the day, for example, if I was at like a TGI Fridays and happened to strike up a conversation with someone and they go, "Oh, you went to GW, or you go to GW too? I went there. Let me buy you some mozzarella sticks." NCAA violation. If somebody found out about it or saw the receipt, I could be suspended for 10 games or something like that. That's how stupid that thing was. So that's really what NIL was supposed to be. It was like, if somebody wants to give you a little something, that's fine. I go to Grant's car dealership once a month and I'm hawking Chevrolets. Yay, Danny Rouillet, baseball player, football player, whatever.
I'm
totally
a big fan of the George Washington University baseball team.
There you
Come
go.
on by, we'll give you a free car wash.
Yeah, and we'll get you a bacon cheeseburger. Fine. But of course, it turned into a legal slush fund where you're just paying guys to play and whatever, but no one cares about that. But this is what it was supposed to be, and I love this. This is awesome. It's smart for Chipotle.
Agreed.
It's awesome for the players, by the way, and I bet you they're not going by themselves. I bet you a whole bunch of people are coming with them, and it's free pub, and it's smart.
So the first of all, I would do this at every school or a bunch of the D1 schools. Yep. It doesn't even have to be D1. But if you have a local chain in a college town, why wouldn't you do this? The only drawback might be, to your point, that you're not going to go alone. I could definitely see like 9 guys walking in from the team at once, and you're just going down the line, and it's like 9 dudes you're shelling out food for, and you got to back up, and you're making no money on any of this, just from a strictly business standpoint. But also, so what?
Right.
I mean, because those guys maybe they post it on social media and influence a little bit. Maybe they just mention it. Maybe they don't. But I don't think there's anything that I would consider a drawback from this necessarily.
Yeah, even that pub right now, what we just did, You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's a win.
Everyone else is going to do that too. They go, "Hey, you guys see this here in the news? They're getting free Chipotle for our Gators." Boom! You just
Chipotle
advertise.
and Fairfax
Done.
should do this for the George Mason University basketball team.
100%.
And Channel 4 and Channel 5 will come out and say, this Chipotle is offering, and now it's worth it. It's
Do you play
commercial.
basketball for the Patriots? Then you can get a burrito right here at this Chipotle. Boom. Free. Love it.
It's not as good as the Pupatella VIP card.
No, I mean, what is?
The terms on that card, without getting into the specifics, pretty incredible.
Yeah.
So
there's 3 digits on there. That's all I'm saying.
Respectfully to the stars at Florida, Ohio State, and who was the other one?
You said Florida, Ohio State, and Georgia?
Georgia. Respectfully to those great football players. You got a good deal.
Yeah.
You can go get your Chipotle once a week. My Pupatella card.
You ain't hosting afternoon drive in the district. Tell you
That's an everyday situation.
Yeah, that's a different animal.
Larry in La Plata, what's up?
Hey, man, how you doing? Howard University, class of 96, man. Let me tell you, I'm so glad these kids getting paid off NIL, man, because let me tell you, we were starving in those dormitories, man, especially on Saturday and Sunday.
I believe it. What'd you play? Did you play football there?
Yeah, I played football there. I was on the 3 championship team.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I mean, to me, it was always so stupid, Larry, that like in your era, and it's not just then, but really up until very recently, as Danny said, I mean, if your buddy walking through the school, what would it be called? The
cafeteria,
the
dining
union,
hall, whatever.
Dining hall.
Pizza.
Yeah, dining hall.
The dining hall line, a buddy of yours grabs your pizza and goes, I got you today. That's a violation. You're in big trouble. Like, that is beyond ridiculous.
That's a violation. It's crazy because that would be a violation, but if a student took a job, like, at a local car dealership or, anything, no problem. Or, maybe, a student went to a club and, played an instrument or something.
Right.
That'd be cool, but, we couldn't get a job. We couldn't accept money. And it's crazy because I used to go visit my cousin down at Virginia Tech, man, and he was giving me shoes and money and everything else.
I believe it. I mean, when I was in school, I was working in broadcasting and making good money. I had a buddy in one of my classes that was actually, at the time, an ascending stand-up comedian, and his name was all over stuff, and he was getting paid. And one of our buddies who was on the soccer team, quite literally, anytime we did anything, could not do any of the stuff that we did.
Yeah.
You just couldn't. This is not 50 years ago, 30 years ago. This is a decade ago. Like, this is a fairly ridiculous thing that we're talking about. But the amount of nonsense and just the lack of common sense was really bad. And it's why, with all of the negatives that I think that have come with the changing landscape in college football over the last few years that get complained about a lot in college sports in general, I think in the net, it's probably still more good than bad just because some of the dumbest stuff doesn't happen. But where I would argue with people still is the lack of oversight, the inability to create actual rules and systems, the fact that it's just this wide open, unregulated fiasco is a huge problem. And I personally find myself liking the sport less than I did 5 years ago because of the lack of conferences with real rivalries, because I got to figure out which team is that and where are they playing now and who are their rivals. The fact that a guy could play 5 seasons on 5 different teams and hop all over the place, that coaches can't actually coach because he yelled at a guy and now he's moving on and there's a story about you in the Washington Post. It's mostly not for me, but some of the really ridiculous things like he was just claiming from back in the day that they fixed, that's the good that's come with some of the bad.
Without a doubt. I mean, again, the pendulum is swung, and they didn't have any guardrails in place for that swing. So instead of a pendulum, it's a wrecking ball. And it turned the landscape upside down. And, the folks from the NCAA are toothless and couldn't figure out what to do and basically just got out of the way and let the wrecking ball happen. But, yeah, it's overcorrected. But the nonsense of before, I mean, again, I can only have examples from my career. One of my good friends who was on the women's basketball team, she happened to be very pretty, and she said, okay.
What does that have to do with anything?
Well, I'm telling you.
But why did you mention that?
Here's why. A local bar said, hey, can we take your picture? She was like, all right, I guess. I don't know. Like, I'm not getting paid anything. Well, they used her picture in a flyer. It was like, come see, come to the bar.
Because she was on the volleyball team.
No, because she played basketball and was very pretty. So they were like, well, here's your picture. So she didn't get a single cent. It'd be one thing if she got suspended and made a couple $1,000 for it. But because somebody saw it, had to turn it into the compliance office, and they go, "This is very serious. You're now endorsing a blah blah." She's like, "I literally didn't do anything.
They just took my picture, man.
Some guy took my picture. I didn't know what I was doing." And 10 games, 10 games, and it's not like a baseball season, a basketball season. That's damn near half the year.
Shtick aside, I mean, I'm doing bits. Yeah, that's the dumb part. But that's one of those things that everyone agrees with. Like, I feel this way sometimes. I don't want to get into politics, but there are certain things that like 80 to 90% of us probably go, yeah, that's true. And we can't do it. We can't make it happen. We can't fix it. Even though both sides of the aisle, 80, 90% of people are like, yeah, you're probably onto something there. I just wish we could fix that kind of easy stuff that everyone's in agreement on. And with college sports, this was always the case. Nobody thought that made any sense at any point ever. That picture should get her suspended for 10 games. You kept saying the phrase wrecking ball.
Yeah.
Miley Cyrus Wrecking Ball is such a smash. It's on every single playlist that I'll ever put together.
Whoa.
Like, it's that kind
Every
of,
playlist?
Oh, yeah.
Wait a minute.
If I'm putting together a silly playlist, like on a road trip or something.
Like hard rock playlist, Grant Paulson. This also makes it?
I don't have that. I just have music that I like, which is mostly like probably rap from the early 2000s.
And this fits with that.
Well, again, it's not like you have to fit into a box. It's just the songs that I like.
I got you.
But this song is such a banger.
It's a slow build to get to there, right?
Miley
it's a
Cyrus,
smash.
All she does
People
is put
sleep.
out hits.
People sleep on Miley
Great
Cyrus.
career. Started as a kid on Disney.
Well, you sleep further that her dad is Billy Ray Cyrus, who had like a mullet and was butt weird back in the day, singing about his achy breaky heart, and like that was kind of his one-hit wonder. And then he went away, and now he got famous again because his daughter rakes in trillions. It's all weird, man.
Win off the field next. 345 every single day. What little thing in your life is put a smile on your face today that nobody else would care about? We care about it here. We want to hear about it. 800-636-1067. The smaller the better. We will win off the field. And then, oh, sure. Time to figure out how you are winning off the field on Grant and Danny. The smaller, the better. This is a minor moral victory. You're not doing it for me. You're not doing it for Daniel. You are doing this for Bruce Allen, who once said these words.
We're winning off the field, but we got to start winning on the field.
800-636-1067 to play the game. I'll give you an example of how you could be winning off the field. So we park in a parking garage.
Yeah.
Downstairs. We pay $240 per month to park in this parking garage. It comes right out of our paycheck.
Right out.
Like that. It's not that fun. Occasionally, if you're unlucky like Chris Russell, your car can be stolen from this parking garage while you're at work, hard at work, but working over a hot microphone, right? Downstairs at 3:04 in the afternoon, a gentleman can leave this parking garage with your vehicle. That has happened before. The way I'm winning off the field, though, is I got to work today.
Yeah.
Instead of having to drive around looking for spots for like 10 minutes, going down to P2, P3, P4, P6, P7, P9. The first spot on the right, when you get into the garage.
Oh, I love that spot.
It's my favorite spot because it's a quick walk to the stairs if you want to get a little exercise on the co-pair program. It's a little bit longer, but fair walk to the elevators if you want to do that, to go out onto Half Street and to waddle down into the Navy Yard.
Mm-hmm.
But it's the perfect spot because also I can back in and then I can pull right out to the left to leave. It's the catbird seat in the entire garage. And today, when I got here, it was available looking right at me saying, park over here. Therefore, I am.
Winning off the field.
I got the one of the 2 charging spots. I got the electric vehicle,
That's
so I got
big
the
for
charging
you.
spot. Very excited about that. So I think that's a minor what-if. You can go
Winning off the field.
What's up, buddy? I'm doing some stand-up tonight with a couple of my buddies that I worked with last week. So you saw one of the 2 guys, GP, when
Which
you
guy?
hung out at Lorton. So Doug, the guy that opened the show.
Yes.
Doug's opening the show tonight in Manassas. And
Very funny.
Jerome Russell, who Ryan missed on Friday, even though we were across the street from his apartment when I did the show in Arlington there at Roadside Grill. But Jerome Russell's hilarious. I'm in Manassas, and that is this evening at the Salisbury Center. At Funny Danny, you can find some of the tickets. I put a link up there. That's going to be fun. Because it's going to be fun, I think I am
winning off the field.
You see what I'm saying?
So
Like,
you
it's a
said
fun thing.
Ryan did not see Jerome Russell?
No, he missed him.
Did he go to the bathroom?
No.
Did he get a phone call?
No. So, Jerome did about 25 minutes.
Because
and
I know that the show was right across the street from one of your good friends who you work with every day's house.
Who said he was coming.
Who said he would be there.
Yeah.
Well, the next night he told me he would meet me at the show with his girlfriend. And then I texted him when I got to the show, where are you guys? And then I never heard back till 2 days later when he came in studio on a Monday. But he didn't show up also.
We could play a quick game. All right, ready? It's called Fill in the Blank. Batman actor Christian Blank. Christian Blank.
Let's see. It couldn't be Christian Bale.
There it is.
It
Yep,
was.
Yep. Another guessing game. That's a fun one. Blank the hay. I'm going to blank the hay. What am I doing? What am I going to do with that hay? Blank
Are
the hay.
you rolling hay?
No, it starts with the B. What am I doing? Blanking the hay.
Are you burying hay?
No, I wouldn't bury it.
Oh, I got it.
What is it, Dears?
I think you're going to bale the hay?
You're going to bale the hay.
Bailing
You're
hay.
going to bale the hay. Ryan Bale.
Ryan Bailing.
Ryan Bailing.
Let's go to Simeon in Fredericksburg. What's up, Simeon? How are you?
I'm doing well, doing better now. Bought a Slurpee, swiped my rewards card, somehow won 2 $1,500 gift cards for tickets, and I'm getting great seats for 4 Caps games this year, so therefore I am
winning off the field.
So hold
Wait
on
a
second.
minute. Hold the phone.
What happened? So is it $1,500 in cash?
No, 2 $1,500 gift cards from their Live Nation, but they're somehow related to Ticketmaster, so once the Caps tickets went on sale to the general public, I guess, yesterday. Today, I just lined up 4 lower bowl tickets for taking my 7th grader and 5th grader and my wife to 4 Caps games with great seats this year.
That is
All
unbelievable.
for getting a Slurpee?
That's amazing. And you just had a cold, delicious beverage.
How good are Slurpees, by the way?
So does that mean he got some type of like scratch off or something and won that way? Like where did the $3,000 come
So that's what I couldn't figure out. It's like you got a Slurpee.
Was
and
it just sitting in the cup?
I don't know.
Like he got the Slurpee.
And you scratch it off on the cup?
Either way.
That's the greatest Slurpee of all time.
See you at the Caps game. That's going to be a fun fall for you. Jared in Rockville, what's up?
Grant, you sleep on The Climb by Miley Cyrus, also another banger.
Which one?
The Climb from I think it's the Hannah Montana movie.
Oh,
so
I'm
good.
not familiar. I'm too busy loving Party in the USA and Wrecking Ball, but I will look that up.
Yeah, we sleep on how great she was anyway. But anywho, so I'm a middle school teacher, and so we're back at school this week, and the county tells us how many fire drills we have to have during each month of the year. So, of course, we have one the first week. And ILT, who's our leadership team, starts planning out when it's going to be. And they decided that it was going to be today during third period, which is my planning period with no students. Therefore, I am
winning off the field.
Oh, so you just kind of probably just stay in your room.
Yeah.
I know about that. That one. If I could deal with the noise, I'm just going to let that one ride.
I don't have to usher anybody anywhere. I don't have to point anybody towards the thing. Everybody walk quietly.
Stephen, get in line. Stephen, get in line. Stephen, come with us. Stephen, we're going this way. Stephen, we're going out the door. Stephen, leave Frank alone. He doesn't have to do anything.
Hands to yourself in line, please.
Joe in Leesburg. What's up, Joe? How are you?
Gentlemen, I am fantastic. My 12-year-old is playing some fall ball baseball, and they reached out, and the league said they needed coaches. I put in my hat to offer, but someone else has already stepped in. They don't need me anymore, so I get all the credit in the world for offering to coach.
Perfect.
But instead, all season, I get to sit on the bench and eat sunflower seeds, and therefore I am
winning off the field.
Kind of like when the bill comes and you go to grab first.
You do that little gator reach.
Yeah. And then someone else actually pays. You get the credit for trying, but you don't have to pay. It's the best part. It's the double whammy. By the way, Joe, we are coming out to Leesburg next Monday. So a week from Monday, the day after the Giants game, we'll be at Pupatella Pizza in Leesburg for the show for a little field trip.
Ooh, I know right where that is.
All right, cool. Come see us. We'll be there from 2 to 6:30. In fact, next week on Thursday, we're going to be at MGM National Harbor.
Yes.
I don't think they open until around 4 or 5, so you're going to have to come for the back half of the show, but we're there until the show ends, and then B. Mitch and JP Finley are going to be there, I think, for Thursday Night Football, and that's at Tap Sports Bar right at MGM, so that's Thursday. And then if you fast forward past the weekend and the Commanders game, for the Monday show after the 1-0 start against the Giants, hopefully, we will be at Pupatella in Leesburg. So we got some stuff coming up. We'll be announcing next week our full travel schedule this season with Kondori and Murad. We're going to 2 road games. We'll also be announcing our Friday field trip schedule as well.
So that Monday is actually part of the Friday field trip series, but the Nationals and the Cubs play one of those weird Friday at 2:20 games. So we weren't gonna go out to Leesburg for the show for like 7.5, 8 minutes after the Cubs and Nationals finish up. So we're pushing it to Monday to hopefully celebrate a victory.
Beltway Blitz comes your way next. You'll hear from Nats, speaking of which. Ace lefty Mackenzie Gore just pitched at Yankee Stadium. We'll talk to him about that. Plus, the Packers traded for Micah Parsons. We've got a member of their media corps on the show, and we'll preview the weekend ahead in college football. All coming up in the Blitz next on G&D.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan, and this update is brought to you by Main Street Bank. Your local bank, local Main Street Bank. In the NFL, Cowboys traded away Micah Parsons to the Green Bay Packers. He's going to be having his introductory press conference with the Packers here soon. Also signed a 4-year, $188 million extension with the team, $136 million guaranteed to become the highest-paid non-quarterback in NFL history. Also in the NFL, today the Patriots released safety Jabril Peppers. Kendrick Bourne, the receiver released from the Patriots earlier this week, is visiting with the Niners on Monday and then the Commanders on Tuesday of next week. College football, 2 top 10 matchups tomorrow. Number 1, Texas on the road at the Shoe, taking on number 3, Ohio State. That'll kick off at noon. The other top 10 matchup, number 9, LSU going on the road to take on number 4, Clemson. That'll kick off at 7:30. Local college teams in action. Maryland taking on FAU tomorrow at home. That'll kick off at noon. Can hear that game over on the Team 980. Coverage beginning at 11 a.m. Virginia Tech with a neutral site game against number 13, South Carolina in Atlanta on Sunday. That'll kick off at 3 o'clock with coverage beginning at 1. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. In baseball, the Nationals begin a 3-game series against the Rays tonight at Nationals Park, 6:45 right here on The Fan. Mitchell Parker takes on Adrian Hauser. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Inside out to him.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. This is The Fan. We are taking you up to 6:15. Nats baseball tonight. Charlie Slows, Dave Jagler. Pregame right then, and then 6:45 first pitch.
We are exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Morad, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Got the NFL coming up on this Beltway Blitz, and then we will talk with Mackenzie Gore of the Washington Nationals minutes away as they get ready for the Rays. But let's kick things off. College football ahead of what is a massive collection of games. And to help us do that, let's talk to Wes Reynolds of VSiN, their network. And Wes, everybody's looking at the big one this weekend, but I actually want to start with the night game. That is the dessert, so to speak. This LSU Clemson night game under the lights in week 1. Handicap it for me and just give me some headlines.
Yeah, certainly going to be one of the better games on the schedule in the battle of the Death Valley Tigers, which Death Valley is going to go ahead and win. But you know, LSU's defense, we know that it's been lacking over the last several years. I think that they're going to have a little bit of improvement, but this is a potent Clemson offense now. Now you've got Klubnik in his 3rd year as a starter, a little bit more comfortable. Clemson with a new defensive coordinator, by the way, Tom Allen, who was previously at Penn State and did a good job. I think this is going to be a high-scoring game in this one with these two teams. Nussmeier, they let him throw it all over the yard, and now they've kind of taken the chains off Klubnik at Clemson. So over 57.5, and usually in a big game with 2 top 10 teams like this, I would look under, but I think over 57.5 is going to be the way to go tomorrow night.
Wes, I'm going to fast forward to Sunday night again before we get to the great big one that everyone's focused on. Notre Dame, Miami, a sneaky, really good game. I don't love either quarterback situation there. Handicap that one for us.
Yeah, I don't either, especially with the rookie going on the road, essentially a freshman for Notre Dame. And Notre Dame, people kind of slept on them last year, and it was kind of like they were just always there, and then somehow, some way, they get to the national championship game, and I think very much earn their way there. So now maybe a little bit more expectations of Notre Dame. There's talk, Marcus Freeman, he's one of the best in college football. When's the NFL going to eventually pluck him from South Bend? I wonder when we're finally going to get Mario Cristobal, though, win that big game for the U, win that featured game. And I'm not in love with the quarterback situation either. It's going to be Carson Beck, the former Georgia quarterback, of course, taking the reins for the U. But have not bet this game. The under is certainly getting some support in the market, I think, because of the uncertainty of both quarterback situations. So that makes sense at under 51.5. But I kind of lean Miami here getting 3 against the Irish. The old Catholic versus convicts rivalry certainly renewed, but it's about time for Mario Cristobal to step up and win one of these big games, and maybe it's coming Sunday night.
Wes Reynolds, VSiN, talking college football on Grant and Danny here on our Blitz. All right, let's get to the big one. Number 1, Texas. Number 3, Ohio State. What's the current line? And then also coach me up on the quarterback situations here, especially Texas. And is this finally when we get to see Arch take off?
Yeah, this line's been moving really all over the place. It's been a lot of early Texas money. This was 3 over the summer, and then in some shops out in Las Vegas, they became a favorite. So now it's, depending on your shop, -1, pick 'em, +1. Ohio State still might be the favorite, but two questions at quarterback. Arch Manning, by the way, has never thrown a pass on the road in a college game. They pretty much used him as like a running option in a lot of those games or in some mop-up duty. And then Julian Sayin, who is really talented. Keep in mind, he was originally at Alabama. So if you were originally there playing quarterback and in the mix, then you're good enough certainly to play at Ohio State. But Texas is the money because it is the revenge from the playoff spot last year where they lost, and they quite frankly blew it with bad play calling and scoop and score on the strip sack. State's lost a lot on defense, especially on the defensive line. New defensive coordinator is Matt Patricia with Jim Knowles now at Penn State. I think the market probably has it right. I think Texas is going into Columbus and getting a win.
The loser of this game, ... and the winner of this game, ... as you kind of go into it, what it means for each team, talking Texas to Ohio State here, Wes.
Well, I think if Texas wins, it absolutely makes them the team to beat. I think, and they're favored to win in the SEC. Of course, Georgia is still up there. Alabama is expected to have a little bit of a resurgence this year, but I think it makes Texas the clear number 1 team. And with Ohio State, they got some challenges in the Big Ten because there's a lot of people, including myself, that are very high on Penn State. This is the best roster James Franklin has ever had at this school. A lot of experience, great running game, experienced quarterback. And the Big Ten, I just think, is a little bit top-heavy. You got Penn State. You still can't ignore Oregon. And is there going to be another Indiana? And might it be Indiana again, or might it be Illinois, or might it be USC? So Ohio State, I still think, very much in the mix. And you can't forget about the school up north, as they call it, Michigan, who is expected to be a lot better in rebound from last year.
The game that we're airing on this station this weekend is the Virginia Tech Hokies and 13 South Carolina. The line is actually tighter than we anticipated. We were talking about this earlier. Do you think the Hokies can give South Carolina a run for their money on Sunday?
I absolutely do. And Virginia Tech, they had a lot more expectations last year. It's like, okay, this is the rebound year. And then they go 6-7. Brent Pry, 16-21. He's clearly on the hot seat. And I'm sure if you guys hear it, it's like, hey, let's bring Beamer Ball back, And he's been hearing that too. But 2 new coordinators, both on offense and defense. You got a South Carolina team that lost 5 pros to the NFL. 5 kids drafted off that defense. And South Carolina, while they're a really good program, they're not LSU or Alabama, where it's just like, okay, we lose all these guys as the pros, we just replace them with 5 stars year after year. South Carolina doesn't have that luxury yet, and I know this is big for Shane Beamer to take on his alma mater, but I thought this line was a little rich. I think maybe South Carolina is getting a little bit overhyped this season.
Wes, really appreciate the info, man. Enjoy the weekend.
You bet, guys. Thanks for having me.
There he goes. That is Wes Reynolds. Let's talk NFL, please. Rob Reichel joins us, Conley Media and Forbes, to go around the NFL. Rob, heard about any good trades lately?
No, I hope you guys got one you can tell me about.
What do you make?
Yeah, wait. There was one in my backyard yesterday, wasn't there? Yes.
So, I mean, tell us about this. It is so unexpected, so crazy. None of us ever thought this was real, but I guess there was enough smoke that it happened. From Green Bay's perspective, how did this come together, and kind of can you believe it?
No, I mean, I really still can't, and I don't think much of Packer Nation can either, guys. I mean, Green Bay's been a bridesmaid so many times in the last 20 years for guys like Tony Gonzalez or Khalil Mack or Marshawn Lynch. People like that, they're just they kind of dip their toe in the water, but they're never super serious. And I'll be honest, there were a lot of people, myself included, that just never thought Jerry Jones would pick up the phone when it came to this offer. But I mean, this is the biggest move in terms of a signing or a trade in Green Bay since they added Reggie White in 1993, and that led to a Super Bowl. There's a lot of parallels between the career paths at this point, of Parsons and Reggie White. It may be the missing piece, guys. Green Bay has a terrific roster top to bottom. They don't have Hall of Fame players, and you guys know you need a couple Hall of Fame type dudes on your roster if you're going to win Super Bowls, and they went and got one yesterday, and again, most of Wisconsin is still in shock.
How good did you think the Packers were before and now after the trade?
Well, I thought the ceiling was about 11-6. The floor wasn't going to be terrible, maybe 8-9, 9-8. I think they're a 13-win team potentially now. Their big issue is going to be stopping the run because both of their defensive tackles from a year ago are now gone, and they don't have, at this point anyways, they don't have people that are of the same level of quality. I mean, if I'm an opposing offense, I try to run the ball down their throat all night, but their pass rush is going to be big-time legit. They had 45 sacks the way it was last year, and that was with Kenny Clark, the defensive tackle they traded in this transaction, with 1 sack on the season. Parsons should, if he continues doing what he's done, he's a double-digit guy. I mean, they should be in the mid to high 50s in terms of sacks. I mean, that pass rush is going to be really legit. I would say now, guys, the ceiling is 13-4, and the floor is probably no worse than 10-7, 11-6. And the general manager and head coach here, guys, they were under some heat, and I guess they still are. They have to win a lot of football games, I think, to come back in 2025. But this is a move that should help them both. You'd probably get a contract extension because it's kind of a make or break year for both of those guys. The new team president, Ed Policy, has said he doesn't want to bring guys back who are lame ducks, and both Brian Gutekunst, the GM, and Matt LaFleur would have been entering the final year of their contract. So it really is kind of a make or break year. And adding Micah Parsons to that mix certainly helps those guys have a chance to keep their jobs.
Rob, after the year that Jordan Love had a couple of years ago to end 2023, where I can't remember the exact numbers, but it was like 18 touchdowns and 1 pick over his last 9 games or so. Everyone's thought about this leap that was about to happen. And I know there was injuries and the like last year was kind of beat up, but a lot of folks were disappointed. Give me kind of a state of the union on Jordan Love as a quarterback, as a guy that at one point was part of everybody's top 7, 8, 9, 10 conversation. Where's he at now in the prognosis for this year?
Yeah, I think that's still a fair place to put him, maybe in that range of about 10. And you're right, the way he finished 2023, he actually had a stretch in there where he was 23 touchdowns and 1 pick until the fourth quarter of that divisional playoff game against San Francisco, and he threw two fourth-quarter interceptions. But leading up to that, I mean, he was on a hot streak that Brett Favre, Aaron Rodgers, guys like that have never had in Green Bay. I think a couple of things, and Jordan this offseason, he kind of took offense to the term last year. He regressed this or that. I would just say, guys, more than anything, he probably plateaued. A couple things hurt him. He had the knee right away, obviously, in that game in Brazil against Philadelphia in Week 1. He had a groin injury he suffered later on, middle of the season, in a game down in Jacksonville. And then, really, guys, his receivers killed him all year. They led the league in drops, and drop percentage, and drop ratio, whatever stat you want to throw out there. His receivers just really hurt him. They had bad years as pass catchers. That's why they took Matthew Golden in round 1, who's already this summer looked like the best receiver on the football team. He's got a couple of young tight ends who are emerging. I would think he's a guy who's going to have a pretty big bounce back as long as he stays healthy, and he's probably in that mid-30s for touchdowns if he can stay on the field.
Rob Reichel, Conley Media, and Forbes on our Blitz Talking Pack. Thank you for the time. Maybe we'll catch up in Week 2 ahead of Thursday Night Football.
That would be a lot of fun. It's going to be quite a start for Green Bay. Detroit Week 1, Washington Week 2, all within 5 days at Lambeau. I'm telling you right now, the state's going bongos already.
Wow, I believe it. Thank you, Rob.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
See you, bud.
He was great. That's 10 out of 10 content, 11 out of 10 Green Bay accent.
I mean, turbo Wisconsin right there.
If he didn't get married at Lambeau Field or just eat a wheel of cheese, I'll eat your phone. Let's talk Nats baseball. And we're joined now by Mackenzie Gore of the Washington Nationals. Mackenzie, thanks for the time on Grant and Danny. Very rare that you get to go to Yankee Stadium and pitch in one of those historical big league environments. What was the experience like being on the mound there?
Yeah, I mean, it's always, I pitched there before, but it's always cool to play there, especially being in the NL, and we don't get to go there much. So, yeah, it was cool. We didn't necessarily win like we wanted to, but, playing in Yankee Stadium is always fun.
Are there a few spots like that for you where, you recognize the history that a place has stood for 100 years? I know that's New Yankee Stadium and it's not as old, but are there some spots for you where you sort of take it in a little bit, allow yourself a moment or two to kind of, drink in the nostalgia?
Yeah, I think there's always places, Fenway's cool, Dodger Stadium. I like playing at Wrigley. So, all the older places that have been around a long time, they're always fun to go to and play at for sure.
Mackenzie Gore, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Put their team in your office. Visit mstreetbank.com for more information. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. Mackenzie, you mentioned that the series didn't go great. Particularly yesterday, there was just one of those innings where it just wouldn't end, right? I think you guys had the most pitches thrown in an inning in the Codify StatCast era, whatever we're calling it. When something like that happens and you're in the dugout, luckily you're not on the mound for it. What's the demeanor like? And is anything even being said to kind of lift guys up? Or are you just kind of on to the next as big leaguers because stuff like that occasionally can happen?
Yeah, unfortunately, you just want to, you really just don't want to see anybody out there giving up runs like that. Or, obviously it's your team, you're trying to win, but that feeling, we've all been out there in long innings. It's not a good feeling. But there's also just not much to say right after it happens. You just kind of move on to the next inning and try to have, at that point, it was just try to have some good at-bats. And, but yeah, that's just a really tough situation for anybody. So yeah, it's tough to watch. And yeah, there's not a whole lot you can really say.
As a pitcher, you probably can't relate to this sentiment, or maybe you can, I don't know. But I've always loved this about baseball, right? Sometimes you're on the other side of it, ideally. But there is no clock. It's not like you could just run it out. At some point, someone's got to throw a pitch. Someone's got to stand in there and either get a hit or get an out. It's one of my favorite things about the sport. And I know innings like that happen, and it's not fun when you're that part of it, but on that side of it, rather. But what's your thought on that?
Yeah, I think that's what makes this game so special. You can see things that you've never seen before every day. You always there's always kind of make a funny comment. Just when you thought you'd seen it all, something strange happens in a baseball game. It can be just a random play with a certain situation on the bases or whatever it is. But that's why baseball is great, because you have to throw the ball, you have to get an out to get to the next guy, and a lot of weird things happen in this game. So.
And that Yankees lineup, Mackenzie, is so good, obviously, and playing there is, it can be tough on folks. Just kind of, what's that like trying to mow through a lineup that is, again, pretty dangerous, and then most specifically, dealing with someone like Aaron Judge, who is, perennial MVP candidate, having another MVP type year this year as well. Just what's that like going up against, A, a great lineup, and B, a superstar hitter like that?
Yeah, just you go in and understand how they manufacture runs. I think my start was probably a great example of how they do that. It was quick, and then 4 hitters, they have one big swing, and they have 3 runs, and that's what they do. And then yesterday, they just kept hitting homers and in that ballpark. So they've got a great lineup. Obviously with Judge, you circle him, but then you have Bellinger and you have Stanton and all those other guys around him. So you have to pick your spots when you're going to let him beat you or not beat you, and if you do, you just better get the next guy, because it can turn into some crooked numbers. And they did a good job of putting together a team where they could protect him, and that's why they've won a lot of games.
Mackenzie Gore, been a mainstay for the Nationals as an ace lefty and an all-star for them this season, taking the ball every 5 days. His next outing not until Monday against the Marlins. When you have a series like this one, where the Rays are in town for 3 and it's not a team you play very often and you're not pitching in the series, can you kind of let your hair down during the game a little bit? You're not tracking at bats or things as closely because you don't have to worry about facing the lineup?
Yeah, you're watching the game. All the prep work, I'm getting ready for the Marlins, really, is what I'm doing this weekend. So that's kind of how my days are scheduled out, is how we're going to get ready for Miami. And then, I watch the game. But you're always paying attention if you can pick something up that, their pitcher's doing or anything on the field that could help us win. So you're still kind of locked in, if you can give the hitter something, or if you see that our pitcher's doing something that, maybe with a certain pitch or something. So you're always locked in, just trying to. If there's one thing that can help us win, and you can give it to somebody on the bench, then you do it.
This, you've been around a little bit now. At this, these are the dog days. They call it that for a reason. Although the weather's actually been lovely here of late. It doesn't feel like the normal August soup. But how do you prevent from the wear and tear and the fatigue and kind of those that what feels like such a grind? Like you guys have been at this for 8 months already. Just when you guys kind of start your ramp up calendar, how do you kind of stave that off?
Yeah, I mean, as in, well, physically, you got the training staff, but it's always. When you get to this certain point of the year, and we have not won enough games, it is tough. You just got to understand that you've tried to finish strong, run through the finish line, and end the year on a good note and get ready to go for the next year. There's still a lot of things that can happen in the next month. We all have seen people can have great months, so you just got to keep showing up every day, preparing like you have all year, and get ready to go.
Mackenzie Gore on Grant and Danny, presented by Main Street Bank. What's your cheat meal?
Ooh, what is my cheat meal? Probably typically like some pizza. I would say pizza probably is my go-to cheat meal.
What's your toppings of choice?
I'm a pineapple and ham guy, so I kind of like the Hawaiian pizza. So. I think typically some thin crust. I like the thin crust.
Thin crust is great.
Smell what you're
crunchy, a little snaps while you bite down on it. I like that.
Yep.
Have you taken any flack for that pineapple and ham situation? I don't mind it, but I know a lot of pizza purists turn their nose up at it and they think they invented it. I mean, it's a little bit too much. Have you taken any guff from guys?
Yeah, people don't love it. They think it's weird, which it probably is a little weird. But I think once you kind of get over the fact that it's pineapple on your pizza and you just taste it, I've never really met someone that they might say they don't like it just because of what it is, but most people don't hate it once they try it.
They hate the idea of it.
It's the idea,
but the execution isn't as bad.
Yes,
makes sense.
Sure.
Mackenzie, we appreciate the time, man. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate you having me.
You got it. Presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Put their team in your office. Visit mstreetbank.com for more information. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. Next, Deebo Samuel was on the show yesterday. He pointed out that he wanted to come to the Commanders, more so than even the other way around. He was reaching out to them when he was on the trade block. We'll get into the Commanders as a destination team. We'll do that next on The Fan.
My name is Danny Ruya, and I'm a Ted Britt guy. I want you to go see my pals at Ted Britt Ford and have the same great buying experience I've now had several times over. Back in, I don't remember what year it was. Maybe it was like 2013, 2014, something like that. The wife and I went shopping. We had a baby at that point, and we needed more space. We needed more room. We needed a bigger car. So we test drove a couple different things. Test drove an Explorer, an Escape, and an Edge. We settled on the Edge. This is all the way back in 2014. And we really liked it. We went, okay, let's brace ourselves for the sales thing and see how long it's going to take, and maybe we'll get out of here by midnight. And it was the easiest, breeziest, simplest process I've ever had. It's the best buying experience, bar none. Got a great deal on that Edge, and we've had several cars from Ted Britt Ford since then. And that's when they won my business that day. That's what happened. They won my business, and we've been back multiple times ever since. You can get what I got. I got a Mustang Mach-E from Ted Britt Ford. It's charging up right now, in fact, over $13,000 off the MSRP with no payments for 90 days on one of those Mach-E's. But I'm telling you, they will win your biz like they've done for so many folks for 60-plus years in this area. Go see my friends at Ted Britt Ford, and please tell them Danny sent you.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Meadows Farms. Fresh plants arriving daily. Plant a little happiness. In the NFL, still trying to process the Cowboys trading away Micah Parsons to the Green Bay Packers. He's going to be introduced to Green Bay just a little bit later today. The Patriots released safety Jabril Peppers, and Kendrick Bourne, who was released by the Patriots earlier this week, is visiting with the Niners on Monday, and then will visit with the Commanders on Tuesday. College football, local teams in action. Tomorrow, Maryland taking on FAU at home at noon. Can hear that game over on the Team 980. Coverage begins at 11 a.m. Virginia Tech taking on number 13 South Carolina in Atlanta. Neutral site game, 3 o'clock kickoff on Sunday. Can hear that game over on the Team 980. Coverage begins at 1 o'clock. Nationals and Rays, first of 3 tonight at Nationals Park, 6:45 right here on The Fan. Mitchell Parker takes on Adrian Hauser. Make Meadows Farms your vegetation destination this fall. Now through Monday, our VIP customers get 20% off mums, pansies, perennials, trees, and shrubs. For more information, visit meadowsfarms.com. Meadows Farms Nurseries, planting a little happiness for over 60 years. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Thanks to Mackenzie Gore and the Nationals. And that there was your Beltway Blitz. Grant and Danny on The Fan. We'll take you up to 6:15. Nats pregame, Charlie and Dave at that time. Fantasy at 5 in a half hour. 30 minutes out. Mike Clay of ESPN, he is awesome breaking down fantasy. Because we've done all the position groups all week long, we figured we would just hop around with some big storylines and then also a deep dive into the Commanders with him. So that's coming up in a half hour right here on G&D. I told you, though, I wanted to talk about Deebo Samuel and what he said on the show yesterday. I thought one of the most interesting answers we got from him was on coming to Washington and the fact that he wanted to be here. So the way that it worked, according to him, was he was allowed to seek a trade. He calls his agent and says, here are the 3 teams I want to play for. Let's work on this. One of those teams was the Commanders.
Very unusual for us.
You and I talk all the time about the possibility, now that you have Jaden Daniels in a front office that people respect, of becoming a destination city, of becoming a team that star players, this is a former All-Pro, this is a former Pro Bowler, this is a big name that a bunch of teams would have been curious to add on a cheap deal in the final year of a contract. That you're going to get phone calls from agents now saying, hey, we want to go there. And he explained why he wanted to come here. But this was Deebo Samuel on the show yesterday.
So me and my agent got on a call after John Lynch and the guys granted me permission to stick a trade. We got on a call and he asked me what my top 3 was, and Washington was one of the top 3. And, me not even thinking at the time, just, I was just in the emotions of like naming like places where I wanted to go. Over here, they had a really, really good quarterback, just went to the NFC Championship. So like, what I'm saying, they're building something special here. So I was like, why not? And then my agent and Adam Peters got to talking, and then we got it done.
Deebo yesterday right here on The Fan. If you missed the interview, you could grab it at thefandc.com when we're done tonight. But isn't that all the evidence you need? Isn't that the proof of what we're talking about? When was the last time that a guy who has played in Pro Bowls and or been named a first-team All-Pro has become available via trade and has ranked the Commanders as one of the top 3 teams he would want to play for when he's seeking a trade?
You have to go back to the very beginning, honestly, of Snyder, when nobody knew that he was a disaster and the worst ever, and thank God he's gone.
They just knew he would give you all the money.
Well, yeah, when he was Daddy Warbucks, when it was a spare no expense, I can't wait to go down there, and he's assembling a super team coming off of 99, right? You remember the buzz and excitement. His first year as owner, they were better than they'd been, basically for the previous decade. The 90s, after 91 and 92, and then Joe Gibbs' last year, were not very wasn't very much fun. Offense in the sport, adding a bunch of stars, and you go, oh my God, we are the it team in the NFL. We are big back. And of course, it couldn't have gone worse.
This was more from Deebo on that subject in his next answer.
They had, just like I just said, they came up in NFC Championship. We got a great quarterback, great team. Played against Cliff, he was the offensive coordinator over there. and the head coach over there with the Cardinals, and like I'm not too far from home. Some of my family live in Baltimore, so it's like that plays a role for sure.
So I didn't realize the Baltimore part. That's kind of cool because you are right here with family. He went to South Carolina, was on this coast originally, not out west in San Francisco. So those things bode well. It seems to me like, as we talked more about Cliff in the conversation we had with him, that while he didn't use the word like admired him from afar, those games when you're playing against Arizona and you're seeing some of their scheme and what they're doing.
Some stuff, yeah.
Exactly. I think there was an intrigue there, but he did not know Cliff well, which I'm a little surprised by. Like Kingsbury has a really good relationship with Kyle, Sean McVay, all those guys are at his wedding a few years ago and whatever else, or at weddings together, all hanging out, sitting at the same table. I remember Peter Schrager doing a big segment where he posted a bunch of pictures of all the people he hung out with that day on Good Morning Football. Do you remember that bit?
Is that when he strained his back from all the names that he was carrying around that he dropped?
I mean, Peter Schrager was like, here I was with this person. Here I was with this person. And it's like, we get it, man. You were at a wedding with coaches. Like, did you want to tell us any more? Or we just see.
What was the playlist like?
I couldn't believe that was a segment on TV. I was like, this is a wacky.
What did they say? What did they do for their first dance? Did they cut the cake?
But anyway, I think specific to Debo that I think he was a fan of Kingsbury's offense, even if he didn't know him really at all. But this is largely about Jaden Daniels and the fact that they got to the NFC Championship game last year, and he felt like they had a chance to get back there. Along these lines, did anybody see the comments from DeMarcus Lawrence, I think it was, of the Cowboys, who's now at Seattle? He did an interview with Ryan Clark.
Yep.
And that podcast, the Pivot or whatever it's called. Right? Is that right? Pivot? Yeah. So Clark was interviewing him, and he asked him about ending up in Seattle. And he said, look, I had some options. He name checks Washington straight up, which you and I remember when he became available said, this would be a guy that can rush the quarterback.
Look at that.
He's
Don't you
older.
want that?
I don't like the fact that he's 32, but they don't have a problem with age. Why don't they consider paying this guy? And he basically said the Commanders came after him pretty hard, but he said, I didn't want to jump on the bandwagon with a team that's already really good. He said they were in the NFC Championship game last year. I want to go somewhere where I can help build them up into something. Basically, I didn't want to just hop on in the last second for the team that's about to win the Super Bowl. That's how he was referring to the Washington Commanders, and his lack of interest was that he didn't want to be a bandwagon Johnny-come-lately, basically. What? That's what this is now?
Isn't that crazy?
You don't want to come here because they're already too good?
I don't want to go to some established program, which, by the way, we always underestimate that, right? Where the mentalities of certain guys, what they might want or not want. I don't want to live in cold weather. I don't want to live. I want to live near some place that has access to a winery. I mean, who knows what they want? But what a strange reason not to come someplace for a chance to win a championship. He's like, no, I don't want to do that. I'd rather build something else. But anyway, put that aside. But that's how he referred to Washington. That was so crazy for me to listen to and hear, where he's going, yeah, that's like as if to say that's one of the established programs. Like, I'm not going to Baltimore or Kansas City or Buffalo or one of these teams that's ready-made for championship. No. They're too good. I want to go build something. Wait, what?
So this was the interview on the Pivot.
I had the opportunity to, sign with Washington. Then it's like, yeah, like that's a championship contender team. And it's like, me personally, I'm not no bandwagon guy. I'm not going to sit here and, jump on the team because y'all have a good opportunity to go to the championship. It's more of like, well, what am I needed for? If y'all already got that type of team, like, y'all don't need me.
Now, we could debate whether or not that makes any sense. Because to me, I would be like, hey, you're about to win a title? I'm a pretty good player. Let me help you win a title.
You ever think about coming to win a title?
But I don't want to bury the lead of, he was like, yeah, that's a Super Bowl-ish team. I want to go somewhere where they're not a Super Bowl team to help them get there. They're just in that category for this player in the league who's
That's
been
the
around,
craziest part, man.
who played them twice last year. Mike in D.C., you're on the Fan. How's it going?
It's going great. How about you?
Good, buddy.
All right, so when I was listening to what y'all are talking about, I remember two Hall of Famers that wanted to come to Washington, and the teams rejected the trade. One was Eric Dickerson back in the day, and the other was Reggie White back in the day. And now, you add Debo to what we're doing, I'm not 1,000% sure that he's going to make this offense prolific. I feel like he takes a lot of the attention off of the middle of the field because he can do a lot there.
Yep.
But, I like his mindset. I'm not mad at it at all. I feel like this is the first time Terry really has a complimentary receiver that will take some attention off of him.
He's never had a player of this caliber, in my opinion, a weapon, I should say, of this caliber at receiver, who can, to your point, help just take a little attention away. I think that's fair. And if it doesn't work, Debo gets hurt. Debo proves that last year's regression was actually him slowing down and not just an offseason. However that happens, you just didn't give up much. It was a 5th-round pick, and it's below market for a player of his upside. The juice is worth the squeeze on paying him in the teens and $1 million against the cap.
If I give up a 5th-round pick and I get 800 total yards, pretty much what he did last year, okay.
In a bad year.
Yeah, sign me up immediately. Again, that to me is the floor, right? Is where last year wasn't very good for him. It's why San Francisco didn't mind parting. A 5th-round pick for a team with some pretty high aspirations, is 100% worth it. So you don't have to look any further than that.
Who or what is hot and who or what is not? Sizzling and fizzling next on Grant and Danny.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here for the Fanatic Sportsbook. Week 1 kicks off next Thursday. Let's take a look at the latest pro football injury report presented by Fanatic Sportsbook. We'll localize it here in Washington. Terry McLaurin not exactly injured, but he is in the ramp-up phase, return to play from his long and lengthy hold out, hold in, etc. His ankle is just fine. Don't worry about that. But will he be on a pitch count? Will he be able to go the full allotment that you normally would associate for your number 1 wide receiver? And his running mate, Noah Brown, returning from an injury as well, might be limited in week 1. They're taking it slow with him to try to ramp him up to a full workload. Again, that's today's injury report. Listen all season long for weekly injury updates presented by Fanatic Sportsbook, the home of fair play. Download the app today. So if you want to protect your parlays from injuries, switch to the sportsbook that will always have your back across the first and second quarter for all pro football every single game. That's right, with parlay protection. Straight parlays, same game parlays all season long from any first half injury. Fanatic Sportsbook, winning hits different here. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. MD. Visit mdgambling.org.
At 6 o'clock in an hour and 15 minutes, author Gary Meyers wrote about the Belichick-Brady relationship. Good football combo with him going into the start of the season. Also was supposed to have authored the Surviving Washington book with Robert Griffin that never happened. We'll ask him about that on The Fan. Who and what is hot and who and what is not? It is time for Sizzlin' and Fizzlin'. Thank you, Dad. Kyle Schwarber was one of my favorite Nationals who was only here for a minute. All time. He came in the 21 season, remember, and ended up in 72 games, hitting 25 home runs. So less than half of a season, 50 homer pace. It was kind of the last time baseball was really, really fun around these parts. And then he was gone, blink of an eye. I talked to him at the All-Star game. Could have been cooler. He's like, yeah, that was kind of exactly what I wanted. I really wanted to work with Kevin Long, who's his hitting coach still now with Philadelphia, not surprisingly. He said, so I kind of followed him there. I wanted to start hitting the ball in the air more and kind of get my swing back. And it is exactly how I was hoping kind of my career would go. Now, it turned out the Nats traded him and he couldn't stay here. But with the Phillies, he's become an MVP candidate this year. And last night, he hit his 46th, 47th, 48th, and 49th home runs. He actually had a chance with a position player pitching to him.
Like, there's never been a better chance to hit your fifth homer.
To be the first player in history to hit 5 homers in a game, and he just missed, got under a ball, and popped out. But Kyle Schwarber up to 49 bombs after a 4-homer game last night.
1-2. That one's drilled deep to right field. He has done it! 4 home runs in a game! A 3-run home run!
Tom McCarthy on the call there. As good a PBP as there is right now. Phillies have a great booth, him and Kruk. When Crucky's in. So good. I think they have Ruben Amaro Jr. sometimes as well, who does a nice job. But Kyle Schwarber sizzling. I'll also go with YouTube TV. They were on my hot seat. I was mad at them. They got a deal done. Them and Fox are now in cahoots. They're happy together. They're locking arms and skipping around in the field with flowers on either side of them. And I will not be missing any football. Fox, long-term contract signed with YouTube TV. They beat the clock, Terry and the Commanders style. So YouTube TV, sizzling, Danny.
Sizzling, GP. The St. Albans School for Boys athletic program. Why do you ask? I'll tell you. How about yet another St. Albans Bulldog in the pros? That's Wayne Alex Frederick II, not to be confused with the first. He plays for the Colorado Rapids in the MLS. He's a professional soccer player. St. Albans soccer program, a little bit nasty. You sleep. But here's where it's really, really cool. He has just made the Trinidad and Tobago national team. That's pretty incredible to me. CONCACAF, I understand it's not Brazil or Italy or England or Germany or France or one of their great traditional powers, but he's got dual citizenship. Parents are from Trinidad and Tobago. And this is someone that's going to compete at one of the highest levels of soccer in the whole world as a 21-year-old made the Trinidad and Tobago national team. That is very cool. Wayne Alex Frederick II. That's my sizzling.
All right, I'm going to go fizzling then, and I will start with Jerry Jones. I don't know how much I need to explain here, but he completely bungled his negotiation with a premium defender, one of the best players in the entire NFL. Subsequently had to trade him for about 63 cents on the dollar. Jerry Jones then holds a press conference, and it became a bit of a clown show.
The other thing that I would like to say is I firmly made a commitment to Michael this spring, Micah, and paid him, and to pay him.
I firmly did me. By the way, it was a nice, just as an aside in there. It's a nice way to say I or me. I firmly did, comma, me, comma. So Jerry Jones fizzling. I'll give you one more. ESPN is fizzling. Here's how. I saw this and wanted to bring it up somehow on the show, and this is going to be my window into that. We have reached an anniversary this week of 22 years ago this week that the TV show Playmakers debuted on ESPN. wildly popular.
Yeah.
Now, I was a kid, and I don't know why my parents were letting me watch it. But
it's a show about football.
It's
That's
a football
fine.
show. It's kind of like Friday Night Lights, but the NFL. It was a drama about a football team that was dealing with drug issues, domestic violence, all kinds of terrible things. Smashola. People loved it. You know who didn't like it was the NFL. Thought it was terrible. You know who's partners with the NFL? Less so then than now, but they've always been partners with the NFL. They don't actually work together like they do now after this recent deal, but ESPN. And so they canceled the show almost immediately because the NFL was breathing down their necks. Bad decision. I will always wonder what could have become of that show, Playmakers. It was awesome.
It was incredible. One more sizzling I'm going to sneak in there. Lee Corso, final game day this Saturday. What an unbelievable journey and career. 90 years old. Obviously, he would be the first one to tell you, past his prime when it comes to being able to deliver the analysis and hijinks and some of the stuff that made that show so great. But he made that show so great. It's one of the great television programs in any genre that we have had. College Game Day is an institution. It is a staple, and he is was the linchpin of that program. Unbelievable career. Fare thee well. Lee Corso, absolutely sizzling for me. Sizzling, pretty easy. Don't have to look too far. Right down the street, Old Half Street. They play pretty close by. Your Washington Nationals. Last week, we had Bobby Blanco from the Bronx on, and they had just, I think they'd they'd just taken 2 out of 3 from the Mets. And I was like, hey, Bob, have you noticed, even though the record's not great, they've played pretty decent baseball lately. I think they're over 500 in their last 15. 5 straight losses where they have gotten mud stomped in those games, outscored 276 trillion to 1. Numbers approximate. Gross.
Sizzling and Fizzling, a segment on Grant and Danny today via Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Check your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Let's go around the NFL with ESPN's Mike Clay when we return on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Meadows Farms. Fresh plants arriving daily. Plant a little happiness. 1 day removed from the Cowboys trading away Micah Parsons to the Green Bay Packers, who then signed a 4-year extension with Green Bay. 4 years, $188 million, $136 million guaranteed. Also in the NFL, the Patriots released safety Jabril Peppers. Earlier this week, they released wide receiver Kendrick Bourne. He's going to be visiting with the 49ers on Monday and then the Commanders on Tuesday. College football, 2 top 10 matchups tomorrow. Number 1, Texas on the road at number 3, Ohio State. That's going to kick off at noon. And then late night, 7:30, number 9, LSU going to take on number 4, Clemson. Local teams in action. Maryland going to take on FAU tomorrow at noon. Can hear that game over on the Team 980. Coverage going to begin at 11 a.m. Neutral site game for Virginia Tech in Atlanta. They're going to take on number 13 South Carolina. Kickoff at 3 o'clock. Coverage begins at 1 o'clock over on the Team 980 as well. In baseball, the Nationals begin a 3-game series against the Tampa Bay Rays tonight at Nationals Park, 6:45 right here on The Fan. Mitchell Parker takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 7-15 with a 6.01 ERA. He'll take on Adrian Hauser, who is 7-4 with a 2.88 ERA. Make Meadows Farms your vegetation destination this fall. Now through Monday, our VIP customers get 20% off mums, pansies, perennials, trees, and shrubs. For more information, visit meadowsfarms.com. Meadows Farms Nurseries, planting a little happiness for over 60 years. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Grant and Danny welcoming you back on The Fan. We'll take you up to 6:15 and Nats pregame. Brought to you today and every day by our friends, the law firm, Kondori and Murad, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions. They are here to protect you and your family's assets. You should let them do that. Schedule a free consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you to get a discount. On the Rude Guest Hotline, Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. It is time to continue our Fantasy at 5 series on G&D. And to do that, we've got Mike Clay of ESPN on with us. Mike, thank you for the time. How are you?
I'm pretty good, guys. You know, today we did on the Fantasy Focus podcast, we did our hot takes, and we had to drink/eat some hot sauce as we made our hottest takes. And if you hear some like loud noises, that's probably my inside screaming at me. But otherwise, pretty good.
If your voice starts cracking, it's the hot sauce making an appearance. We get it. Let's talk Commanders first, because you get kind of day 5 of our series here. We've gone through a bunch of the positions so we can hop around more. What are your thoughts on some of Washington's stalwarts as fantasy players, and who are your sleepers for them?
Yeah, I mean, the stalwarts certainly, it starts with Jaden Daniels, one of my favorite targets in draft this season. I think he very well could lead the position in fantasy points, and if he's the first quarterback off the board in your draft, that's not wild at all. I mean, he definitely has that ceiling. So he's been one of my favorite targets this season. I feel like, look, I do a lot of work on touchdown regression to the mean. I know Terry McLaurin's touchdown rate is going to be hard to sustain last season, but he's still a great player and going to be a big part of a high-scoring offense. So I found myself drafting him quite a bit. And then, of course, the big name lately, as you guys know, is Bill Meyers. That's the guy that's generating a lot of hype. I think that we're going to see, maybe you guys could, talk on this a little bit for those listening, but, I think Austin Eckler will have a pretty substantial role early on, but there's a reason they traded Brian Robinson, and Krosky Merritt, I imagine, will have a pretty substantial role that could grow within the first few weeks of the season. So he's been a terrific mid-round flyer the last few weeks.
Yeah, I was going to follow up there. And, Mike, where's an appropriate spot to draft Krosky Merritt? I mean, here in D.C., the hype train has left the station. I mean, people have, enshrined him, put a gold jacket on him, and decided he's the next bit of sliced bread here. But I just don't know how many targets or how big the share is going to be, because you mentioned it. Daniels has to eat. Eckler's going to eat. I imagine Chris Rodriguez gets some carries, maybe steal some touchdowns away, etc. Where do you think he probably should go, and where have you seen him going?
Yeah, so I have him ranked 29th at running back right now. I'm looking at a guy who obviously is risky and maybe isn't much of a fantasy commodity right out of the gate in terms of the touch volume, but I expect that to change within time. There's a reason that you move on from Robinson because you feel like this guy can make some explosive plays. So it's just one of the things, like once in a while you see a day 3 or undrafted rookie generate some hype, and oftentimes there's a reason that happens, and those guys earn a pretty decent workload. So, again, we've seen it in recent years. Isaiah Pacheco, being a great example in Kansas City, followed a similar trajectory. And so I'm buying into it in that capacity. So I'd say mid-round. You're looking at a 12-team league. We're talking around 8th, 9th round. I think that's a fine area to strike on a guy that could be a league winner.
Mike Clay, ESPN NFL Fantasy, is with us on Grant and Danny. Going back to pass catchers for a moment, just a few rapid-fire things you could hit on these guys. Terry McLaurin not having an offseason, basically. Your concerns there. Also, Deebo Samuel's involvement. Is he interesting to you? Last year was kind of ugly statistically, but he's had a wonderful camp. And then Zach Ertz, quietly, second half last year was dynamite for them. Had an 11-catch, 100-yard game in the NFC Championship game the last time we saw him. Your thoughts on those guys?
Yeah, no doubt. Terry McLaurin, I bought the dip on him in fantasy drafts. Some people were worried about the contract. Again, I do expect the touchdowns to come down, and I'd like to see more targets from him. He's finished exactly 19th at receiver in targets 3 years in a row. For a guy we're drafting in the 4th round, we want a little bit more volume out of him so he could sustain that fantasy production. But I think he's fine where he's going. As for Deebo, a very interesting wild card. This is a guy that's never played a full regular season in the NFL, but there's definitely plenty of touches to be had in this offense, especially if they utilize him to some capacity as a rusher, as the 49ers did. And again, he's not super expensive, 7th round ADP, maybe a little rich for me, but he can definitely pay that off. So no issues there. And I'm glad you brought up Zach Ertz because, look, he's 34. He's basically the second oldest fantasy relevant, we'll say, tight end behind only Travis Kelce. Had quite the renaissance last season. My only question here is, a couple of years ago when he was in Arizona, Trey McBride in his second year, at some point during that season, took Zach Ertz's job to the point that Ertz was just waived and ended up on Detroit's practice squad that year. And I'm wondering if at some point this season we're going to start to see a little bit wear down there from 34-year-old Ertz and a little bit more of Ben Sinnott down the stretch. That's the only reason I don't have much late-round interest in Ertz. He's very similar to a lot of tight ends, but it would also not shock me if the first month or two of the season he continues to produce as he did last season.
Who are some guys, and Mike Clay with us here on Grant and Danny, that you just simply will not have on your roster this year, despite maybe good prognostications or good projections, and maybe against your better judgment? Who are some guys you're just avoiding?
Yeah, I would say I'm looking at the Jets offense for a lot. I think that Justin Fields is fine because he runs the ball, but it's the other guys that I think are going to be hurt in what should be a really low-volume offense. That starts with Garrett Wilson. I have him ranked right around 20, but I just haven't found myself drafting him very often because I think that's the ceiling. If you look at Fields' career, you look at his every game he's played in full and look at his pass attempts, it's right around 25 per game. That would have ranked dead last in the NFL last season. So it's going to be really hard for Wilson to get his first ever top 20 season in points per game when he's not going to get. He was top 7 in targets all 3 of those seasons, and he didn't pull off the top 20. How is he going to do that now in a low volume offense? I have a hard time seeing it. So I think he kind of caps out right where he's going in draft. So not super interested in him. And then Breece Hall, similar kind of concerns in this offense that might not score a lot, but also Braylon Allen is coming on strong. He was a very young rookie last year. They like him a lot. There's a lot of hype. We could say Isaiah Davis mixed in that offense as well. So neither of those guys. And then I'll give you one more, Jared Goff at quarterback. He's a guy that finished 6th last year in raw points because he was upright the whole season. But that was his first ever finish better than 10th in points per game. And he's really been, despite the fact that the Lions have scored a ton of points the last 3 seasons, is barely hanging on as a fringe QB1. And now Ben Johnson's gone. The interior of that offensive line is probably the biggest concern on the roster, which is saying a lot considering the health issues on defense. So I think Goff comes back to earth this year, and I'd stay away from him in the single-digit rounds, which is where he's going.
Mike, I'm going somewhere with this, I promise. I have a Ryan Matthews rule. And so back in the day, every year that I owned Ryan Matthews, he was just dog water. Like, ruined my fantasy season, either borderline end of first round or second round pick, and he played like 3 games. The years I didn't have him, I would lose to the team that did. Like, thinking about guys like that can kill you because of the variance. It could be plays 2 games or is dominant against you when you avoid drafting him. Kind of thinking about McCaffrey this year, but maybe some other guys that might fit that bill that might Ryan Matthews somebody.
Yeah, that's so funny because I was going to say that sounds an awful lot like Christian McCaffrey conversation this season. So that's so funny that you mentioned him. I think that oh man, that's a heck of a question. I will say, how about someone recently that has had some injury issues, but when he's played, has been really good. How about Ken Walker up in Seattle? I think he's a fascinating case this season. Again, when he's healthy and involved in Seattle, he's been a high-end producer, but he continues to miss time. And this year, he's missed a lot of off-season activities. And Zach Charbonnet's looked pretty good. And I've moved Walker down my rankings a little bit. He's going in the 4th round because I think Charbonnet might play more than we think. It is a new regime up there in Seattle as well. So he's one, again, if you draft him last year, probably a little frustrated because he was out of the lineup so much. And this year, maybe you don't take him and he takes back the lead back job. So he's one. I would say Isaiah Pacheco in Kansas City as well. He burned you last year, and this year maybe you're avoiding. And then what if he takes back that job? No, he's healthy. What if he takes back the lead back job in Kansas City and produces how he was before that, which was basically at a good RB2 level in fantasy. So probably a couple guys like that. I don't know if that helps you, but there's a couple names that are a little bit of a head scratcher.
Mike, I always end my draft with defense. It's become kicker for me, and then I stream based on matchup all season long. Am I leaving too much on the table by not trying to jump out in front and get the Texans, Ravens, Broncos, Eagles, somebody like that?
No, absolutely not. Look, 6 of the last 8 seasons, this stat applies to both defense and kicker. 6 of the last 8 seasons, the top scoring at that position finished outside the top 10 the next year. It is a high variance position. It changes like wildfire every year. It's very hard to repeat as a top kicker or defense due to a variety of reasons. So you're playing it the right way. Kickers, I'll cut them every week for waiver ads to hold insurance backs on my bench, whatever it is. And then defenses, you have it right. You stream it. A big part of how a defense performs is the offense they're playing. It's the matchup. So that's always something that has to be considered. And I do the same thing. I stream basically in every league, unless I hit a home run. If you hit a lottery ticket, you wait till the last round, you've got like Minnesota last year, you're fine. You can use them most weeks, but otherwise I'm streaming the whole season.
Mike, informative stuff, man. Really appreciate the time today. Thank you.
You got it, fellas.
These have been very helpful. We have had 2 drafts each this week.
Yeah.
Hopefully for many of you, your drafts have lined up with this series, 5 o'clock all week long. Although we got jobbed a little bit yesterday. Couldn't do it because Micah Parsons got traded, but I will take that exchange. Can't do the fantasy segment because one of the best players, the most feared players on a rival in the division.
Breaking news happens.
Is leaving the NFC East. But really good segment with Mike Clay there. The Commanders news today is that Kendrick Bourne's going to work out for the team on Tuesday. Toby's been saying in his updates that he's going to work out first for the Niners, his former team, on Monday. In fact, when he was with San Francisco, so was Adam Peters, and that's where some of the familiarity is. It's funny to think about this. We were talking earlier about Deebo Samuel when he was trying to get traded from the Niners, seeking out Washington, thinking that they were going to be one of the best teams in the conference. Here's how quickly the gap is closed, though. If you're Bourne, do you feel like you have a better chance to win something meaningful this year in San Fran or in Washington? Now, the Niners, you might go advantage coaching staff, right? Even though Dan Quinn last year, A+.
Just more deposits in the bank in San Fran.
Yeah, Kyle Shanahan, offensive-minded. You've already been there. You know that in your role there, you had your best season of your career. But quarterback-wise, Brock Purdy just got paid. With all due respect to Brock Purdy, who was a Mr. Irrelevant, very, very different than number 2 overall. Jaden Daniels, head and shoulders better from a quarterback situation. If you're doing like loves me not, and put a skittle in this scale for Washington, this in San Francisco. So maybe you go coaching scheme offensively, San Francisco. Cliff did a hell of a job last year, so it's close. Quarterbacking, I don't think it's particularly close. You go Jaden Daniels. Division, with the Matthew Stafford situation with the back, maybe the NFC West might be easier to win or compete in. clearly in the NFC East, Washington's the number 2 team, but there's 3 wild cards, so you still feel like you're going to get to the playoffs. You might have to play on the road. But the fact that we can even debate a team that's been a power like San Francisco against Washington is the point.
Yeah, it is fun. The other part is, what do you care about? And this is the thing we never know. I mean, I take, again, Tank Lawrence for what he talked about. Instead of going to a team that can win a Super Bowl, he wanted to do something else. Everybody marches to the beat of their own drummer. So if I'm Kendrick Bourne, am I part of an ensemble where I'm clearly the understudy, the Terry McLaurin, Debo Samuel, probably Noah Brown when he's healthy, and I got to beat out Jalen Lane for the occasional spot. He's going to run all the gadget stuff, and who knows what my role is going to be? Or do you go, I'm looking at San Francisco. Ayuk ain't playing for a while. Jawan Jennings is beat up. It's me and Russell Gage for that outside wide receiver spot opposite Ricky Pearsall. Is that what I care about? It all depends. What can you offer me? And then, of course, dollars enter into it as well. What are you willing to guarantee and so on? But a guy that's been around like that's a veteran, that's very solid, high floor, low ceiling, might have some choices.
It's actually a really good point, because if Jawan Jennings is going to stay in the slot, I think the assumption's been when he's healthy and back on the field that he's going to get more work out on the boundary with Ricky Pearsall. But if he is going to stay in the slot, then there is a huge path to targets. I mean, the Niners, I think, have one of the weakest wide receiver rooms in football right now. They traded for Sky Moore from the Chiefs. If that doesn't scream, we need help at that position, I don't know what does. Sky Moore has been one of the biggest recent disappointments in draft history. For his career, 3 years in KC with Reed and Mahomes in that offense, 43 catches and sub 500 yards. They couldn't figure out a way to get the 24-year-old active and contributing. So I think Kyle's the best thing that can happen to a receiver. He views the game through that lens. He played wide receiver as a walk-on at Texas. He obviously grew up around his father, Mike, and in football. And you guys know the resume by now. Multiple Super Bowl appearances, mainstay in conference championship games. But I don't know that there's, we talk about quarterback whisperers. There's not a better receiver whisperer in football than Kyle Shanahan. So Ricky Pearsall's probably going to be a dude. Former first-round pick out of the University of Florida. We've seen Jawan Jennings, a former seventh-round pick, become an awesome player. But right now, Jennings, Pearsall, Russell Gage, that's pretty gross. And if you're Bourne, you're right. You probably go there, and I'll bet you're getting targets in week 1 in their divisional game right away.
I think that would appeal to me if I was someone like... Now, again, it depends on what he wants. If this is I'm going to do what... Why am I blanking on the corner's name? Post-type sleeper that came here for a year... Played pretty well, went and got a free agent deal somewhere else. A couple years ago into Rivera.
Ronald Darby?
Darby, thank you. Is it the Ronald Darby plan where you go, I want one more deal? Whether that's naive or not, bear with me. The best way to do that is to catch some passes early in San Francisco. Do I just want to be part of a potential championship program? Maybe then that means, could also mean San Francisco, eye of the beholder, but that would maybe put the tilt toward Washington, right? Again, it all sort of depends on what someone might want to do, but George Kittle's going to eat, he's going to get his. Jawan Jennings, when healthy, we'll see around 75 catches probably out of the slot, but if this is the major if for San Francisco. If Christian McCaffrey is Christian McCaffrey, that carries a lot of weight too. So you may not need that bona fide second receiver or whatever. So again, it's all about kind of what that sweet spot is to what they're willing to offer and what you care about as a wideout.
By the way, week 6 for Brandon Ayuk is the target, it looks like, from what I'm seeing, coming off the ACL MCL in October of last year. Maybe it's a little before that, but regardless. What am I missing? I know I've gone back and forth Rams, 49ers, mostly because of the Stafford back thing. But you look at San Francisco. Are we sure we're not just saying the Niners because it's normally the Niners?
I keep beating this drum. Their over-under is one of the best in the league.
I know.
Everybody loves them because, McCaffrey will be back, and this is they had their injury year last year, they'll be fine.
Well, their biggest offseason addition is Robert Saleh, their D coordinator.
Yeah.
I think people are assuming their defense is going to be way better this year. They also spent some money and drafted decently on that side of the ball. First-round pick, Michael Williams at end. They have a starting safety, was a mid-round pick for them, and Marcus Siegel, and then they have Upton Stout, who they drafted in the third round playing nickel. So they have 3 new starters just from the draft on defense, which isn't even to talk about any of the other moves that they made. But I think they lost more in terms of veteran talent than they added. So they need a significant coaching job from Robert Saleh. But I don't know, man. It's hard for me to see a team win in like a dozen games when your wide receiver 1 comes back in week 6. The best receiver on their roster right now is Ricky Pearsall, who has been barely used in his career. He was a rookie last year. Remember, he
was shot.
Brian Robinson,
right?
Kind of story where he was coming back from that. But it was 30 catches, 400 yards, 3 touchdowns in 11 games. But the passing game, theoretically, is going to go through him to start the year.
It's the Bills at over under 12.5, Eagles, Chiefs, Ravens at 11.5, and then the Packers and the Niners at 10.5 wins. They're Vegas over under. Like the point is, they're in the upper echelon according to people that do this for a living. I just can't get there.
I will have 2 takeaways if their offense hums early this season and looks like a juggernaut again. Number 1, Kyle Shanahan is goated. He's just so damn good that it doesn't really matter who's where on offense in that passing game because he's getting dudes open. He had Jabbar Gaffney go for 1,000 yards here. Never forget. But second, let's give Brock Purdy some flowers. Because basically it's Christian McCaffrey, if he's healthy, out of the backfield, and George Kittle at tight end right now for Brock Purdy. After we said for years, one of the best situations in the league, good offensive line, best play caller, look at all these weapons, Debo and Ayuk. Little by little, they've
been chipped away.
And this happens when you pay a guy. It's why I think he's going to regress some. But if he doesn't, and if they rock and roll on offense, it's going to be time to give Purdy some love.
They may have a manageable schedule. That may be why some of this is the hype is around them.
It's a huge part of it. I think if I have these numbers right, I said this to you a couple weeks ago, so I heard this somewhere. I think they play 8 games against teams that picked in the top 10 in the draft. Or maybe it's said they play 8 of the top 10 picks in the draft, meaning 8 of their games, about half of their slate, is among the 10 worst teams from last football season. Now, some of those teams are going to have good years and respawn.
Sure.
But you're right. I think schedule is probably the biggest thing they have going for them.
So they start at Seattle. Division game, probably going to be close, who knows? But that may be the healthy McCaffrey, where you start off, so maybe there's your chance.
I'd rather play the Niners when he's not going to get a full workload.
Precisely. Then it's Saints, Cardinals, Jaguars. 3 teams that didn't do a heck of a lot. Arizona may be frisky this year, but again, put that aside. I think the Saints pick first. Jacksonville, are we sure they're ready for prime time? Rams, Bucks, Falcons, Texans. Then they got the Giants later on, the Panthers later on, Cleveland later on, Tennessee who picked first, the Bears who missed the playoffs last year. They got a pretty favorable schedule in this division that's pretty topsy-turvy. And if the Rams are what you and I are worrying, they got their own injury risks and worries. They're beat up, they're older, and Matt Stafford's back wouldn't allow him to practice back-to-back days until recently, ... Who knows how that division plays out?
Terry McLaurin had thoughts on one of the young players on Washington's offense that he think is ready to really surprise people and have a big year. I want to play that audio next, and we'll talk about who you guys think is going to exceed expectations for the Commanders this season. We'll do that on Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Cars for Kids, cars with a K. In the NFL, the Patriots released safety Jabril Peppers earlier this week. They released wide receiver Kendrick Bourne. He's visiting the Niners on Monday and then will visit the Commanders on Tuesday. College football, local teams getting their seasons underway. Maryland starts tomorrow, taking on FAU at home. That'll be kicking off at noon with coverage beginning at 11 a.m. over on the Team 980. The Hokies in Atlanta for a neutral site game against number 13 South Carolina. That'll kick off at 3 o'clock Sunday afternoon. Can hear that game over on the Team 980. In baseball tonight, the Nationals begin a 3-game series against the Tampa Bay Rays at Nats Park, 6:45 right here on The Fan. Mitchell Parker takes on Adrian Hauser. 106.7 The Fan congratulates Cars for Kids on 30 years of changing lives. Over 1 million cars donated, more than 100,000 kids helped. Be part of the legacy. Donate your car today at carsforkids.org and join over 1 million satisfied donors. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
At 6.5 hour, Gary Meyers, author, has written a lot of great NFL books. Welcome back, G&D. This is The Fan.
You know what we need, real quick? We need Tsunami.
Tsunami's good, too.
You got to tell the people that story.
I will tell the people about Tsunami, but Darius would have to skip to the part that's interesting.
Yeah, it takes a second. More than a second. It takes a little while.
So, yeah, pretty incredible. So this song playing right now is my jam. It's called Party Till We Die. They played at Nats Park going into the bottom of the ninth inning when the Lads are trailing, which is quite frequently. And they play this song, and Nats Park comes to life, and it's time to try to rally, and let's go get the bad guys, right? I love it. It's my favorite. Danny no-sells it. He hates it. I don't really understand why. But it's a banger. So I'm at Nats Park, and I'm sitting with, I think it was Toby and Danny.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, there's another song I really, really like that they play here. My issue was I was going to have a hard time describing it because it's a song I haven't heard in a while.
Right.
And you're going to
there's no lyrics.
Right. You're going to try to just make the noise for people. And Danny cuts me off, like at the pass, mid-sentence, and he goes, Tsunami. And I actually, this is not a joke, I just ignored you.
Yep. You steamrolled right past them, which I understand.
The way in my head I processed it was
trolling, some sort of comment.
I'm trying to
derailing.
talk to Toby about something Toby might know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why you're trying to answer right now about something that you don't know about or don't care about.
Yeah, the 46-year-old White doesn't know this.
But this is something where if I name 1,000 songs, you won't know. And it's not even like, does Grant know the music?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, it's a newer thing. It's at Nats Park. You don't pay attention, like whatever. And so I start to try to explain it, and Danny goes, Tsunami. And I said, are you sure? And he goes, yeah, I think so. And so I look it up on Spotify, and sure enough, it was Tsunami. So the fact that you hadn't even gotten through my explanation of the song I'm trying to figure out yet, plus you knew what the song was called, is wildly crazy.
No one would have seen that coming.
And it turns out, this would have been a plus 80 million on the FanDuel board that Danny would know the song and or be able to guess it. But you had liked it and asked your buddy who's a ballpark DJ.
Yeah, so my guy Chris Stiles runs the music over there. And
Chris Stiles that used to work here.
Different Chris Stiles.
Two Chris Stiles?
There are two Chris Stiles
that both play music?
Yeah.
That are both DJs?
Yeah.
Okay.
I like one, and I don't really know the other. So my buddy Chris Stiles.
You know the one that worked here?
No, I know Chris Stiles that does the Nats ballpark stuff. Right, he and his one of his buddies, one of the guys that he works with.
Come by and talk to us several times at the Red Box.
He's a great dude, and I was like, "What's that song called?" And he's like, "Which one?" I was like, "I just heard it at Nats Park, and it was on one of the nights he wasn't there." And he goes, "So his partner's named Danny, who's fantastic, by the way. It's a great name. I'm sure this is one of the most wonderful people in the world. But they play Tsunami when they knock the other pitcher out. So when the other team's pitcher changes, it's whatever, like that kind of techno house music type song. And I was like, I know it because it's in Pitch Perfect 2. It's what Das Sound Machine sings as part of their interlude in their performance at the World Acapella Games.
But you hate the really good house music, awesome EDM type song that I love. And what Toby and I decided is you hate it because I love it and because I talk about it.
It's pretty. Okay. I need to discover it. If I don't have ownership of it in any kind of way, I didn't that Tsunami, like I didn't make it up. Like if I come to it from recommendation, like I didn't watch, my favorite show ever is The Wire. I wouldn't watch The Wire for like years because like Baltimore comedians that weren't funny with like Jimmy Duck Comedian was like getting a starring role in it or something. And like everyone kept telling me about it. I was like, no, I don't like it. And then I stubbornly finally watched it by myself and I went, oh, okay, this is incredible. And then I caught up and it was amazing. But I wouldn't watch it for so many years because I didn't find it.
This could be a future Grant and Danny poll of the day. Which song slaps harder? Which one slaps you right in the face? And then we could go head to head with Danny, Tsunami, or my.
So Tsunami would lose because the intro's too long, and it's like, would you just do the good part that everyone knows?
Here we go.
Yeah. This is what they play.
This is fire.
They don't play the first part that's like 45 seconds of like some weird build.
This is generally at a pitching change. You always say it's when they knock a pitcher out.
That's what Chris told me.
Well, he would know. He plays it. It is my perception, and it sounds like I'm wrong. I think sometimes even when the Nats are it's
rallying a little bit.
Late in sequence kind of thing. But when I hear it, I do get sized. It's great. This one in like this excerpt of this song plays at a high level.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of it, meh. But give me Party Till We Die again. Because I think Party Till We Die, really the entire time until it drops, just gets after your
It's a better intro.
This part's cool. I'm giving this like a 6 out of 10. We're in a good place. But when it drops, that's when the children start moving their feet. That's when the ladies don't know what to do with themselves.
When is the drop? What's a drop?
Like, is that this? Right here. We're building up.
Oh, it's the build.
It's like a DJ thing where you got your hand on your, one of your ears. The drop right here. Crank it, Darius. This is a drop. That's the drop right there. You get it?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, music at Nats Park, better than baseball at Nats Park some nights.
A lot of nights, especially during day games.
Occasionally. Terry McLaurin on Jalen Lane. He's teammate. His member of his wide receiver room has gotten a lot of reps because Terry wasn't around. Seems like he's very impressed with the rookie from Virginia Tech.
Jalen Lane, I think, is a guy who's really going to have a chance to help us, not just in the return game, his dynamic ability, but, some people may think he's just in the slot. And to be honest, I saw his film. He has a lot of plays at the slot, but I've watched not only preseason, I've watched practice, and, he can play on the outside. His speed, his ability to get vertical, he's actually more physical at the top than people probably give him credit for, which is a key component of winning on the outside receiver. Being as an outside receiver, winning physically, because you're going to get a lot more press. And so his ability just to continue to be hungry and be a sponge and ask all the questions, I'm going to continue to try to help him as much as I can.
So that's Jalen Lane broken down by his teammate, a Pro Bowler in Terry McLaurin. That's as close as you're going to get to somebody raving about a young rookie.
Pretty strong endorsement right there.
Yeah, at a time where you're not really given as much love as maybe you could, that's about as good as it gets.
Yeah, I wonder where the opportunities are going to come from. Like, I do. It's the, if Noah Brown is banged up, you could see that. Deebo Samuel needs a break, or there's the formation where Deebo motions to the backfield, and here's Jalen Lane now taking over the slot. Or you have both those guys on one side, you motion one to the other. I mean, the possibilities, they're endless. If Jalen Lane is more than just a gadget guy, what a find.
Well, he is, eventually, I think he will be. He can run deep. I saw it at camp constantly. He's leaving dudes in his wake. But I do think he is Deebo in the offense right now, like his role. And so if Deebo Samuel's healthy, this is a little bit of Ben Sinnott, Zach Ertz. Like if Ertz is not there, and last year he was every single week, then Ben Sinnott probably watches him a whole lot. And I think that'll probably be the case for Jalen Lane. If Deebo is healthy, God willing, he's out there 17 times, probably really bad for the Jalen Lane business, because I think that's kind of the role right now they've carved out for him. But if Deebo, a la San Francisco, is super banged up or does miss games, then I do think that the Jalen Lane role grows. But he is capable, as Terry was just talking about, of doing a lot more than just what they drafted him to do, which was kind of execute the Deebo plan. But I wanted to use that audio to launch into a conversation we're going to have about other players that we're excited about that could overachieve or exceed expectations. Because essentially what McLaurin is saying is that Jalen Lane is going to surpass expectations, that maybe he's better than people think. And I want to launch into that conversation. But Mark is in Woodbridge and wants to hop in on the songs we were just talking about. So before we completely move on to the Commanders, Mark, you got another Nats Park song that's fire?
I haven't been there in a couple years, or actually 2 years, but Sandstorm. If you are into that Tsunami, whatever that is, Sandstorm is the ultimate rally, late inning type go-getter music that I think you should check out.
All right, so I don't by name know that song at all. I don't know if I should.
It's familiar to me.
Sandstorm?
So I don't know what it. I couldn't pull it.
But if you said to me, "Hey, do you like the song Tsunami?" I'd go, "I have no idea what that is." And then as soon as you play it, I'd be like, "Oh, I love this song at Nats Park."
So I randomly know the name Tsunami. I don't know. I definitely have heard it because I was trying to find Tsunami at one point as a point of conversation, talking to somebody. It's like, no, it's a song. It goes like this. And I think I came across Sandstorm. I was like, oh, I know that one too, but it's not the one I was looking for. Did that make sense?
Kind of.
Is that Sandstorm? Yeah, you know that.
Yep.
I think like college football, Saturday night.
Yeah, may I hop in here as Toki Altizer? Sandstorm sucks because that's South Carolina's song. Enter Sandman.
Oh, I see.
I knew this one. That's what it is.
Enter Sandman.
He's very upset that Frank's son is no longer a part of the operation. Shane Beamer now coaching the game.
So they play this at the beginning of what South Carolina comes out to, right?
Yeah, this is a big South Carolina thing. That's why I hate it, at least until Monday.
This song is good. Now, I'm going to say it is the third best of the three songs that we've played. But I don't know. It's really, really good. I'm not telling you it's not. This is a Nats Park silly. I'll give you that. I need just a Nats Park album.
It's like Jock Jams, but not.
Get me through the off season. Just James Wood highlights and some of these bangers. All right, next, though, I want to get into Commanders players that could exceed expectations this year. Terry McLaurin was the first answer in with Jalen Lane. He's all in on the Virginia Tech wideout. What about you guys? 800-636-1067. Danny and I have come up with one on offense and one on defense. We'll get to those next. We're excited to talk to Gary Meyers coming up in 15 minutes. He's a very good author and has written a bunch of books on the NFL, a few of which I've read over the years, and he's got a new one that I'm intrigued by. Brady versus Belichick. It's the relationship between those two guys. We'll ask him about that. I also sneaky want to ask him about the Robert Griffin situation. Remember, he was writing the book about Griffin in D.C. I think it was called Surviving Washington, and Robert actually put out the news that it was being written. Like, he was in on the project, but it never came out, so we'll ask him about that as well here on The Fan coming up in just a few. Before we get to our payoff and our answer of our question about Commanders that could overachieve, I do want to turn people's attention to the poll of the day presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage, local, long distance, residential, or commercial, 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience. You can vote on the 1067 The Fan Twitter page right now. The question, Danny, is based on our A topic today. We came out of the chute with, of all the players in the NFC East that are the biggest pains in Washington's butt, who do you think is the guy that is the biggest thorn in the side of the Commanders in 2025? Saquon Barkley, A.J. Brown, CeeDee Lamb, or I guess to be funny, Kayvon Thibodeau is the list that the boys put together. And 80% of people
80%
said Saquon Barkley, the running back from Philly, who was 3 for 3 at tormenting Washington last year.
Yeah, hard to unsee some of those big carries in huge games.
It was the home runs,
Yeah.
The thing that we just never see from this team.
So that's where a running back carries the ball and he goes a long way.
Right.
Yeah.
Now maybe we will with Bill Merritt or possibly Chris Rodriguez's uptick in speed. But that was not a club in Brian Robinson's bag. But the crippling 60, 50, 70-yard runs, Barkley's done it with the Giants, with the Eagles. Just done it forever against this team.
He is the runaway leader here. A.J. Brown was my answer. It still is. They have never stopped him. He is awesome. He's unbelievable. And I think teams are more afraid of that, which leaves holes open for Saquon Barkley to get 5, 6, 7 at a time. Now, the design breaks when you get 75 at a time, when you're supposed to give up 7 or 8 as guys are kind of come up and making a play. But A.J. Brown is terrifying.
All right, player on offense for the Commanders that will exceed expectations this season.
Chris Rodriguez is my answer. Everybody has already looked to the new thing. Everybody's so excited about Bill, and they're overbilling, and he's going in the 4th or 5th round in people's fantasy drafts, and they're looking at the new thing that hasn't had a bad sample yet. Slow and steady wins the race here. Chris Rodriguez is the first down back, I think, a lot of times. And Chris Rodriguez will get the touchdowns. I think that guy's in store for 150, 160 carries, which doesn't sound like a ton, but when you think about it, that'll probably be the second most in the backfield, maybe the most in the backfield. It kind of depends. I think that guy does a lot more than people are counting on.
So I'm going to give you a few guys I thought about but did not go with, and then I'm going to give you my answer. So I thought about but didn't go with Austin Eckler. If he's healthier, I think he's going to have a good season. I know he's older at the running back position, but he still had the wiggle and the shiftiness in the second level that I'm looking for, and I still feel really good about him as a pass catcher out of the backfield. I thought about Brandon Coleman. I think he's going to be a Pro Bowl caliber guard. Does that happen right away? Does that take a little bit more time? I'm not sure, but I thought he was better than he got credit for at tackle at times last year. I think he's going to be awesome on the inside. This will be Cosme-like, where he quickly becomes excellent at that position. Could have gone with him. And then another one, I could see a path for Noah Brown being the answer to this question. So much talk about Deebo Samuel. Is he even going to be healthy?
For sure, yeah.
Right? Noah Brown, if he stays on the field, massive injury risk, obviously, but he was getting 4 or 5 catches a week as what it was the number 2 receiver. He's still going to be the boundary starter opposite McLaurin with Deebo in the slot and moving all over the formation. So I could have gone with him, and I didn't. My actual answer, Ben Sinnott. I hope, fingers are crossed, that Zach Ertz stays healthy and plays 17 games. But the couple of years before he came here, health was an issue. And I think last year was a fortuitous thing that he was never off the field. If Zach Ertz is not a full-time starter every single week and he misses ideally only 1 or 2 or maybe even 4 or 5 games or something like that, where do the passes go to in the tight end room? Where are the targets? I don't think it's John Bates, the blocking tight end. I don't know that Colson Yankoff supersedes Ben Sinnott. I think Ben Sinnott is the guy that gets some of those opportunities. So based just on kind of being a forgotten man because Ertz was healthy last year and everyone's just assuming that'll happen again, I think he will exceed expectations. I could see him catching 30, 35, 40 balls. If he's making 5 or 6 starts this season, I think he gets there. Defensive side of the ball, commander that overachieves is?
Will Harris. Everybody's sort of, crying in their beer about losing Jeremy Chin, and that's such a big loss, and Will Harris is pedestrian. Showed me a little bit more than I thought he had in terms of pass coverage in the preseason. It wasn't a huge sample by any stretch, but we think of him as, maybe punching above his weight class as a downhill thumper, glorified extra linebacker, box safety, etc. Moved around pretty damn well. I think people have sort of forgotten as part of a pretty good secondary. I actually think he has a nice year.
You know what I want, Darius, is the good answer reaction as a sounder from
Family Feud.
From Family Feud. Every now and then, I always just want to go, good answer.
Good answer.
Good answer.
Good answer.
And it's such a Family Feud bit.
Show me Will Harris.
So we don't need that right now, per se, but in future show conversations, I would like to just get in your ear on Talkback and be like, can I get the good answer sounder? And just fire that, right? All right, I'll do my thing again, my annoying thing where I give you one that I'm not going with, but I could. I could go with this guy, but I'm not going to. And then I'll give you my guy. So the guy I wanted to go with is Johnny Newton. Because, again, forgotten guy, second year, kind of the same thing as Ben Sinnott. I go back, and I still say, coming out of Illinois, you bite your fist watching that tape. It's just like, oh, that's what it's supposed to look like. I love it, right? I get steamed up. My answer is Jacob Martin. The defensive end, that's what he's going to play. I think they'll kick him inside some. But the defensive end, who I think is going to provide more as a pass rusher than people assume. Because with Dorrance Armstrong and Von Miller, those are kind of the edges that rush. Like, where else is the pass rush coming from? I think Martin's going to play more. I think he's going to hit the quarterback more. It's going to help them. Never had big numbers. I'm not saying it's going to be 6 or 7 sacks or something, but I think there's going to be more plays where Jacob Martin is a factor as an edge rusher than people think. So I'm going to go with the veteran defensive end, who was like a bubble player in a lot of people's minds. I don't think that was ever the case. I think he was pretty much a slam dunk from early camp on, the way he was performing.
Interesting. Yeah,
he's
been all over the place, and as kind of maybe settles in here as a rotational piece, might make sense. Where I think it's going to be like hockey shifts at times. A couple guys will play more snaps, some of the names that we're familiar with, but you're going to basically have a whole bunch of different mixing and matching, I think, with some of these defensive linemen. Because you mentioned it, they might kick them inside on certain formations. Like let's say it's 3rd and 11, you might see 3 guys that we think of as defensive ends and a bigger one, say like Dietrich Wise is kind of your down defensive tackle or something to that effect. He's a bigger guy. So I think that's what they got. They got a little bit of versatility with the increase in size.
Seahawks, Texans, Jets, Broncos, Colts, Bears. 7 years in the league, 6 teams. Whoa.
Yeah.
He's
been around.
Not a high expectation, but I think with the low expectations for him, he's probably going to do more than people think. Conversation on who could break out, presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday. CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Grant and Danny with author Gary Meyers next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Main Street Bank, your local bank, local Main Street Bank. Speaking of local, some local football teams getting underway in college. Maryland begins their season at home tomorrow, taking on FAU. Noon kickoff. Can hear that game over on the Team 980. Coverage will begin at 11 a.m. Virginia Tech in action on Sunday, a neutral site game against number 13 South Carolina. 3 o'clock kickoff in Atlanta. You can hear that game over on the Team 980 with pregame coverage beginning at 1 o'clock. In baseball, the Nationals getting set to begin a 3-game series against the Tampa Bay Rays at Nats Park tonight, 6:45, right here on the Fan. Pregame getting underway in just under 15 minutes. Mitchell Parker will take on Adrian Hauser. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Stretch run of Grant and Danny on the Fan, brought to you by our friends, the law firm Condori and Murad. Nats baseball comes your way in just a few. Pregame at 6:15, first pitch with Charlie and Dave right here on the Fan at 6:45. Let's head out to the Rude Guest Hotline, though, as promised. Gary Meyers, acclaimed NFL author, wrote Brady versus Belichick, which is available now for pre-order wherever you get books. Gary, tell us about this project.
Yeah, I think it's one of the great unanswered questions in sports history. When you have the greatest coach and the greatest quarterback, and then trying to decide, as we only do in sports, because that's what we like to do, who deserved more credit, who was more influential, who needed the other more than, who needed one more than the other. And so, I thought of this idea a couple of years ago, and, I did a lot of research on it, and it was a lot of fun writing it. I talked to 1 million people, and I think the consensus, what you would expect, that more people thought that it was Brady than Belichick, but certainly not by the wide margin that seemed to be in vogue after Tom went to Tampa and won a Super Bowl in his first year, and Bill struggled in New England, made it to the playoffs just once, and got fired after 4 years. Everybody goes, "Well, that proves that it was Brady in New England, because look what happened, they were apart." And I shoot down that part of the arguments by simply saying it's irrelevant what they did apart. The question is, who is more responsible for what they did together? Because when they're not together, the circumstances are totally different. Like, it was different for Bill in Cleveland, and then in New England after Tom left, and it was different for Tom in Tampa. He went to a pretty good team in Tampa that just needed a really good quarterback to win. So I think the evaluation is really, what they did together.
So I wanted to ask you about that in the sense that when you started this, did you have kind of, we all like to be neutral scientists and have, completely unbiased, like you're in a lab trying to figure out the result here. But of course you probably brought in some preconceived notions. How much of that was challenged? How much changed as you were doing your research? And did your mind change at all?
Well, although, I worked for the Daily News here in New York for all those years, and up until the very end, I was covering the Patriots a lot. They were always in the playoffs, and people in New York hated the Patriots so much that I felt compelled to write about them a lot. So I felt like I lived through that 20-year dynasty, and not like I would have if I was actually working in the Boston media, but I was there enough that, it felt like other than the Jets and Giants, I wrote about the Patriots more than any other team. And, I certainly thought it was Tom, based on everything that happened in 20 years, but it's not so much that my opinion changed. I think in talking to some people who had it really lopsided in favor of Brady, that I think when I expressed my opinion to them, they said, I never really thought of it that way. That kind of early on. I mean, how could he not have been? He's the one who drafted him in the 6th round. He might not have even gotten drafted. He kept him as a 4th-string quarterback. If it wasn't for Belichick, we may never have heard of Tom Brady in the NFL, because I'm not convinced he could get on anywhere and look great in training camp and become Tom Brady. It took a special set of circumstances for that to happen. So I think we tend to overlook how important Belichick was to those first 3 Super Bowls that happened in Brady's first 4 years as a starter. Now, I think starting in 2007, which was the undefeated season, and Brady threw 50 touchdowns, I think it was overwhelmingly Brady from that point forward. But that doesn't wipe out what it was like, the first 6 years that Tom started. I think it was a Belichick-dominated team.
Going back to their relationship, though, how much are we going to learn about when it was good and then when it went sideways and why that happened? Do you dig into that?
Oh, sure. I mean, I think that it was good through most of the first half of the dynasty, where Tom's a really humble guy, and when Belichick was coaching him really hard, even though he already won 3 Super Bowls, he was fine with that, and he understood that Belichick was making an example of him, that hey, if I can get on this guy who's won 3 Super Bowls, then I can get on anybody and nobody will complain. And Tom was basically taking one for the team by letting Belichick criticize an interception the day after a game that the Patriots won 34-7. And Belichick tended to harp on the negative, but Tom understood all that and was okay with it. But I'd say somewhere in the second half of the dynasty, maybe it was after they beat Seattle to break that 10-year drought of not winning the Super Bowl. It was maybe after that Tom just said, enough is enough. At that point, a lot of people looked at him as the greatest quarterback in NFL history, and he didn't feel he should be treated like a free agent, undrafted free agent anymore. And Belichick just never really let up on him, didn't really appreciate him the way Tom would have wanted to be appreciated. And the fact that, he took under-market contracts for the entirety of his career, for Belichick to have the money to try to keep the supporting cast strong around him, I think Tom kind of lost his patience with that, because if you looked at Belichick's drafts and his free agent signings over the last 7-8 years, he seemed to have lost his touch.
Once a giant, Brady versus Manning. Now Brady and Belichick, Coaching Confidential, and you can find the book Brady versus Belichick. Pre-order and get these books now wherever you get your reading material. Gary, I don't know if this is a touchy subject or what we're allowed to ask, but I'd be remiss if we had you on in D.C. I remember you were writing, I don't know how far into it you got, but you had started writing.
82,000 words.
How many?
82,000.
Okay, so you are aware of where I'm going with this.
That's not a weekly college essay to turn in right there. That's pretty substantial.
That's a lot of words. So you were writing a book. I think we even had a name based on what Robert Griffin had posted on social at some point. Surviving Washington.
It was called Surviving Washington. Yeah.
So how close to finishing that book were you? Why did it never come out? What happened there?
Well, I was done with it, and I had spent a year talking to Robert and writing the book. And the best I can do with you on this one is tell you the fact that it didn't get published was not my idea. And it wasn't the publisher's idea. And Robert just decided that whether he felt there was stuff in the book that would hurt him in his career with ESPN and his media career, because it was right around the time that his one season in Baltimore, I think it was one season in Baltimore, or his last season in Baltimore, let's call it that, was winding down, and he was looking ahead and figuring that his playing career, although he wanted to continue playing, figuring he was going to make the transition to media. I think he got the idea, or somebody told him it wasn't a good idea to write a book. Trust me when I tell you this, that there was nothing in the book that was going to get him in a position where a network was going to say to him, we don't want to hire you, or if he became an announcer for NFL games for any of the networks, that anybody was going to say, you can't come into you can't do the production meetings because of what you wrote in the book. I was really proud of the book. It was the first time I had written, an autobiography. All my books have just been me, and I was really proud of it. And I thought it was really good. And there was some really good stuff in there. Really, a lot of interesting things about his life, about the Washington years, obviously, and his relationship with the Shanahans and with Sean McVay and Kirk Cousins. I thought it was a really good book, and I'm disappointed it didn't get published. But again, that was out of my control.
I would have killed to read that book. I covered, those 4 years with Mike Shanahan on the Daily Beat, so that would have been very, very interesting content, not just for me, but for the entire
a lot of us,
market.
yeah.
I mean, how uncommon is that? Like, when he comes to you, I'm sure you try to talk to him and say, let's do this. You worked for a year on that. Like, I don't even know how that works. I guess you're paid for the year that you did, and it's not like a giant waste of time? Like, how does that even go in the end? And how uncommon is that?
Well, it was during COVID, so the first meeting I had with Robert, I went down to his house that he was renting, somewhere near the Ravens facility, because that was, he was playing in Baltimore. I don't necessarily want to get into all the particulars of, let's just say that if all I was interested with this book was the money, then I got taken care of, even though it didn't get published.
Right.
But I was interested in writing a really good book and selling a lot of books, and I thought it would have been good for Robert, really, because I thought he was very forthcoming and about what was a really interesting career and quite frankly a heartbreaking career. When you think that how he was perceived in Washington in his rookie year, and he was Jaden Daniels with a knee injury, and it's unfortunate. He got hurt late in the year against the Ravens, and he probably shouldn't have even been playing against Seattle when he tore his ACL in the playoff game. I was at that game, and I remember, in researching the book, I went back and read the column that I wrote after that game, and I wrote it was coaching malpractice by Shanahan, that even before the ACL injury, it was clear to me that Robert couldn't walk or protect himself. He was able to walk. He wasn't able to run like he did throughout most of his rookie year, and I didn't think he'd be able to protect himself well enough. And he didn't need Dr. Andrews, who was on the sidelines for that game, to tell him what to do. And Andrews didn't tell him to take him out of the game, and Mike didn't take him out of the game. But Mike should have just looked at him and thought, there's no way that Kirk Cousins couldn't be better than Robert in this game, because Robert couldn't move. And he, as you guys know, that being stuck in the pocket was not his game. That's not what made him special. And I think that game cost him his career, because he was never the same after that. And he rushed back to play the first game the next year and shouldn't have. So I feel bad for him. I do, because I think he could have had a brilliant career if things had gone differently, physically for him. And you can say that about a lot of players, but not as many as profile as Robert was. And it's the second most important and the second hardest job in Washington, is being the quarterback of that team. And he did an amazing job his rookie year, and it's just a shame that we never saw that from him again.
Gary, really appreciate the time with us. Congrats again. New book, September 16th, 2025. It's the Brady versus Belichick, the Dynasty Debate, wherever you get your books, available now for pre-sale. Really appreciate the time, man. Thank you. Congrats.
Thanks for having me on.
Gary Meyers, author. Well, that was interesting on Robert Griffin.
It was indeed, right? Again, some people are over it and they don't want to hear about it. I'm not one of those people. I want to hear everything. I want every last detail I can get, even if it's from one side of the picture. I am so fascinated still with that time and place because of how it consumed our lives.
Well, I was putting in 70 hours a week on the beat and just desperate for every morsel of information. So, yeah, there wouldn't be any content published about that I wouldn't fight someone to read. You know
Seriously.
what I mean? It's catnip for me. I mean, I just can't get enough.
Let's get a GoFundMe going to throw a little cash RG3's way. Maybe he'll let us release it.
By the way, congrats to him as he kind of reshapes his broadcasting career. Fox
Sports
has hired him to do games, and I thought in that role in the booth, he did some really good things. So good for Robert Griffin. It is time for the leadoff, brought to you by the Window Man. Since 1989, the Window Man's been the educational window company. Get your free in-home estimate or visit thewindowman.com's all-new Fairfax showroom.
Behind left-handed pitcher Mitchell Parker, leading off playing left field, James Wood. Batting second, C.J. Abrams, your shortstop. Batting third, first base, Josh Bell. Batting fourth at second base, Luis Garcia Jr. Hitting fifth, doing the catching, that's Riley Adams. Batting sixth, DH for this evening, Dalen Lyle. Batting seventh at third base, Paul DeYoung. Batting eighth in right field, Dylan Cruz. And hitting ninth, Robert Hassel III. That was Cruz eighth in right field, Robert Hassel ninth in center field. I got that straight for you.
Dalen Lyle finally back in the lineup. Speaking of back, we are back on Tuesday, off for the holiday on Monday. Big thanks to Darius, Toby, and Ryan, Grant, and Danny saying so long. Thanks for listening to The Fan. Nats Baseball is next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.